Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.
Screen Directors Playhouse. Stars Tallulah Bankhead, David Bryan. Production Dark Victory. Director Edmund Goulding. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, and by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has, for you, mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. Before our first act of Dark Victory, here is a message from the makers of Anacin. The next time you suffer from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, take Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin for this wonderfully fast relief. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30, economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Get Anacin at any drug counter. And now the first act of Dark Victory, starring Tallulah Bankhead as Judith Traherne and David Bryan as Dr. Frederick Steele.
My name is Anne King. I've been in the employ of Judith Traherne for several years as her confidential and social secretary. About Judith. She was gay, independent, bright, and wealthy, with no serious love affair, no serious problem, and above all, no serious fear until... Oh, but let my records speak for themselves. It all began when Judith fell from a horse while trying to clear a steeplechase jump on her estate and complained of a severe headache.
Dr. Steele, Judith Traherne is waiting outside your office. The girl is desperately ill. I've been watching her like a hawk. She's been losing ground each day.
3 weeks. You wait till now, Dr. Parson?
And you don't know Judith. She's stubborn. I don't even know how I got her as far as your anteroom. She just won't cooperate. Says she hasn't time to be ill. Why, only yesterday she went to a revival of Cyrano in the afternoon and played bridge half the night.
I'm sorry, but I can't see her. I'm closing down my practice today. I'm going off to Vermont and devote my time to research. I think your best bet is to get in touch with Finley.
Finley's in Europe, and besides, he's no better than I am. I want you.
Can't be done. I'll see you to the door.
You're always talking about the obligations of doctors to humanity. Well, there's humanity waiting for you on the other side of this door.
Sorry, Parsons, but if I start making exceptions, I'll be stuck here for another 9 years.
Come on, Anne. This is perfectly ridiculous. I'm late.
Wait, Judith. This is Dr. Steele.
How do you do, Doctor? My name's Traherne. Shake.
Shake.
Glad to have met you, sir. Come on, Anne.
One moment. How did you get those burns on your hand?
Where?
On your right hand, here. Between the first 2 fingers.
I never noticed them until now.
I see. Will you step into my office, please?
I don't know why, but I will.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you. I haven't much time.
Neither have I. Parsons tells me you're a great hunter.
Well, you could hardly expect me to enter your office leading a pack of hounds.
I understand you don't like to talk about your health.
I don't. It's a very boring topic.
But most people love it. I make my living listening to them.
Then I'm afraid you're wasting your time.
Oh, I'll send you a bill.
I'm an only child. I weigh 115 pounds, stripped. I've had mumps, measles, and whooping cough, all at the proper ages. I believe I had no congenital weaknesses. Shall I go on?
Yes, please.
My father drank himself to death. My mother lives in Paris. I take a great deal of exercise. I'm accustomed to a reasonable quantity of tobacco and alcohol. I'm said to have a sense of humor. Is that all?
All the inconsequential facts.
What are the consequential ones?
Does the light from the window bother you?
No.
Do you use your eyes a great deal?
I generally keep them open, Doctor.
That light is in your eyes.
I wish you wouldn't keep harping on that. There's nothing the matter with my eyes.
You were squinting.
I was not squinting.
By the way, what did you do yesterday?
Well, I played bridge in the afternoon. I went to the theater in the evening.
The other way around, wasn't it?
Well, yes. I guess it was.
What was the play?
Well,
Cyrano, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Did you like it?
My head was aching so.
How long have you had these headaches?
Oh, I don't have them.
You have one now.
No, I've not.
How much did you lose at bridge yesterday? Quickly.
I don't remember.
I know you lost. How much?
How can I remember? I play bridge every day.
You've been losing a lot lately, haven't you?
Yes.
Playing badly, forgetting what cards are out and what's the bid.
Why do you ask me these stupid questions? I'm leaving.
Wait. Did Parsons say you could go out yesterday?
Listen, Doctor. I have never taken orders from anyone. And as long as I live, I shall never take any orders from anyone. And here's something else. I am well, absolutely well. I'm strong, and nothing can touch me. Neither you nor Dr. Parsons can make an invalid out of me. And now, Doctor, good afternoon.
Go on. Run away because you're frightened.
That isn't true.
Oh, yes, it is. That's why you held back certain things from Dr. Parsons. You were afraid to admit them. You didn't tell him you've been having these headaches for months, but you have, and they've been getting worse. Lately, until now, you're never free of them. And your eyes have been cutting up, too, until your vision is almost cut in half. That's the reason for the accident on the jump. You couldn't see the bar. I'll tell you how you got those burns on your fingers from a cigarette. It burned you, and you never felt it. Because your tactile nerves are paralyzed.
It's a lie. I'm well. Why do you bully me like this?
Because I want to help you. Now, sit down.
Dr. Steele? It's nearly time for you to leave.
Oh, yes. Thanks, nurse. Cross your knees, please, Mr. Hearn.
You're not going to hit me with that little hammer.
Why not?
It always makes me laugh.
Silly, isn't it? Now the other one, please. Good. Now, don't be frightened at this. It's just an electric torch. I'm going to look into your eyes.
You're very kind to your guinea pigs, aren't you?
Would you mind just looking ahead, please?
I've been told they're a nice color.
Steady, please.
Do you agree about the color of my eye?
Oh, yes. Fine. And now 2 more questions. How long ago did you first notice these headaches?
Horrible months ago. 5 or 6.
Have your eyes been bothering you as long as that?
No. That's only lately, the last few weeks.
Well, that's a great help. And now I'm going to ask you...
Dr. Steele, you're going to have to leave this minute if you're going to catch your train.
Train? Oh, yes, I suppose I will.
Don't look so guiltily at me, Doctor. It's my own fault I didn't come to you sooner.
Nurse? Oh, there are other trains. Cancel the tickets.
Yes, Doctor.
Thank you.
Not at all. A few days, one way or another, won't matter.
I'm sorry I was so difficult.
All I like the way you fought back at me. You've been a good sport.
What's wrong with me? Is it my eyes?
I'd be a poor excuse for a doctor if I told you before I'm positive myself. But the next few days, I'm going to ask you to submit to about 1 million more tests and x-rays. You can live your life normally with one exception.
What's that?
You'll have to see a good deal of me.
I'll bet you'll be at Frost at a party, Doctor. Well, Doctor, this is the day. Your tests are all completed, and we have enough x-rays to start our own picture company. What's the verdict?
Sit down, Judith.
Oh, no. The prisoner will rise. The sentence.
We will have to operate.
What do you mean, operate? On me? Where?
Your head.
No.
Oh, after all, the brain is like any other part of the body. Things get out of kilter, and they have to be adjusted.
I won't. Anne!
What's the matter?
He wants to operate
Operate?
On my head.
You've made a mistake, Dr. Steele.
I knew almost at once, but I wanted confirmation. I've consulted the best brainmen in the profession.
Well, what's she got?
What have I got?
The technical term is glioma.
Glioma?
Oh, don't listen to him.
Sounds like a kind of plant.
Yes, it is. Rather like a plant, a parasitic one. If it's removed...
All surgeons are alike. Oh, don't get upset, Judith. You wait and...
You've got to face it sooner or later, Judith.
Suppose we don't talk about it anymore, huh? Come with me, Anne.
Glioma?
It's not as serious as it sounds. It's just the idea that's hard to get used to.
I've got a nice view in this hospital room anyway.
We're late. We've lots to do. Doctor's orders must be followed.
Well, what first?
We'll just get your things out and pop you into bed.
Into that?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Well, give me my night things, please. Quickly, nurse.
Here's a hospital gown.
Not that. Can't I wear my own nightie? Am I to be operated on in that thing?
How is everything?
Turn your head, Doctor. And look at me. The very latest from Paris. Oh, strictly clinical. Okay, Doctor, you can turn your head now.
Oh, thank you. Now into bed.
I want to go home.
Into bed.
All right, Simon Legree.
Now, here's a little pill I want you to take. Something to make you sleep.
I don't want to go to sleep. How could anyone sleep in a 2x4 like this? At home, I have a bed big enough for 6, and here I can't even move.
You take this.
Oh, all right. You know, I can't understand me. I've never given in a fraction to anyone else, and here I'm letting you push me around. Well, where do you operate, Doctor? Here or here?
Oh, that's my worry.
How do you do it? I mean, just what do you do?
You're a chatterbox, aren't you?
It's very distasteful, isn't it? Oh, well, I don't care. I don't care about anything. This is such a nice bed. It's a nice room, too. Thank you, Anne. Anne, you're standing 3 miles away. Come over here, darling. I love you, Anne. I don't know what I'd do without you.
I love you.
Do you two like each other?
Of course.
Sure.
I want you to like each other. I love everybody. Will they cut off my hair?
Just a little of it.
I don't want my hair
It'll
cut
grow
off.
back.
Well, yes, of course it will. Silly of me. I feel so good. Nothing to think about.
You're going to sleep now.
That's right. I must do everything you say. I'm in your hands. Nice hands. They're good, strong hands. Doctor,
Yes.
when you get inside my head, see if you can find any sense in it.
And now a word from RCA Victor. There's nothing more fun these winter nights than curling up in front of a good, warm television set and let the laughs, chuckles, and downright merriment of television entertainment warm the cockles of your heart. And if there's one thing that's more fun than just plain television, it's television on a new RCA Victor set. Yes, almost 2 million families today are happily using RCA Victor television in their homes. And you'll know why when you watch the lifelike picture on RCA Victor's new model, the Kent, now on display at your RCA Victor dealers. The Kent brings you clear, big 17-inch pictures locked in place by RCA Victor's exclusive eyewitness picture synchronizer. And then, too, look at the value of the Kent. It's like having console television at table model price. You'll say that RCA Victor television is the best way to warm up your heart with television fun and keep the frost off your pocketbook. The Screen Directors Playhouse continues its presentation of Dark Victory, starring Tallulah Bankhead and David Bryan.
The operation on Judith's brain was finished. The result? Well, what operation doesn't need a prayer? So I prayed with all my heart for the finest woman I'd ever known in my life. The door was ajar, and coming towards me in the hospital corridor was Dr. Steele. He was staring straight ahead and was in deep conversation with Dr. Parsons. I couldn't hear what they were saying.
Is there no hope, Dr. Steele?
I'm afraid not. She's bound to have a recurrence. She'll apparently be as well as any of us. That is, until her... Well, her sight may fail near the end.
Amblyopia?
Yes, but there'll only be a few hours after that. This is a rotten business. Doctoring. A glioma. A girl like that who's so alive and so entitled to live. To have this contemptible, meaningless growth come along and put a period to it.
Are you going to tell her?
Did you want her to know?
No.
Well, then that's the answer.
Look, Anne, darling. Look at my new hat. It fits beautifully, doesn't it, Anne?
It's lovely.
Ah, behold a new woman from top to bottom. New shoes, new stockings, new dress, new hair. Oh, doesn't the world smell nice, Anne?
Everybody for miles around is thrilled that you're back with us.
It's nice to be loved. Where is that New England quack?
Well, I told him 5 o'clock. Oh, is that his car turning in now?
Come on, darling. Now tell me, do I look all right? Or shall I change my hat again? Huh?
It used to be 6 hats on the floor, and now it's 12. You used to be mad, but I don't know what that doctor's done to you. You're madder still now.
Now, let's not make a fuss over him in sport. Let's have some champagne. Champagne while we wait for him. He said I could, darling. Have one, Anne. To me, to life. May we never be ill again. Well, look who's here.
Sorry I'm late. I was at the hospital and I had to,
Never mind that. We're not interested in medicine here. Sit down, won't you? Have a drink.
No, thanks.
I'm having one. You said I could. Thanks for everything again. My drink, my horse, my first day.
Have you been a good girl?
No.
I thought not.
Why?
Oh, I just knew you wouldn't be. I knew you could never be.
You mean a good girl? Well, I am. Anne, see if it's come. Hurry up, darling.
All right.
Why are you so grumpy, Doctor?
You say I'm always grumpy.
Oh, I've been good until today. I've been your slave. And I'm well. Look at me. Reflexes terrific. Balance perfect. Why, I can walk a line backwards. Want to see me try?
Look, it's arrived.
Oh, excuse me. Anne, kneel on him. Club him if necessary, but make him have a drink. Get that look off his face somehow.
Oh, you did that, Doctor. Aren't you proud?
I don't want to drink. Thanks.
Dr. Steele, when you came into Judith's hospital room right after the operation, you had a certain look in your eyes. You have it now.
And I'd rather not.
Is there something?
Something?
Please. You see, I am her best friend.
You come outside.
Of course.
Are you going to be strong enough and intelligent enough to hear the truth?
There is something.
Yes, there is. I can't save her. Nothing can. Nothing. She's going to die.
Oh, no.
Yes, it's true.
You shouldn't have touched her. She'll have that pain again and that ghastly confusion.
No, she's not going to suffer again. That's all behind her now. She will seem as well and as normal as anyone else.
How long have you known?
During the operation. I could have let her go. I almost did.
Why didn't you?
I'm only a doctor. I haven't the jurisdiction of life and death.
How will it come?
Quietly and peacefully. There may be a moment near the end where she won't be able to see quite as usual.
She'll go blind.
Yes, but first a dimming of vision, and then after a few hours, say 2 or 3...
Doctor, how long has she? A year? 6 months? 4?
Possibly. Look up, Anne. She mustn't know. Be a good soul.
Boo! You sneaks. You're hiding out on me. What's the idea?
Well, actually, we were talking about just how much you ought to do, Judith. I told him you had a devil of a day, and he doesn't seem to think it matters.
I have had the best day of my life. This little present is for you.
Judith, you shouldn't.
Oh, look at the man. I thought surgeons had to have such steady hands.
Thank you very much for these cufflinks. It's the best present I ever had.
I'm awfully glad you like it. It's all we could think of, wasn't it, Anne? Of course, it doesn't seem enough. Oh, wait, I have an idea. This is my birthday.
What?
It is really my new birthday. Every year on this date, we'll meet. Just us 3 pals, huh? We'll meet and we'll have a party.
Oh, let's go.
We have a date.
Now, in the morning, I'm going to wear my green slacks and the small tie. I'll wear the big hat for lunch. He'll like that. I've got to look my best, darling. If ever little Judy had to knock them for a row of pins. Do you think we ought to dress for dinner tonight? Oh, yes, let's be dashing, darling.
Just as you please.
What's the matter with you, Anne?
Nothing. I've got to get through these bills. It's the 10th of the month.
Forget them. Anne, you will put on your best dignity, won't you? Help me keep dignified.
Judith, look at me.
I am looking at you.
You're in love with Dr. Steele.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I thought so. What about him? Has he given you any encouragement?
Not a ripple on the water. Drives me crazy. But when I just think of him, when I think that if I hadn't fallen off that horse, Anne, it's awful. But it's wonderful. Life's a different thing. For the first time in my life, I get up in the morning with something to live for. He's very fine, isn't he, Anne? He's worthwhile, isn't he, Anne?
But if he's given you no sign, how do you know?
Well, it's just to be hoped for. Time will tell. Oh, he's so sweet to me, Anne. And he didn't go away, you know. That's one sign of Dr. Watson. Don't be against me.
I'm not.
Will you do something for me?
Of course.
I was just thinking that you might take advantage of any lull in the conversation tonight just to, mention what a good wife Judith would be and an ideal mother. And, well, don't you think I would be?
The best.
Keep both fingers crossed for me. One day it'll happen to you, Anne, and then you'll know. It's a grand and glorious feeling. I'm going to my room and change now, darling.
Operator, get me Murray Hill 77340. Hello, Dr. Steele. This is Anne. It's important that I see you right away.
Sit down, Anne.
Thank you. Doctor, is Judith meaning anything more to you than just a patient?
Yes. Much more.
What are you going to do? Are you going out there tonight and tell her and take her in your arms? She'll expect you to marry her. Are you? Or is it better for you to go away and leave her with us? Which is better? She told me she's in love with you.
She said that? You know, Anne, women have never meant anything to me before. I'd never met anyone like her. I was all set. I had plans and arrangements.
Yes, Vermont. Why don't you go away for your own sake, for your work?
Work? When I can't cure her? There's nothing else on my mind.
Isn't there anything? What has she done that this should happen to her? She's never harmed a soul, never done anything to anyone but kindness.
Look, I had a letter from Vienna today. The last finding in the case. Not a chance in the world. I don't know where to look next. Here's the 12 greatest authorities on glioma. 12 of them. Prognosis, negative. Prognosis, negative. Prognosis, negative.
Oh, I'm so sorry for both of you. But you couldn't marry her. Do you know what marriage would mean to her? A home, children, plans for the future. Could you do that to her?
The great thing for her is to never know.
Well, could you watch her growing happier every day with this thing creeping up behind her back? Could you stand that?
It isn't a question of what you or I could stand. The only thing that matters is that she should be happy every hour.
Well, could it be a long engagement?
And all my life I've told people what to do. Now, and what shall we do?
Martha, is everything ready for tonight?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's Anne? I haven't seen her all afternoon.
She's out.
Where'd she go?
Didn't you telephone Dr. Steele's office before?
What's that got to do with it?
Wasn't she there?
No. What do you mean?
She telephoned, made an appointment. She said she had to see him on important business. She sees him often.
Oh, don't be so silly, Ma. How do you know?
I hear them on the telephone. They're talking behind your back all the time. Something goes on between those two.
Oh, nonsense. Gossip. I'm sure if Miss Anne was at the doctor's, she must have had some very good reason for being there. But when Dr. Steele gets here, I'm going to have him examine your head. Answer the door, will you please, Martha?
Oh, I'm sorry I'm late, Judith.
Oh, Anne, where'd you go?
For a drive.
Where to?
To town?
What for?
Oh,
Where'd you go?
I have to get dressed or I'll be late for dinner. I'll see you later.
Hello, Judith. Did I stumble into something?
Yes, Doctor. Anne and I were on the verge of a jealous scene about you.
What?
Oh, darling. Darling, you are a fool. Don't you know I'm in love with you?
Oh.
Oh, I know I've made an idiot of myself, but I don't care. Naturally, you must be embarrassed. Well, you've been proposed to. Well, Fred, all you have to say is that you don't want me, and...
I love you. I love you, Judith. I always have.
I love you, Fred. I love you.
I don't have much to give you.
Much, darling. You've just given me the world. For the first time in my life, I'm a complete person.
Let's take time out for a message from Bing Crosby and Bob Hope.
Say, Bing, you got a minute?
Oh, sure, Bob. I got all the time in the world.
Don't tell me you own that, too.
Oh, never mind that stuff. Get to work with it.
Okay. Folks, Better Tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. And you can prove that yourself. Just make our mildness test. Buy Chesterfields, then open them and enjoy that milder, mellow aroma. Now light one up, and you'll know Chesterfield's milder because it smokes milder. And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
Yes, mildness and no unpleasant aftertaste are what you and I and every smoker wants.
Hurry up, Dad. Here comes the music.
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always takes first place. That mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste. So open a pack, give 'em a smell, then you'll smoke 'em.
You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival, brought to you by the makers of Anacin for the fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, and Chesterfield, the cigarette that has, for you, mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste, the best cigarette for you to smoke. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Dark Victory, starring Tallulah Bankhead and David Bryan, will continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Director's Playhouse. We continue with the third act of Dark Victory, starring Tallulah Bankhead as Judith Traherne and David Bryan as Dr. Frederick Steele.
It was the eve of Judith and Fred's marriage when she accidentally came upon a file marked Case History, Judith Traherne. She opened it and read a letter addressed to Dr. Steele from a brain specialist in Vienna.
A study in the case history of Miss Judith Traherne and an examination of the tissue sample sent me lead me to concur with your diagnosis. The prognosis is definitely negative. Death in such cases is... Prognosis means the future of the case. Negative means hopeless. Hopeless. Prognosis negative. Prognosis negative.
I'm sorry I'm late, darling. I had a consultation. Well, you look lovely.
Have a drink, Fred.
No, thanks.
Waiter, another one for me. You should try one someday.
I will. Perhaps on our wedding day.
Ah, our wedding day.
What's the matter?
Matter? Could anything be? Oh, here comes Anne.
Oh, if I'm late, I'm terribly sorry.
Don't be sorry about anything. Sit down. Join the party. We're playing games, hide and seek. You can play, too. Puss in the corner.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. If you like, I'll leave. You two dear friends probably have a lot to talk over. My two dearest friends. Have a cocktail, Anne. I'm going to have another.
Yes, I'll have a cocktail.
Oh, they're fine. They deaden the brain. You know about brains, Doctor? They loosen the inhibitions and make the tongue wag. You should both have one.
Judith, are you quite well?
You should know how ill I am. Am I well, Doctor?
Shall we order? Waiter!
Why don't you tell me what this is all about?
Why don't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Waiter, I think I'll have a large order of prognosis negative.
What do you mean?
You know, œuf sur le plat. Prognosis negative. Do you know what prognosis negative means, Doctor? Explain to her. Or have you? A few months of pretending you're well, then blindness, then... So long, my friends.
Wait, Judith. We can't talk here, but
Oh, yes, we can. It was a question of humoring the patient, huh? Pet her. Give the poor darling everything she wants. The time's so short. Marry her if necessary. Now I know why you went to his office that day. It was to beg him to marry me out of pity. You're both so kind. Thank you very much.
Judith, you're wrong.
Don't touch me, please.
Judith, what else on earth could we have done?
You could have told me the truth. I can take it.
It's 2 o'clock, Mr. Hearn. Last drink.
Ah, that's funny.
What?
Time. Did you ever think about time? It goes. That's the business of time. Tick, 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 tick. You can almost hear it go by. Before you know it, it's all gone by, and where are we, my friend? Hello, Michael.
Congratulations on your winning the all-around jumping cup.
No, thanks. You're an excellent stable foreman.
The mare's got bronchitis. Can't possibly last the night.
There's a tragedy for you. Jessica's girl has bronchitis and can't possibly last the night. Jessica's girl is a horse. Poor Jessica's girl. Why don't you put her out of her misery?
What'll it be, Mr. Hearn?
The usual champagne. Well. If it isn't the extraordinary surgeon.
I've tried to see you.
How's your mortality rate these days, Doctor? Any more fun with the knives?
Drop it, Judith. I know how you feel. Anything to strike back at me. But don't do it this way.
What do you mean, this way?
This? There's nothing in it.
What do you want me to do? Sit alone and brood, or read a good book?
Judith, I want you to find peace. We all have to die. The tragic difference is that you know when and we don't. The important thing is the same for all of us. To live our lives so we can meet death when it comes. Decently. Beautifully. And finally.
Decently. Beautifully. And finally. I'll die as I please, Doctor. Leave me alone. Well, Michael, is Jessica's girl dead?
No, she's game. She put up a brave fight.
How nice.
You're cold. There's a stove in the feed room. Would you like to come and warm yourself?
Why not?
The first cold is always the bitterest.
The first and the last. Talk to me, Michael.
What'll I talk about, Miss Judith?
Oh, anything. Just talk.
There's something about the way you ride a horse that puts my heart in my mouth. Can I say something to you, Miss Judith?
Go ahead. I told you to talk.
You've been going too hard, night and day. You can't do that and keep on with your jumping horses. It's terrible hard on you. I was hoping that in the state you were in, you wouldn't ride tonight. Silver cup isn't worth it.
I wanted that cup. I had to show the gentry that I still have what it takes.
You sure have.
Keep on talking, just as one human being to another.
What's there to say?
Are you afraid to die, Michael?
I wouldn't want to die while you're alive.
Oh, Michael, you're making love to me.
You invited me to talk to you as a man. It's as a man I'm talking. Surely I'm better than some of them that's playing around with you. They're afraid of you. I've heard them talking. They'd go after you, but they're afraid. I wish I was in their boots.
Do you, Michael?
Come here to me. The nights I've laid awake thinking of you. The things I wanted to say to you ever since the first time I saw you.
Say them, Michael.
We're
Say
behind.
them.
Well, you belong to me and no one else.
Oh, no. Let me go, Michael.
You're afraid.
No, but...
So, I'm only a stable hand.
It isn't that. It isn't that. You just can't go on this way. Tonight it would be you, and after tonight, what? You again or someone else. And so on until the last hour. No, Michael. I can't die like that.
Die? What's this crazy talk about dying?
Well, I'm going to die in a few months, Michael. Does that frighten you?
Heaven forgive you for saying a thing like that.
Yes, heaven forgive me. When it comes, it's got to be met decently, beautifully, finely. Doesn't it? Doesn't it? I'm all shot, Michael. I'm shot. Operator, Murray Hill 77340, please.
Is that you, Judith?
Yes, Anne.
Oh, it's very late. I was afraid something had happened.
Oh, no. But you should be asleep, Anne. You've lost a lot of sleep.
Where did you go after you left the club?
To the stables. I've been with Michael.
Michael?
Uh-huh. Don't worry. Anne, I was saved. Of course, for what I was saved is not quite clear.
Whom were you calling?
It doesn't matter. There wasn't any answer. Business of apologizing to a gentleman for ruining his life along with mine. But I don't suppose it matters. Oh, Anne, I'm tired. I'm so tired.
Let me put you to bed.
Why?
I'll read you to sleep.
Why? So I can dream.
Oh, Judith, don't talk like that. Please don't, Judith.
It's the waiting, Anne, day and night. Anne, would it be wrong I made it happen? Would it?
Oh, Judith. Judith, please don't.
What shall I do? What can I do? What would you do? Hello, Doctor.
Judith.
Look here, I'm sorry. This is a fine time to be visiting your apartment, isn't it? Well, I hope you are not operating tomorrow.
No, I'm not. Would you care for a drink?
No, thank you. Can you ever forgive me?
There's nothing to forgive.
The things I said to you.
It's good to say things. Sort of gets them out.
You said you wanted me to have peace. Where is peace?
Within yourself, Judith.
I've tried to do the things I said I would. Tried to carry it through to the last empty boast. But tonight, darling, there's been no one but you. Oh, how good it is to call you that. Darling. I couldn't go on. You bitter toward me. Please don't think of me that way.
I love you, Judith.
Yes, I believe you. It isn't just pity. I take back every unkind thing I said to you. Oh, Fred, help me. I've been so stupid. I've crammed every minute so full of waste. Now there's so little time. Don't know what to do. I'm afraid. So good and right and strong.
It's all right now. It's all right, Judith.
If you'll only let me see you sometimes.
You're going to. Every day. I'll show you what peace I can. You're coming with me to Vermont.
Am I? No. It wouldn't be fair to you. We'd only have...
Forever. Will you marry me, Judith?
Married? Oh, wouldn't it be marvelous if we could? A real wedding. Giving away church bells and champagne. A white frock, orange blossoms, and a wedding cake. Well, that's one thing I won't have missed. And you're giving it to me. I can never love you enough. A letter from Anne, Martha.
Is she coming up?
Well, not yet, but soon, I think. She says, still trying to rent the house, but no one seems to have any money, and I'm not going to let tramps have it. Oh, Martha, why do people complicate their lives so? All those horses, that house. Here in Vermont, we have nothing, and yet we have everything.
I wonder she hasn't popped up to see you. You haven't seen her for 3 months.
Oh, she'll be up. She said she wanted to get the work done. What's that you're preparing? A baked potato? Do you mean Dr. Steele hasn't had his lunch yet?
I knocked at his door twice. Then I fixed a tray and knocked again. When he's busy with his bugs, he's like a bear with a sore head. I wouldn't disturb him.
I'll disturb him. Give me that tray, Martha. Am I afraid?
I told you never to come into this room when I'm working. This joint is a septic, and you're crawling with microbes.
A fine way to talk about your wife.
You're combusting in here with microbes just when I was discovering the secret of life. Well, I'm not so sure I was at this minute.
Well, but you will, darling. You would have now, but, well, it's my fault.
Forget it. My little bugs have met your little bugs and the food's little bugs, and they're going to have a party. And they'll get cockeyed drunk where they'll be no use to anybody. If at first you don't succeed. Come along now. Say, I'm hungry. You know it's almost 2 o'clock.
Keep your hands off this food. It's probably got some of your bugs in it. If the sandwich's bugs get into your bugs, it's not improbable that the bugs get into the sandwiches.
What's new in the world?
Guess what? Anne's coming soon. Here's a letter.
Okay. What did you do this morning?
Big things.
What?
I walked.
Where did you walk?
The village. Can we sit at your table, Martha?
What if I said no?
Say, this is great. We'll give Anne a field day. We'll show her the great village of Brattleboro.
Hey, get your fork out of my plate.
Hello, Martha. How are you? I'm first rate. It's good to see you, Miss Anne. You're looking a little peaked.
No, we'll fatten her up. A little country gravy.
Oh, the house is perfect, Judith. Where's your lab, Doctor?
Back here. Come on.
Coming.
Don't let her in, Freddie. She's got bugs, too. Let's unpack for her, huh?
Oh, my, but it's impressive. How's it coming, actually?
Fine, I think. Someday in my lifetime or some other man's lifetime, we'll have a cure for glioma.
Fred, is there any chance for her?
No.
Oh, I'd so hoped.
Don't hope.
But all this lab.
May say mothers someday. That's all, Ann. I can't make an appointment for a miracle to happen.
Does Judith fully realize?
Yes.
Oh, I can't believe it. She couldn't bear it. No one could. Secretly, she must believe
All
that...
my life, Ann, I've seen people suffer and seen them die. But I've never seen anyone like her. From what deep well she draws of courage, I can only wonder. I'd have cracked without her. She's beyond words. You saw her. She laughs and sticks out her chin. She can take it.
But she can't always. No one could. Oh, there must be bad moments when she thinks...
She doesn't think. It's forgotten. That's our pact. We never mention it. And you mustn't either.
I'll try.
So long, Doc.
Michael, don't say Doc. That's not half enough respect for my husband. Oh, but we are grateful to you, Michael, for coming all this way to see us. You will come again soon, won't you?
If the weather's as beautiful as it is today, I'll be back in a hurry.
Judith, here's a tongue twister. Incomparabilis.
Incomparabilis.
Oh.
Plant them where there's plenty of sun, Ann.
All right. Oh, and here's some Jonquilla Narcissus. What a pretty name, Jonquilla Narcissus.
I'll name a horse after it.
Oh, go along with you, Michael.
So long, Ann. Goodbye, Miss Judith. When I look at you now, what makes me believe in those prayers I've been saying?
Michael. I'll see you at the Grand National. And, Michael, if we can't make it for some reason, think of me. Goodbye, Michael.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Michael.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Come on, Ann, darling. Come on. We'll start our spring planting. We'll start... You notice how dark it's getting?
Why, Judith.
It's getting darker by the second. How dark it's gotten. That's funny. I can still feel the heat of the sun. Oh, no.
Judith.
Ann!
Judith, it isn't true. There are clouds. The sun has gone.
It's all right, Ann. It's all right.
If the ladies' gardening group can adjourn for a moment, I've got some news. We're going to the Big Bird. We're going to New York. They just read me a wire over the phone. I'll be over and show it to you in a second.
Oh, Judith, you can't.
Don't tell him. Maybe it isn't anything.
This is great news.
What happened, darling?
Here, Judith. Read the wire. Fisher sent it to me from Philadelphia. Well?
Oh, nice.
How nice. Is that all?
Oh, will you read, Anne? I never could read your handwriting, darling.
Of all the profound understatements.
Dr. Frederick Steele, wild with excitement over your latest report. Biological tests convince me you may be on the right road with isolation.
Isolation, see? You choke off the oxygen. Oh, no, you two wouldn't understand.
Believe we should present material at board meeting in New York tomorrow. Please wire. My enthusiastic congratulations, Fisher.
Oh, it's wonderful, darling. Isn't it, Anne? Please excuse what seemed my lack of enthusiasm, darling. I was bowled over for a minute.
Sure. Don't I know? I'm in the clouds myself. I wired Fisher I'd meet him at 10 in the morning.
Oh, did you?
It means driving to Mills Junction to catch the 440. I'm going to the house to get things moving. Martha's packed for you, but I can't even find my socks.
Fred?
No, Anne.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. I don't know. Nothing.
But you can't go.
No.
Well, you can't let him go.
Say, I'd gladly stay with you and help you plant those bulbs. I wouldn't mind even being late. Except this board convenes just twice a year.
Would you want me to stop that, Anne?
Oh, Judith, you can't send him away without knowing.
Anne,
I won't.
Please, darling, please go on planting the flowers as if nothing had happened now, dear Anne. Please, please. I know what's best.
You know what this means, don't you? If it's true, it means that in 10 or 15 or 25 years, I'll begin to get someplace.
Oh, very exciting, isn't it, darling?
Oh, I'll say it is. Maybe we'll be acclaimed. Maybe we'll get our pictures in the paper.
Yeah.
Say, which one of these outfits do you want to wear? The gray or the black?
Oh, I'm not going, darling.
What?
Look, you've not packed enough shirts.
Come out of it, Judy.
No, I'd rather not, really. You'll be busy. I'll just be sitting around a hotel room.
Nonsense. A couple of days in New York will do you some good.
Please, darling, don't force me to go.
Force you? Well, of course, darling, it's anything you want, but
Well, New York bores me. It really does. This is my home now. I'd much rather stay here.
You're trembling.
Am I? Well, it's the first time we've been separated. Man to girl, get a little sentimental.
Judith, I'm not going.
You must.
I don't know what I could have been thinking about. I'll call Fisher and tell him that I can't...
Oh, darling, are you worried about me?
Every minute you're not in my sight.
Well, you needn't. Anne's here.
Yes, but if anything should happen...
It won't. It won't. I'm not afraid anymore.
Judith, we agreed.
That we wouldn't talk about it. Yes, I know. I used to be afraid. Oh, I've died 1,000 times. The next time death will come as an old friend. Gently, quietly.
Oh, my God, Judith.
We've had so much.
Just minutes.
If we lived to be 100, we could have had no more. Oh, I've been so happy, darling. When the time comes.
When it comes, I'll go with you.
Fred.
I swear I will.
No, you won't. Couldn't be that unkind to me.
Unkind?
Don't you see, my darling? You've done so much for me. You've given me the bravery I needed. Do you understand how much that's going to mean to me? Mayn't I, in return, know that I've given you the bravery to go on living?
I couldn't live without you.
You must go on with your work, darling. You must. I wouldn't want my death to be futile and meaningless.
But it is. It's futile, it's meaningless, and it's cruel.
No. Not if you take revenge for it.
Revenge?
Revenge. By wiping out this thing that is going to take me away from you. You must. You will. And with each blow you strike, you'll say, that was for Judith, my wife.
Judith, I can't lose you.
You'll never lose me, darling. Nothing can hurt us now. For what we've had can never be destroyed. That's our victory. Our victory over the dark. And it is a victory because we're not afraid.
Thank you, Judith.
You must hurry now, darling. Hurry. Come and say goodbye to the old boy, Anne. He's off.
Judith.
Please, Anne.
So long, Anne. Take care of everything.
I will, Fred.
Now hurry, darling. Hurry up. You've got to drive like mad.
Goodbye, darling. I'm going to be awfully lonely.
No, don't tempt me. Get going. Hurry home. Hurry home. Now, Anne, have you planted the hyacinths yet?
Yes. No, I don't know.
Oh, I'd like to help you with them. They're his favorite flowers.
Here. Here are the bulbs.
I'm afraid I won't be much help, but if you'll dig the holes, I can drop them in.
Judith, you shouldn't.
Please, Anne. I want to very much. They should do very well in the soil. The garden will be beautiful in June. Everything blooming. I can see it. You will take care of my flowers, won't you? You'll water them well.
Yes.
And Anne, will you take care of my doctor? Will you? You know what I mean, Anne?
Oh, Judith, please.
He'll need someone. He mustn't be alone. It's so much worse for him than me. That's really true, darling. I'm the lucky one. I'm the lucky one. All I'll miss is growing old, getting sick, tired, and worn out. Promise me you'll never leave me.
I promise.
Don't cry, Anne. Don't cry. I'm awfully happy. Really, I am. I'm awfully happy. I think I'll go in now. I walked to the old mill this morning. Very beautiful with the new leaves on the trees. Why don't you walk down there and watch the sunset?
Oh, do you think I'd leave you?
Please don't understand. No one must be here, no one. I have to prove to him that I can do it alone. Maybe it'll help him over some bad moments in the future to remember it. Be my best friend. My best friend. Go now.
Judith. Judith.
Martha.
What is it, Miss Judith?
Martha, I'm going to lie down for a while. I don't want to be disturbed.
Very well. Shall I draw the blinds?
No, thank you, no. Just do one thing for me. Hand me his pillow.
Here, Miss Judith.
Place it over mine. There. Thank you, Martha. Now cover me up.
Are you all right, my child?
Oh, yes. Yes. I'm fine.
Dark Victory has starred Tallulah Bankhead and David Bryan. Next Thursday, the Screen Directors Playhouse will present for the first time on the air that hilarious comedy, No Minor Vices. And our stars in their original roles will be Dana Andrews and Louis Jourdain, with our guest screen director, Joseph Mankiewicz. Now, here are Tallulah Bankhead and David Bryan.
Hello, darlings. This is the moment I've been waiting for. To be able to pay tribute to a great director, Edmund Goulding, the director of the motion picture Dark Victory and many other fine films. Anytime you see a movie in which you miss the credits, it's very easy to tell an Edmund Goulding production, because it always bears an individual touch and mark of distinction.
Tallulah.
I'm not reading from the script this time, Eddie. This is from the heart, darling.
I'd like to say that I wholeheartedly agree. I've seen many of your pictures, Eddie, and you're a credit to the industry.
Thank you, Tallulah and David, for your kind sentiments. In Dark Victory, there was the problem of glioma. Well, we in America in true life are faced with many more problems. And the answer? Tonight in many cities, mothers will be out ringing doorbells to remind their neighbors of the March of Dimes. Those who are contacted will welcome this reminder to contribute to this worthy cause. For you who live where no such efforts will be made, I offer this suggestion. Give generously to the March of Dimes.
No matter how little, no matter how much, just give.
Give as much as you can afford. Give more than you can afford. Give your car fare. And thank God you can walk home. Good night, darlings, and God bless you.
Dark Victory was presented through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of Storm Warning, starring Ginger Rogers and Ronald Reagan. Listen every Sunday to your local NBC station for Tallulah Bankhead as Mistress of Ceremonies of NBC's The Big Show. David Bryan appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of The Enforcer, starring Humphrey Bogart. Edmund Goulding is currently directing Friendly Island for 20th Century Fox. Included in tonight's cast were Lynn Allen, Norma Varden, Stan Waxman, and Ralph Moody. Dark Victory was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. Portions of tonight's broadcast were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking, and inviting you to listen next week when we present No Minor Vices, starring Dana Andrews and Louis Jourdain, with screen director Joseph Mankiewicz.
William Bendix lives the life of Riley tomorrow night on NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Screen Directors Playhouse. Stars, Margaret Truman, James Stewart. Production, Jackpot. Director, Walter Lang. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, one of the weekly features on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, by Chesterfield, the only cigarette that gives you mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste, the cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope, and by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. Tonight, on the anniversary of our 100th broadcast, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present that hilarious motion picture comedy hit, Jackpot. And here are our stars, Miss Margaret Truman and Mr. James Stewart.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening. Tonight's story, Jackpot, is a comedy that deals with the trials and tribulations of the Lawrence family. It's a satire on the many giveaway programs offering thousands of dollars, fabulous amounts to the average American family. Winning one is an adventure that is rather unforgettable, as we will soon see. But before we begin, here's Jimmy Wallington.
And here's a word from RCA Victor. Last week, the curtain went up on the 75th anniversary of the National Baseball League and the 50th anniversary of the American League. There's no better way to celebrate than by enjoying at first hand the thrills and the clean sportsmanship of baseball today. Baseball today. It's the American way. Of course, the next best thing to a seat in the stands is a seat in front of a 19-inch RCA Victor television. RCA Victor's new extra powerful picture pickup gives you the best possible reception everywhere. You know RCA Victor television is most in demand, but here's really important news. RCA Victor 19-inch television is available. It's on display now at dealer stores. So insist on the best. Insist on seeing 19-inch million-proof television by RCA Victor. When you do, you'll agree, inch for inch, your best buy in television is RCA Victor 19-inch. Now, the first act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Jackpot, starring Margaret Truman as Amy and James Stewart in his original role of Bill.
Every morning, every evening, ain't we got fun? Not much money, but honey, ain't we got fun? We'll rent some
Yes, ain't we got fun? We're the Lawrences of Glenville, Indiana. I'm Amy, the voice on the left. And on the right, that good-looking, manly tenor is my husband, Bill. And between us, to complete our family quartet, is my teenage daughter, Phyllis, and my young son, Tommy. On this happy note, we all went to bed last night. And on this happy note, we all arose this morning. Bill, wake up. Come on, up.
Oh, gee whiz. I wish you'd waited just 2 more minutes.
Why?
Well, I was just about to make a choice.
A choice about what?
I was having a dream.
About me?
Well, you were kind of a part of it. It was before we were married, and I had to make up my mind. I could go to the North Pole with Admiral Byrd, or I could marry you.
And what did you decide?
Well, I didn't. You woke me up.
Oh. You mean you had some doubts?
Well, I don't know. It's just a dream, you know. Well, I better start getting dressed. Amy, how long have we been married?
We're having an anniversary in 2 weeks, and you were there for the wedding. Figure it out for yourself.
Amy, are you happy?
At 7:30 in the morning? What kind of a question is that?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I was just thinking about us. You know, this is it, Amy. The pattern's all set. You and me and the kids. This is it. I'm never going to the North Pole with Admiral Byrd.
Byrd went to the South Pole.
Well, this time he was going to the North Pole. He had some kind of a defroster or something. Anyway, what difference does it make? I'm never going to get there anyway. I'll just go on working at Woodruff's department store. You'll go on raising the kids. One day we'll be old and nothing will have happened.
Is that what made you think about us?
No, dear. I love you. I love the kids. But I want to go to the North Pole. Yes. Why not?
Well, because for one thing, dressed as you are, you'd freeze to death. Say, Bill, remind me to remind you not to forget to bring home a case of club soda tonight. You know, tonight's...
Tonight's, Wednesday. Yeah. The gang's coming over to play Monopoly, yeah. Every Wednesday, week in, week out, we play Monopoly. Yeah, I know. Amy, listen to me. Let's be daring. Next week, let's play on Thursday. No. This would be too much of a shock for everybody.
Including you. Now, how about shocking yourself into remembering to come home on time, huh? Dinner is served promptly at 6:30, sir.
Hello, Amy, darling.
Why, Bill, you're home early. What's the occasion?
Well, I couldn't wait to tell you the good news.
Oh, you've been promoted. A vice presidency.
Now, hold on,
Amy.
Amy. No, it hasn't happened yet. Maybe in the next 3 weeks.
I don't understand.
Well, Mr. Woodruff said whoever comes in with the best idea how to increase our business volume, that's the one who'll get the job. Here, I'll get it. Hello.
Hello. New York is calling Mr. William J. Lawrence.
Well, New York. This is William J. Lawrence.
This is the Federal Broadcasting System, Mr. Lawrence. Will you be at home tonight between 9 and 10 o'clock to listen to Name the Mystery Husband on the Federal Broadcasting System?
Well,
Your telephone number has been selected as one of those to be called during the program tonight. You'll have a chance at the $24,000 jackpot.
Well,
Good! Now, please don't use your phone between 9 and 10 so the line will be open for us when we call.
Well,
Thank you.
Well, I'll be darned.
Who was that on the phone?
That was the Federal Broadcasting System, and they want me to be home between 9 and 10 so that I can name the mystery husband and win the $24,000 jackpot.
Oh, feeling pretty good, aren't you? Get the ice out for me, will you, dear? Who was it?
Who? Well, it was Mabel Spooner, pretending she's a radio station. Of course, I went along with the gag. I told her I'd be home.
Are you sure it was Mabel Spooner?
Mabel Spooner, yeah, sure.
Well, what did you say the name of the program was?
Name the mystery husband.
And win the $1 million jackpot.
No, it was a $24,000 jackpot.
What, Tommy?
Oh, I don't know what you win, Mom, but it's something fierce. Can I stay up and listen to it?
Bill, are you sure it wasn't the Federal Broadcasting System that called you?
I don't know.
Gee, did they call us?
Well, somebody called us, son. I don't know.
Wait, do you know the answer?
No, I don't.
Oh, gee, Dad, why
Now,
you
Tommy, don't get
excited.
excited.
Oh, but Mom,
No, it's just some of our friends trying to play a joke on your phone.
That's right, Tommy. No, that's just a gag.
Oh,
now, go on and wash your face before we eat.
Gee whiz, what kind of a thing is that to joke about? You sure?
I'm positive.
Are you?
I don't know. Hey, Amy, why would the broadcasting company call me?
Well, they just take a number out of the book.
Oh, no, the odds are 1 in 10 million. Why did they call me just as soon as I got home? Why didn't they call me this afternoon? No. It's Mabel Spooner. She knew I was at the store. Well, as soon as I hear her voice, I'll know. Hey, Bill, now come over here. Now, I want you to repeat after me. This is the Federal Broadcasting System.
This is the Federal Broadcasting System.
That's not her, Amy.
Excuse me, everybody. Just a minute. Bill, come into the kitchen. I want to talk to you privately.
Sure, darling.
Bill, we have to do something about this.
Do something about what?
Try to find out who the mystery husband is.
Oh, now, Amy, if we win, we win. If we lose, what's the difference? Everybody's having a lot of fun.
Fun? Bill Lawrence, I don't get you at all. You work a full year at Woodruff's for $7,500, and here you have a chance to win $24,000, and you don't even lift your finger to do anything about it.
Well, what do you want me to do, honey?
Well, Walter Winchell's always giving tips on the jackpot programs. Maybe somebody knows who the mystery husband is.
Who?
Well, maybe somebody in radio, maybe.
I don't know anybody in radio.
Well, don't we know somebody who might know somebody?
Well, look, it's too late anyway, Amy. Look, it's 8:15 right now. The program goes on for 45 minutes.
Wait. I've got it. Hank Summers.
What about him?
Newspaper man.
Oh, he won't be back from New York till tomorrow.
Call him.
New York? Oh, that's long distance.
Call him.
Okay. Oh, operator. New York, the Bijou Hotel, Mr. Hank Summers. Person to person. Amy, that's going to cost $10. That don't make sense. What?
But it does make sense. $24,000 worth. Suppose Woodruff doesn't make you vice president. Who cares?
Yeah, $24,000.
Hello?
Hank? Hello, Hank. Hey, this is Bill Lawrence. Hey, who's the mystery husband?
Me. I haven't seen my wife in 12 years.
That's a pretty good one. Name the mystery husband. I'm a contestant now.
Well, I don't know for sure, but they're saying it's Harry James or Artie Shaw.
Harry James or Bernard Shaw?
Artie Shaw.
Artie Shaw. Is he married?
Silly boy. The government hasn't frozen wives as yet. And now, look, pal, don't blame me if it isn't either one of them. Might be some third guy we never even heard of.
Yeah, I know, Hank. Well, thanks a lot, Hank. I'll see you when you get home. So long.
What did he say? Who is it?
Oh, boy, we're in, Amy. We can't lose.
He told you who the mystery husband is?
He sure did. We can't lose. That's definite.
Well, who is it?
Well, it's either Harry James or Artie Shaw. Or somebody else.
Oh.
And now let's eavesdrop on a couple of old pals.
Say, Bing, you got a minute?
Oh, sure, Bob. I got all the time in the world.
Don't tell me you own that, too.
Oh, never mind that stuff. Get to work with it.
Okay. Folks, better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. And you can prove that yourself. Just make our mildness test. Buy Chesterfields, then open them and enjoy that milder, mellow aroma. Now light one up, and you'll know Chesterfield's milder because it smokes milder. And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
Yes, mildness and no unpleasant aftertaste are what you and I and every smoker wants.
Hurry up, Dad. Here comes the music.
Buy Chesterfield, Chesterfield, the one that proves its case. Yes, Chesterfields are milder, plus no aftertaste.
Oh, ho, open a pack and give 'em a sniff.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
Now the second act of Jackpot, starring Margaret Truman and James Stewart.
Did you ever play bridge and experience the anticipation and excitement of awaiting the perfect hand, the 13th spade? Well, I guess that about sums up how my Bill felt while he waited to be called by the Name the Mystery Husband program. His nerves were absolutely tingling and jumping. Ain't we got fun?
Ladies and gentlemen, here are some more prizes to add to the list. 24 Corday Swiss watches, a lifetime supply of the push-button shaving cream with 3 extra buttons, 100 Great Dane dogs, and besides that, 1 can of dog food, an airplane trip to New York for 2, your portrait painted by the famous Hilda Jones, your house decorated by Leslie of Harrington Interiors, and for your daylight barbecues, the finest in outdoor floodlighting, the incomparable Magnalite. Operator, place the next call.
It's either Harry James or Artie Shaw.
What? What are you talking about, Bill? This is Woodruff, your boss. We wondered if you and Amy could come over for some bridge.
Bridge, are you crazy? Now hang up the phone. I can't talk to you now. What's the matter with you?
Who was it?
It's Mr. Woodruff, my boss. I guess I told him, didn't I?
Excuse me, Daddy. I want to call Dorothy.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Hey, give me the telephone. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Well, what did I do? I didn't do anything. Everybody hates me.
Only 8 minutes left.
Daddy!
Shh. Quiet, Tommy.
Daddy, I'm stuck.
What?
My head's stuck between these 2 rails on the banister. I can't get it out.
Oh,
well,
dear.
Wait a minute. For heaven's sake. All right. Now, here. Now, take it easy now. We'll get it out. All right, now pull. Try and help me a little. Pull harder.
Ow, my ears.
Well, pull a little. Oh, hey, that's the phone. What'll I do?
Just leave me stuck here.
All right, well, don't go away now.
Hey, Dad, watch out. The telephone book.
No, I'm all right.
That's a fine way to answer the phone.
He's out.
Help me get him up. Somebody answer the phone. Wake up, Bill. Wake up. Say something.
Here, I'll throw some water in his face.
Who hit me? He was bigger than I was, Amy.
Answer the phone.
Answer the... Wait, who is it?
I don't know. Find out, Bill.
Hello?
Hello. Is this Mr. William Lawrence?
Yes, this is Mr. William Lawrence.
William J. Lawrence of Glenville, Indiana? Hello there, Mr. Lawrence.
Oh, hello.
Mr. Lawrence, this is Larry Haynes of the Name the Mystery Husband program. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine.
That's splendid. Now, Mr. Lawrence, we have a little riddle for you, and if you answer it correctly, you will win a chance to guess the identity of the mystery husband and win the $24,000 jackpot. Are you ready, Mr. Lawrence?
Oh, I guess so.
All right. Slow and steady wins the race, not the one who sets the pace. One went fast, the other went slow, but the slow one won, as we all know.
Amy, I don't know.
Shh. Race. Wins the race.
It's middle ground in your house.
It's middle ground in your house.
It's middle ground and...
Ow! It's the tortoise in the hare.
The tortoise in the hare.
The tortoise and the hare.
What's that? The tortoise and the hare? Oh, that is absolutely correct, Mr. Lawrence. Now, listen carefully, Mr. Lawrence. Here is the mystery husband himself. Name him, and the $24,000 is yours. Are you ready?
George Bernard Shaw.
What's that? Don't you think you'd better listen to the mystery husband first? Pins in a haystack, little girl blue. Farewell, I am off anew. You can't see me, but I'll see you. Pins in a haystack, little girl blue. All right, Mr. Lawrence, can you tell us who the mystery husband is? Mr. Lawrence, are you there? Well, Mr. Lawrence appears to have fainted.
Amy, give me a nickel. Heads, it's Harry James. Tails, it's Tommy Dorsey.
Mr. Lawrence!
It's heads.
I think it's Harry James.
Will you repeat that, Mr. Lawrence?
I think it's Harry James.
Mr. Lawrence out there in Glenville, Indiana, You have just won the $24,000 jackpot.
Bill, just look at all this loot that's arrived. This diamond ring.
Here, let me put it on your finger, Amy. That's where it belongs.
It's lovely.
I've always meant to buy you one.
Thanks, darling.
Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence, I presume.
Yes? Who are you?
I, madam, am one of your prizes.
Which one?
I, sir, am Leslie of Harrington Interiors.
I, sir, am Lawrence of Arabia.
Bill. No. Mr. Leslie's the decorator who's come to do our house. Isn't it wonderful?
Oh, simply scrumptious. Well, won't you come in? My wife and I'll show you around.
Thank you. Oh, divine. This room is absolutely divine. We won't be able to use a thing. Ghastly. And there, I suppose, is the dining room.
Mm-hmm. My favorite room.
Divine, absolutely divine. Simply just junk everything and start from scratch.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. You know, there are some things around here I like.
You like? How dare you?
All right. Before I commit mayhem, I think I better go to work. Goodbye, Mr. Leslie.
Just Leslie. Goodbye, old boy.
Goodbye, Amy. I'll see you tonight. Big meeting with Woodruff.
Bye-bye, darling. Good luck.
Well, Bill, any suggestions on how to better our business?
Yes, sir. I think that what we have to do
hold it just
is
a minute.
we're going to form
Yes. Oh, it's Mrs. Lawrence. She wants to speak to you, Bill.
Well, tell her I'll call her back later.
Oh,
Don't
all right, yeah. Bill says that he says it's urgent. Go ahead and talk to her.
No, but...
Go on! Go ahead. Take less time than what's going on right now. Go on.
Well, I don't want to take the... Yeah? Yes, Amy. It has? Well, you can... Well, why don't you just put it in the refrigerator? Oh, well, I'll think of something and call you back. Yes, dear. Yes, I know it's a hot day. Yes, goodbye. You see, it's the jackpot, Mr. Woodruff. The more stuff's arrived. They just delivered the meat.
Did Amy call you about that?
Yes, that's right.
Well, why didn't you just put it in the refrigerator?
Well, it's a quarter of ton of beef, you see. It's a complete steer, fully dressed.
Yes, complete steer. All right. Where were we?
Well, now, here, I was going to tell you, my idea is we were just about to open a babysitting department.
What? Who
in the store.
said so?
Yes, a babysitting department in the store here.
Yes. It's Amy, Bill.
Oh, no, tell her I can't talk to her.
Oh, no. It's all right. I can wait. Some things are more important than other things.
Gee whiz, right in the middle of a conference. Yes, Amy. Oh, the freezer. Well, that solves all our problems, doesn't it? Oh, it doesn't. Oh. No, of course you can't throw away 400 dozen kippered herrings. Yes, Amy, I know it's a hot day, dear. Yes. Well, you just stack them someplace in the shade, and I'll think of something. Yes, I'll call you back. Now, where were we?
You were about to become a vice president.
Oh, thank you.
Vice president in charge of diaper changing.
I'll answer it.
Never mind. Conference dismissed. And on your way out, send in Fred Burns, the new vice president.
All deliveries to the rear, please.
Well, what do you mean? It's me. I live here, Amy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bill.
Well, the only polite people I've met so far are the truck drivers. Of course, they always are. Amy, what's that on your head?
A Jacques Fifth Avenue hat. It's the only thing I knew where to put. Look, isn't the piano beautiful?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's a very nice tone, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, Bill, your newspaper man friend Hank called and wanted to know what you're going to do about your income tax.
What income tax?
The income tax on all the stuff we won.
Well, how can you pay income tax on a refrigerator? What are you supposed to do? Send them a tray of ice cubes?
Maybe you'd better consult a tax expert. Oh, and by the way, Hilda Jones is on her way over here to talk to you about your portrait.
Portrait? Oh, no portrait now. Amy, we settled that.
Oh, Bill, please. It can only happen once in a lifetime.
No, absolutely not. No portrait. Yeah?
I am Hilda Jones. You have won me, too.
Wow! Gee, you're a prize package.
Thank you. I am here to paint your portrait.
Well, let's not lose any time, kid.
What did you say, Bill?
Oh, I forgot, Amy. Miss Jones, this is my wife, Amy.
How do you do? You're French, aren't you? Jones?
Hildegard Jonet. In English, Hilda Jones. It's simpler, yes?
Oh, much. But Greenwich Village. I thought you'd look sort of artsy-craftsy, and you're so... Well, anyway, it's a shame you had to travel such a distance, because that was the one thing Bill said he didn't want. Didn't you, Bill?
How was that, dear?
Your portrait painted, dear.
Oh,
Of
well,
course. I wanted him to, but he's absolutely set against it.
Oh, that is bad. If I do not paint the portrait, I will lose the commission.
Oh, isn't that a shame?
Yes, a shame.
Well, now, I hate to do that to you, but I just feel so silly posing.
Oh, but why, Mr. Lawrence? You would make a beautiful subject. You have such fine features and good bone structure.
I have?
Yes, and posing, it is nothing. You will enjoy it. At least all of my subjects do.
Gee, it's hard to talk around here.
Really?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's so much noise here.
Really?
Well, I am staying at the Glenville Hotel, Mr. Lawrence. Maybe it is better if I call you tomorrow.
Yeah, well, why don't you do that?
Yes, do.
You can reach me at Woodruff's department store.
I will be sure and call you. Au revoir.
Au revoir. Did she go out the door or crawl back into the woodwork? Quite a charmer, isn't she?
I didn't notice particularly.
Oh, didn't you? And what happens when you do notice particularly? Does smoke shoot out of your ears? Don't, Amy, me. And before you go off to do all that posing, I wish you'd do something about putting those 400 dozen kippered herrings in the refrigerator. And you might plan to spend a couple of hours in there with them.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Lawrence. Or should I have said goodbye?
Well, what's on your mind, Leslie?
Have you found out about the tax yet?
Well, is it true?
Oh, yes, indeedy.
You mean to tell me I have to pay income tax and all this stuff here?
Oh, you poor innocent lamb.
Hey, to hear you talk, you'd think Uncle Sam himself was sitting at the radio writing down all sorts of...
Oh, yeah, they take a list. Yes, it's on file in Washington with your fingerprints.
Well, why don't they announce that on the program?
If they did, Mr. Lawrence, there'd be no program. Toodaloo.
Here is something you should know if you ever suffer from the sudden pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. It's a way to ease the pain, often within a few minutes. A way that is incredibly fast and effective. It's Anacin. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people were first introduced to Anacin through their own physicians or dentists. But today these tablets are in such widespread use that all drug counters have them, and anyone may enjoy their benefits. Next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, by all means try Anacin. You'll like the convenience of Anacin tablets, and you'll be delighted with Anacin's incredibly fast action. Anacin. Anacin. Ask for Anacin by name today at your druggist. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, one of the weekly features on NBC's All-Star Festival. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. By Chesterfield, the only cigarette that gives you mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste, the best cigarette for you to smoke. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. The Screen Directors Playhouse production of Jackpot, starring Margaret Truman and James Stewart, will continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue with the third act of Jackpot, starring Margaret Truman as Amy and James Stewart as Bill.
Two urgent items. Bill is being painted by Hilda Jones, who is quite a dish. The other? A tax consultant visited us regarding our loot from the jackpot. His verdict? We owe the government $7,000. We have $400 in the bank. Ain't we got fun? Yeah, ain't we? Hello?
Amy, I'm still trying to sell enough jackpot prizes to pay those taxes.
Any luck?
Yeah, I sold 2 ivory penguins, 50 cents apiece. I loaded a watch right under Woodruff's nose.
What's that? You sold Mr. Woodruff's nose?
No, I would have, except it's hard to pry loose. Now, I'm not coming home for dinner tonight, dear. I just got a tip on a fellow that might buy the 7,500 cans of oxtail soup.
Oh, but, Bill, I've smothered such a beautiful herring.
Well, honey, he's just going to be in town tonight, and you know how we've got to
I
hurry.
know, the tax. Oh, well, I'm not very hungry, so I'll wait up for you, and we'll both eat later.
Darling, I won't be home later.
Is it the herring?
No, I have to see Hilda.
That's worse, stuffed herring.
What? How's that?
No, nothing, Bill. Just the next time you make these plans, I wish you'd give me a little advance warning so I won't be left high and dry. Goodbye.
Oh, Mrs. Lawrence, would you know where I could locate Hilda Jones, the artist girl?
I could tell you where I wish I could locate her. Never mind. Leslie, we're going out.
Out?
You and I, we're dressing for dinner.
Just you and I, not Mr. Lawrence?
Mr. Lawrence has gone to the North Pole.
I beg your pardon?
And since he has, I'm going to swim the channel.
Well, you've got the eyes right, but it seems to me Amy's hair is a little, yeah, Hilda, right in here. It should be a little darker, I think.
Like so? When must this be finished?
Well, Wednesday's our anniversary. You know, Amy still thinks you're painting my portrait. You couldn't come over for dinner, could you? I sure would like you to be there when I give this to Amy.
That is very nice, but when I get this finished, I think it is better I go home. Do you not think so?
Well, I don't...
Oh!
What's the matter?
Oh, it's nothing. Only when I work too long, my neck, it gets Oh, maybe a drink would help.
Oh, sure. What, orangeade?
Whiskey and soda, I think. Come downstairs to the bar.
All right. Oh, no. No, I don't think we better. You see, I found out today that there's a lot of gossip around about you and me.
No.
Yeah. Well, you know how it is. The people around here is sort of small town.
And you are now?
Well, I get around more, you know. I go up to Chicago on buying trips, stuff like that. And it sort of gives me a broader point of view.
Yes. Yes, of course. Oh, my neck.
Well, here. Now, you just ought to relax those muscles. Here, now, why don't you sit over in the chair here? Now, I'll rub the neck and shoulders here. I'll use my champ at this. Now, just relax.
Feels good.
Yeah. So maybe I could make better contact with the rubbing if I could remove this towel around your shoulders there.
All right. And I, too, will remove this mark.
Yes, that's fine. Oh, well. Well, you look very nice in that strapless sunsuit. Say, I have an idea. You stand over here in front of me. I'm going to crack your back, so just relax now. Oh, I'm sorry. I broke the zipper, didn't I? I'm sorry.
I think it is better. I put on something a little more...
Yes, a little more. Good night. Good night.
Oh, am I glad to be home.
Didn't you enjoy your dinner, Leslie?
I don't think the duck is nesting very well.
Oh, I'm sorry. The menu said Long Island duck.
If that duck came from Long Island, it walked out here. Fix me a bicarbonate, will you, in a hurry, please? I'm going outside to my trailer. Oh, there's someone at the door.
It's Bill.
Egad.
What's the matter?
Well, he has a guilty conscience. He's carrying his shoes in his hands and tiptoeing in. Oh, the rascal.
Oh, Leslie, this has been the most enchanting evening of my life.
Oh, it has, huh? Hey, Leslie, come over here.
You keep your hands in your pocket. Remember, I'm a gentleman.
Oh, no, you're not.
Hey, Amy, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Of course. Leslie and I found ourselves with an evening on our hands, so we decided to do a little celebrating. We went to the Tavern Inn for dinner. We had the most divine duck.
Hey, where are you going?
Please, Mrs. Lawrence, the bicarbonate, please.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Bill. I'll fix 2 doses. I'll take mine out to Leslie's trailer, and you can take yours back to Hilda at the Glenville Hotel.
Oh, so that's why you...
That's why I.
Well, that's the joke of the year.
Well, why don't you let me in on it?
All right, I will. We'll go right down to the hotel right now. Where are my shoes?
Are you sure you brought them home with you, dear?
Look, now, I want you to know that Hilda Jones is a nice, sweet, innocent girl. She's the best friend a man ever had. Now, come on, let's go. It's me, Bill Lawrence.
Bill, you came back here to rub my back some more. Oh, Mrs. Lawrence.
Yes.
And how?
I'll say she's the best friend a man ever had. Bill Lawrence, don't ever talk to me again as long as you live.
Morning, Dad. Where did you sleep last night?
I slept in the garage. Stop asking personal questions, Tommy. Who's that playing the piano?
Oh, a prospective customer. He's trying it first. Why don't you sit down and have breakfast?
Not unless someone invites me.
Tommy, tell your father someone is not inviting him.
Have a roll, Daddy.
Thank you, Phyllis. At least someone loves their daddy.
Phyllis, would you tell your father there was a policeman here this morning? Those 50 fruit trees have to be off the sidewalk by 5 o'clock.
Thank you. Phyllis, would you mind telling your mother that she'll have to get somebody else to take those fruit trees away because I'm going to Chicago on a buying trip today. Also, I have a chance to unload the diamond ring and the watches there to a Mr. Flick Morgan, who's in the horse room business or something. Hey, Fats Waller! Hey, go outside and find the lost cord, huh?
Are you two getting a divorce?
What?
Well, we have a right to know, Tommy and me.
Yes, you have indeed, Phyllis. You'll be among the first to be notified.
Oh. Don't joke, Father. Children are the real victims of broken homes. I read an article in the Ladies' Home Journal that said that children are the real victims of broken homes. Children are.
That article sort of repeats itself, doesn't it?
And it also said that when the parents are always quarreling, this has a serious effect on the children, and later in life it can change their personality.
Is that a fact?
Yeah.
Well, you know, Phyllis, sometimes I think a change in personality might do you good. And now, would you mind to ask your mother if she'd be kind enough to drive me down to the station? I have to catch the 9:15.
Tell your father the answer is no.
Good. Tell your mother I'll drive down to the train myself, leave the keys with the station master. Goodbye, children.
All right, Mac, give me a rundown of Jamaica, will you? That's right. What's it
Hey,
called? Huh?
say, fella, this is a horse parlor or something, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. What's on your mind, Bob?
Are you Flick Morgan?
Yeah, that's right.
Say, my name's Lawrence, and Harry Summers told me to look you up. He said he thought you might be interested in this diamond ring.
Well, it's a nice-looking stone. Is it hot?
Is it what?
I said, is it hot?
Is it hot?
Hot.
Hot? Hot. Oh, no, I won it in a jackpot program on the radio.
Jackpot program?
That's right.
Well, that's a new one, anyway. How much you want for it?
$5,000.
The coppers.
What? Hold on, the coppers. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, where are you going? Hey, you got my ring.
All right, boys, all right, line them up. Hey, you, where do you think you're going?
I was just going out this window.
Come on, get over here. Okay, everybody, hands on your heads and line up against the wall and no noise. You're all under arrest.
Now, officer, I wasn't making any bets here.
No, what were you doing?
I was just trying to sell a diamond ring.
Where is it?
Well, he had it on his finger.
Keep your hands on your head. Diamond ring, huh? What's that stuff in your pockets?
Now, these watches, well,
Yeah.
now, they all belong to me. I won them on a
Holy Toledo, the guy's a walking jewelry
I
store.
won all these things on a radio program.
Yeah, I know. Take it or snatch it. Now start talking.
Well, wait a minute. I won all... I told you. I'm telling you the truth
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Now, look.
What?
I don't have to answer these questions, see? I'm a citizen, see? I'm a taxpayer. Oh, ho, ho, am I ever a taxpayer? I work for Woodruff's department store, Mr. Andrew J. Woodruff in Glenville, Indiana.
I don't believe it, but I'll give you a chance to prove it. There's a telephone. Call long distance and get Woodruff.
Okay, I'll get Woodruff. Okay. Here. Operator, will you have long distance get me Mr. Andrew J. Woodruff, Woodruff's department store, Glenville.
Oh, look, sir, you couldn't possibly have bought that watch in my store. We don't carry this make.
Well, a man in your store with a carnation in his lapel sold it to me. Why, he took it right out of his pocket. He had dozens of them there.
Jackpot loot. And selling them in my store. Tell me, by any chance was this man long and lean and slightly nuts?
Yep, that he was. Reminded me of a fellow who once talked to a rabbit, the 6-foot kind.
Woodruff speaking.
Hello? Mr. Woodruff? Say, this is Bill Lawrence. Hey, look, Mr. Lawrence, I'm kind of mixed up in a little jam here in Chicago. It's a silly thing, but the police want you to identify me. The lieutenant here, he doesn't believe I work for you.
Oh, he doesn't, eh?
No.
He doesn't believe that. Put him on. A.J. Woodruff speaking. Lieutenant, I have no William J. Lawrence in my employ. Well, of course I'm positive. If I were you, I'd throw him in the pokey, tie the key to a jackrabbit's tail, and mail the rabbit to Siberia.
How'd you get me out of the hoosgow, Hank? How did you know I was in there
Look,
anyway?
for the 50th time, Flick Morgan called me.
He called you? Did he mention my ring?
For the 100th time, yes, and I wouldn't worry about it. He's an honest Joe.
Yeah, well, the people I talked to didn't seem to think so. I had to say Harry James. Why didn't I say Jackie Robinson or Aunt Jemima or somebody?
Don't worry, you'll get it straightened out, Bill.
Harry, you know, I've been through a lot the last couple of days. How about stopping someplace for a drink, huh? Just maybe one little one for the road?
You've already had 10 roads.
Okay, now stop lecturing me. Hank, did I tell you tonight's my anniversary?
Yeah, pal, 40 times.
Right.
That's why you're going home and celebrate with Amy. That's why you bought her the roses you're carrying.
But I can't go home. I'm fired. Did I tell you I'd been fired, Hank?
Yeah, Woodruff told me and I told you.
That is correct. I've been fired. I had to answer that telephone. Now, why are these roses shaking their heads at me? Now, they would have answered it, too.
Now, easy, pal.
Easy,
Take
pal.
it easy.
Oh, take it easy, pal.
Now, look, Bill. The thing for you to remember is to be very gay and happy and don't tell Amy a thing.
Right. Trust me.
Well, we're running low on gas. I guess we ought to stop for some.
Well, buy me a glass. I'll drink it. That's a pretty good one,
Oh,
isn't it?
very funny.
Happy anniversary, Mother.
Children, go upstairs.
Go on upstairs, children. Hi, Tommy. Hi, fellas.
What's the matter with you, Dad?
He wasn't drinking sarsaparilla.
Go to bed, children. Go on.
Mother, apply alcohol to his forehead and rub it in gently, and then take a mustard plaster and place it on his back.
Phyllis!
Well, if it can cure rheumatism, it sure can cure what ails Dad.
Amy, these roses are for you. Hiya, Mother. How about a little celebration, huh?
Seems to me you've done your celebrating, overdone it.
Well, Mother, it's our anniversary. Say, is that the same fella playing the piano that was here when I left?
The same.
What's he trying to do? Beat it into a second-hand piano and then get a cut-rate price or something?
Hey, Spike Jones! Hey, make with the wash tub, huh?
There was a string quartet accompanying him last night. Too bad you missed it.
Well, it's too bad we couldn't have him here tonight. We could have a celebration. Come on, Mother. Now, let's have a little celebration.
Bill, where have you been?
Shh, secret. Hank told me not to tell you.
Oh, so Hank was in on it.
Well, sure. Well, if it hadn't been for Hank, I'd still be in jail. Oh. No, you're not going to trick me. No, you're not.
Why don't you lie down and rest, Bill?
Who, me? No, come on. Let's have a libation, Mother.
I don't want anything, Father.
You don't want anything, Father. What, are you a teetotaler?
Please sit down.
I think I'd better sit down, yes. Hey, isn't this my favorite easy chair? Who cut the back legs off it?
Leslie. It needed to be cut down, so he did it.
Well, for what? Am I a midget?
Now, don't get excited. It was completely wrong. It threw the whole room off balance.
Threw it off balance, huh? I believe I'm going to throw Leslie off balance.
Bill, really?
What did I do? You let him amputate my favorite chair. He changes the living room into a funeral parlor, and besides, you feed him roast glass under duck, and poor me, what do I get? A kippered smothered in herring. And you stick up for him.
Yes, I stick up for him because you're wrong. You stay out for several nights, goodness knows where. Come home drunk. Oh, by the way, how is Hilda?
Hilda is the best friend a man ever had.
Good, because you're going to need a friend. We're through.
Hello. Is your father at home?
No, ma'am.
Your mother?
Oh, she is. Hey, is that picture you're carrying for us?
Oh, yes.
I don't think we're taking anything more.
What is it you wish, Miss Jones?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Lawrence.
My husband isn't here.
May I come in, please?
Certainly. Tommy, you may leave. Run along and play.
Oh, okay, Mom.
I have the portrait here.
Oh, so there is a portrait.
Oh, yes. Yes, I hope you will like it.
Well, I don't think it matters very much whether I like it or not.
Oh, I think when you see it, you change your mind. You will find it does matter.
Oh, it's of me.
Well, yes. Billy wanted to surprise you. He wanted to give it to you himself, but when I went to the Woodruff store to find him, they told me he does not work there any longer.
Yes, that's true.
Will Bill be home soon?
I wouldn't know. I doubt it.
Oh, so it is like that, huh?
Yes, I'm afraid it is. But thank you very much for the portrait. It's really very nice.
I'm glad you like it. Now I have to go. My train, she leaves in half an hour, and my taxi is waiting.
I'll see you to the door. Goodbye, Miss Jones. And thank you again.
Not at all. Oh, Leslie!
Mrs. Lawrence,
Yes, Leslie.
you'll be very sorry to hear that I'm leaving. For my work, I require an atmosphere of rhythm and harmony. Wait for me, Hilda. I'm going with you. Goodbye, dear Mrs. Lawrence. And you have my deepest sympathy.
Mr. Lawrence, I presume?
No, I'm his mother-in-law. Goodbye.
Won't you come in? I'm Mrs. Lawrence.
Pritchett is my name, of the law firm of Hammerhill and Pritchett. I've come to see Mr. Lawrence.
He isn't here.
Yes, I know. I talked with Hank Summers. Mr. Lawrence is on his way home. May I wait?
Of course. Go right in the den.
Thank you.
Mother, that man's a lawyer. I heard everything he said. Are you and Daddy really gonna get
Phyllis,
it?
please.
But I want to find out.
Phyllis, no questions.
Mother.
You too, Tommy. Run along, children.
Oh, all right, if you don't want to take us into your confidence. Tommy, which one will you choose, Mother or Dad?
I'm not going to choose anybody. I'm going to stay right here with all this loot. Hey, what's the matter with everybody?
Hello, Amy. Mind if I come in? I packed the wrong stuff in my bag. I just came to get some of the stuff I need.
Go right ahead. Mr. Pritchett, the lawyer, is waiting in the den.
Oh, all right, Amy.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yeah. Well, whatever my wife told you is true. I'm not going to contest anything.
No, please, Mr. Lawrence.
All right. Now just say what you've got to say and get it over with. Don't expect me to be calm about it.
Mr. Lawrence, I don't know what domestic difficulties you're having, nor can I be of any assistance to you. I'm here solely on behalf of my client, Mr. Franklin Laswell Morgan.
Mr. who?
Franklin Laswell Morgan. Flick.
Flick Morgan. What's that cheap crook done with my diamond ring?
Unfortunately, he lost it. But you're going to be paid for your ring in cash. Here.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
You're not. Our business is done. But I think you'd better take a look at your husband. He appears to be in a state of shock. Good day.
Hey, Amy, look at this $5,000.
Where did you get it?
Flick Morgan, a Chicago racketeer.
Oh, what for?
I don't know. I think I kept the code.
The code?
Yeah, honey, do you realize what this means? We can use this to take care of the taxes. This will get us back on our feet again. We're out of the woods, honey.
Wonderful. And all the time I thought Mr. Pritchett was your lawyer.
So you thought he was my lawyer? I thought he was your... Oh, darling, I love you.
I couldn't live without you, Bill.
Am I interrupting something?
Al, what do you want, Woodruff?
Oh, I want to talk to you.
Well,
Bill.
I don't want to talk to you.
Oh, now, look, Bill. What I told the police was just a joke.
Oh, it's just a joke, huh? That's your idea of a joke. Well, this is mine, right square on the button.
Oh, dear. I'd better get the smelling salts.
I'll get it.
The phone, Bill, the phone, up on those stairs.
All right. Hello?
Hello, Bill. This is Hank. Look, Bill, I want to give you a tip. You can hold Woodruff up for a raise. He's on his way over to your place. Yeah, you got the job, vice president. Fred lasted 1 day.
Mr. Woodruff? Mr. Woodruff!
Be careful. The phone box. Oh, poor darling. Here are the smelling salts.
Amy?
Bill, how'd you make out?
Pack the trunks. We've got 3 weeks vacation.
No. How on earth did you manage it?
I just put my foot down. I said, AJ, I've got to have 2 weeks vacation.
Or what?
Or I never got that far. He said, Bill, he calls me Bill now.
Oh.
He said, Bill, take 3. Say, Amy, don't you think maybe we ought to tell that piano player to go home?
I've tried for days. I don't know how to tell him in Italian. He doesn't speak English.
Hey, Axel Stordahl. Why don't you get lost?
No speak English.
You don't beat it, and I'll give you the piano.
Oh, thanks, Bud. Why didn't you say that a week ago?
Now we can fly to New York.
No. We better go to the country.
But New York.
I'll get it. Hello?
Mr. William Lawrence?
Yeah, this is William Lawrence.
This is the Federal Broadcasting System. Will you be home tonight between 9 and 10 o'clock?
Hey, Amy, it's another jackpot.
Don't answer. Don't talk. Do anything, but don't answer.
Hello? Federal Broadcasting?
Yes.
Willie doesn't live here anymore. Come on, darling. We're going on our vacation. We're going to the country where there's no telephone, no radio, no modern conveniences, except a few of the old-fashioned ones.
And I'm an old-fashioned girl. I always do what my husband says. So, we're flying to New York.
Our thanks to you, Miss Truman and Mr. Stewart. Our stars will return in just a moment. Next week, the Screen Directors Playhouse presents its radio adaptation of the 20th Century Fox production of The Captain from Castile. And our stars will be Douglas Fairbanks and Paula Morgan, and our guest director, Henry King. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Miss Margaret Truman and James Stewart.
You starred in the motion picture Jackpot and are familiar with all its creators. How about telling us something about its director, Walter Lang?
Well, that'd be a great pleasure, Margaret. One of the happiest experiences of my career was working with Walter Lang. And as a matter of fact, I guess everyone else who worked on the picture had the same happy time. We really hit the jackpot when we drew him as our director. Walter is a combination of warmth and understanding and has an extraordinary sense of humor. Ladies and gentlemen, a very great director, Mr. Walter Lang.
Thank you, Margaret and Jimmy. Personally, I've gotten a great thrill out of listening to both of your performances. And I'll wager there are a great many more people who feel just the same way. On behalf of the Screen Directors Playhouse, I'd like to extend an invitation to both of you to come back anytime. We hope real soon. Thanks again, and good night.
Good night, Walter.
Good night, everyone.
Jackpot was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, makers of the Darrell F. Zanuck Technicolor production On the Riviera, starring Danny Kaye and Gene Tierney. Margaret Truman will next be heard on The Big Show on NBC, Sunday, May 6th. Jimmy Stewart will soon be seen in the Cecil B. DeMille Technicolor production for Paramount Studios, The Greatest Show on Earth. Included in tonight's cast were Dawn Bender, Ann Diamond, Jeffrey Silver, Eddie Marr, Jerry Hausner, Bill Boucher, Jim Backus, Betty Lou Gerson, Sidney Miller, Ed Max, and Stan Waxman. Jackpot was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin from the screenplay written by Phoebe and Henry Ephron on an original story by John McNulty. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. Portions of tonight's program were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking, and inviting you to listen next week when Screen Directors Playhouse presents The Captain from Castile, starring Douglas Fairbanks and Paula Morgan, with screen director Henry King. Listen again next week to Screen Directors Playhouse, one of the weekly features on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Listen tomorrow evening to the one and only Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Tomorrow night, enjoy William Bendix in The Life of Riley on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jimmy Wallington. Illness has prevented the appearance of Dick Powell and June Allison on the following program as previously announced. Screen Directors Playhouse stars Joseph Cotton, Evelyn Keyes, production Mrs. Mike, director Louis King. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by your local Ford dealer, who is now displaying the new 1951 Ford, the car that's built for the years ahead. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And the makers of Anacin, for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. Tonight, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present not make-believe, but a true story that won the hearts of America first as a novel and then as a motion picture. But before we begin our adaptation of Mrs. Mike, here's a word from the Ford Motor Company. Ladies and gentlemen, less than a week ago, the fine new Ford for 1951 went on display. And already people are saying it's the finest Ford ever produced. They're 100% right, too. For this 1951 Ford is a quality car. A car that's designed and built to give you long-lasting satisfaction for the years ahead. Your neighborhood Ford dealer wants you to examine the new Ford's 43 look-ahead features. When you do, you'll learn that Ford's new automatic ride control makes the roughest roads easy on you, easy on the car itself. You'll find that the automatic mileage maker will save you important gasoline money during the long life of your new Ford. You'll see the beautiful new luxury lounge interiors, the smart new safety glow control panel, and the automatic posture control for increased driver comfort. Inspect the 1951 Ford tomorrow. You'll agree you can pay more, but you can't buy better. A story so completely human as Mrs. Mike is not easily put upon the screen. Fashioning it into a fine motion picture called upon every art and craft of the screen director. And we're proud to have that director here now to introduce his own story. Mr. Louis King.
Thank you. They say that every director has a weakness for a certain kind of story. Mine is for a good story, believable, true. I think we've got it in Mrs. Mike, and just how true it is you'll discover at the end of the program. But now here it is, Mrs. Mike, starring Evelyn Keyes in her original role of Kathy, and Joseph Cotton as Sergeant Mike.
Shortly after the turn of the century, the scarlet tunics of the Royal Northwest Mounted Police had become a symbol of justice and service in the hinterlands of Canada. Throughout the vast emptiness of the North, the Mountie became all things to all men: policeman, soldier, judge, doctor, advisor, friend. Such was the husky lad with the Irish grin whom his friends called Sergeant Mike. Sergeant Mike Flanagan, posted that summer to the Calgary detail of the Royal Northwest Mounted Police.
Oh, stop your drunken yammering. Open up, open up. Open up, or I'll dump him on the porch. Yeah, now, my fine canary. Yeah, I have a chair.
Is something wrong?
A glorious victory.
Where's John Kennedy?
Uncle John is out.
Out where?
Well, he's looking for Danny Hawkins, the ranch cook.
Oh, this is Danny Hawkins, the ranch cook.
Oh.
Grand and glorious victory.
He's still celebrating the end of the Boer War. Who are you?
Catherine Mary O'Fallon. I just arrived this afternoon from Boston.
Oh, your uncle told me about you. How do you like Canada, Catherine Mary O'Fallon?
It's colorful, isn't it?
Oh, I'm afraid Danny's giving you the wrong impression. Oh, I'm Sergeant Mike Flanagan.
Oh, you're a Mountie, aren't you?
I do my best. Here, I'll haul him to the kitchen pump.
You'll have to prime it.
Have you got any coffee to sober him up?
Yes, on the stove. I'll get it.
Here, Danny, here's what you need. It's a fitting end for you, too.
Coffee's coming. I poured the coffee into a tin mug and looked very hard at Sergeant Mike Flanagan. Of course, he didn't know that I was looking. If this was Canada, I was sure I was going to like it. He was so big and ruddy-colored. Quite a man was Sergeant Mike. All at once, I was very glad that Uncle John had sent for me at the school where I went after my parents died. Sergeant Mike in his red coat and black breeches with a yellow stripe. Oh!
Well, what happened?
Oh, the mug overflowed. I dropped it. Here, I'll pour another.
Yeah, right under here. There. Let's have the coffee.
It might be too hot.
I'll see. Ooh. You made this?
Yes.
Now I know why they drink tea in Boston. How are you, Danny? Yeah.
No. I use poison. I'm poison. Sergeant Flanagan, you'll hate me.
Oh, well, it certainly wasn't that bad.
All the same, your uncle will be expecting supper, and I'm thinking you'd better let me cook it.
Why,
Well, just so you won't say we put you to work on your first day in Canada. Catherine Mary O'Fallon was the name, and a lovely name. Kathy. Now, I don't pride myself on being a ladies' man, but she took rattling little notice of me that night. Not that I wasn't filling my eyes with her. Being a newcomer to this sort of country and all that, she might get herself into trouble. So, purely in the line of duty, I rode up to John Kennedy's ranch come 9 o'clock the next morning.
Well, good morning, Mike.
Morning, John. Oh, easy. Oh.
And what brings the Mounties around at this early hour?
Early? Oh, I hadn't noticed the time, just riding by, and I thought I'd stop in and say hello.
Thank you. Hello. Just by way of passing the time of day, the last time I saw Kathy, she was having one of the hands saddle up a horse for her.
Oh, can she ride?
Don't know, but I figure we're going to find out pretty soon.
Good morning. Whoa.
Well, Miss Fallon, if you're going to ride a man's saddle, you'll do well to wear a man's pants.
I'm doing very nicely, thank you. Very nicely. Whoa.
Kathy, he's running away.
Come on, I'll catch her. Come on.
Oh, I don't know which was more infuriating, that darned horse or that Sergeant Mike. All full of beauty. Never so much as an admiring glance out of him. Oh, I guess the horse was worse. But not much worse.
Kathy, keep your feet in the stirrups.
I can't.
Well, let me get the bridle. Ho. All right. Now, tell me, Mr. Fallon. You want to kill yourself?
No, Sergeant Flanagan.
Then do you want me to teach you how to ride, Mr. Fallon?
Oh, why, yes, Sergeant Mike.
There's no doubt about it. I enjoyed Kathy's company. I guess a Mountie has no business seeing so much of one girl, but soon I'd be heading north, and for the time being, Kathy was fun to be with. She did learn to wear a man's pants and to ride, and she even learned how to make coffee.
I sometimes think Sergeant Mike was trifling with me during those weeks. Oh, he taught me how to ride, but he kept talking about the winter and moving north. I guess maybe he was trifling, all right. But I wasn't. Oh, let's sit down by the stream. I'm tired.
Now, watch your dressing.
Mike,
Yes, Kathy.
do you like being a Mountie?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it's horrid. You know, I just heard the other day that a Mountie has to be in for 5 years before he can get married.
That's right, Kathy. A good rule it is.
Well, what's so good about
Well,
it?
after 5 years, Mountie knows what kind of life he's asking a woman to share.
Oh, but that's so silly.
Is it? Do you have any idea what the life is like? The loneliness, the cold, and the danger. Marrying into the force can be like sentencing yourself to solitary confinement.
But you like it, Mike.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, if you like it, a woman can like it. Didn't you ever think of that?
A woman doesn't know. Not even a Mountie knows until after 5 years, and that's why he can't get married.
Mike,
Yes, Kathy.
how long have you been in the force?
6.5 years.
Oh, isn't that nice? My, but the snow must be beautiful up north.
Huh, beautiful.
It's probably just like Boston in the winter.
Just like Boston, give or take a few dozen degrees below zero. Kathy, now get this through your head. It's bitter and fierce, and it's no place for a woman.
You know something, Mike? I never catch cold in the wintertime.
Have you ever been alone? I mean, really alone with your nearest neighbor 2 weeks away by dog sled?
But you'd be there.
What have I got to do with this? We're just talking in generalities.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
Besides, a Mountie is off on patrol for weeks at a time.
But he comes home.
Kathy.
Yes, Mike.
Oh, Rain, let's get out of here. You'll be soaked.
I'll race you to the house. Oh, he was weakening. I knew he was weakening. I could tell as we ran to Uncle John's house. The way he held his arm around me, strong and protecting. And the way he wouldn't even look at me because he was thinking so hard.
Running through the rain toward the Kennedy place, I wouldn't let myself look at Kathy. Lovely, brave, foolish Kathy. I told myself 1,000 times I'd never take a woman into the North Country. Kathy was different. Perhaps she had the stuff, the toughness, the tenacity, and the humor that a person needed up there, just to stay alive. I was troubled, but I had to face it. I was in love, too.
Oh,
Fine, Mountie. Keeping a young girl out in the rain.
I'm all right, Uncle John. I'm wonderful.
Go upstairs, Kathy. Get under some dry clothes.
Oh, now, who do you think you're ordering about?
Get.
Oh, all right.
I sure will need a hot foot bath, Mike. Give me a hand with the tub.
Sure.
Can you heft that cauldron off the stove by yourself?
I've got it. Now. Ooh, you sure this isn't too hot for her?
Kind of worried about Kathy, aren't you, Mike?
I don't want her to catch cold.
Sergeant, I hear there's snow already up in Edmonton.
About time for it.
No place for a woman, that country.
Well, don't you think it depends on the woman?
It might at that.
John Kennedy, stop sidestepping the point. We're both talking about Kathy, and you know it.
I do.
And if Kathy cares enough for me, she'll want to come with me.
Mike, there's nobody I'd rather see have her than you. But think, Mike. Think.
I have thought. I love her. I love Kathy.
Do you? Oh, Mike,
What are you doing running around in your bare feet?
Oh, never mind my bare
It
feet.
belong in that tub of hot water.
Oh, put me down.
Sure. Right here.
Oh, it's hot.
Good for you.
Oh,
Keep quiet, Kathy.
John, I'm asking your permission to marry your niece.
Mike.
Get back in the tub.
Well, Mike, as I said before...
I'll see that she has the best of care. I love her, John. I want her to be my wife.
Oh.
Will you stay in the tub?
Mike, I just can't give my permission offhand.
Sergeant Flanagan, don't you think that someone else's permission comes first?
Kathy,
Well, who do you
darling.
propose to marry, me or Uncle John?
Oh, God bless you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Catherine Mary O'Fallon, I'm asking you to be my wife. Will you marry me?
Oh, Mike, you finally did it.
Will you, Kathy?
I'll think it over, Sergeant Flanagan. Maybe I will, and maybe I won't.
You have just heard the first act of Mrs. Mike, starring Joseph Cotton and Evelyn Keyes. But now, here's a word from RCA Victor. A great many families who plan to give themselves television sets for Christmas still haven't put in definite orders because they can't agree on what screen size is the best buy. Of course, everybody has a conviction, from Grandma, who thinks it's coziest to sit real close to a 12.5-inch screen, to Junior, who favors a screen so big it would take 2 men and a boy to see all of it. At this juncture, it's wonderful to hear the calm, cool voice of authority and experience, speaking from a position of world leadership in both television research and television manufacture, the voice of RCA Victor. RCA Victor's conviction about screen size is crystal clear. In big picture television, your best buy by any standard is 19-inch. Why? Because 19-inch gives you the biggest picture enjoyable to watch in a normal-sized room. You don't want bigger television unless you live in a palace or a theater. And, of course, you can't buy finer television than RCA Victor million-proof television, proven in over 1 million homes. Choose tomorrow among the 18 magnificent new models at your RCA Victor dealers. 12.5-inch, 16-inch, or 19-inch. Every RCA Victor set is every inch a king. Now, back to the Screen Director's Playhouse production of Mrs. Mike, starring Evelyn Keyes as Kathy and Joseph Cotton as Mike.
Mike and I were married just after the snows came, and I became Mrs. Sergeant Michael Flanagan, a Mountie's wife. We were married, and I brushed my cheek against his uniform and told him I was very, very happy. And then he was assigned to a place called Hendricks Hope.
Kathy and I were married, and on the first leg of our journey to Hendricks Hope, she had said yes to a distant land, to discomfort and loneliness, to a life far different than anything she had ever experienced. And I wondered if I hadn't been selfish in making her a part of myself, a part of the North. Soon we'd know. Hendricks Hope was 400 miles north of Edmonton by dog sled. Kathy began her education on the trail. She rode in the dog sled, her bright, fascinated face wreathed in the fur hood of her parka.
Oh, it was a fairyland, white, gleaming, unbelievably empty, and not nearly as cold as Mike said it would be.
The season was still early, and we were pretty far south. Before long, the real cold would begin, the killing, biting, tearing cold. And from now on, we'd be alone, a man and a woman against the wilderness.
Can I help, Mike?
Stay in that sleeping bag. Here, try this soup.
Good.
Al, what do you think of life in the snow?
It gives me a feeling of, well, as if we're the only two people in the whole world.
We are, Kathy. Is it a good feeling?
Oh, yes. Did we make good time today?
27 miles.
Is that all?
That's great. If we can keep it up, we'll make Hendricks Hope in 2 weeks.
2 weeks? Oh, Mike, what was that?
Just a wolf, darling.
Is it dangerous?
Pretty dangerous. Better snuggle real close, Kathy. Just for safety. As we drove north, the cold became more intense. Kathy's first response to it was extreme drowsiness, the danger sign.
Oh, Mike, I'm so sleepy. I could fall asleep right here in this sled.
No, you don't, Kathy. You're going to get out and run.
Oh, but Mike...
No buts. We've got to keep your circulation going. Come on, Kathy. Go on, out you go.
And I ran beside Mike. running and stumbling and feeling the cold like a burn across my face. Time and space were all knit together, and each day was like seeing the day before in a mirror. Cold and white. White and cold.
Kathy took it without a complaint. She learned the routine of Arctic travel and accepted it with understanding and good spirit.
Oh, Mike, I'm out of breath. Can't we rest?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Kathy, do you think you could do with a real bed and a roof over your head tonight?
Oh, Mike, stop torturing me.
I was waiting for us, Kathy. Just over that rise, Henry Howard's place.
Sergeant Mike, come in, come in.
How are you, Henry? Mrs. Howard.
Mike, is it a girl?
It is not. It's a woman. Mr. and Mrs. Howard, meet Mrs. Mike.
Oh.
We're real proud to have you. Don't get many visitors out this way.
Well, I'm certainly glad to be here. A real house.
Oh, my. Let me look at you. You're pretty.
Yeah, you done all right, Mike. Of course, you can't tell whether they're all bundled up like that.
Her name's Kathy. I'll get your things down.
You come along with me, Kathy. Now, this room belongs to you and Sergeant Mike.
It's very nice.
No, it isn't. It's rough and cluttered, but it's a room. Well, I expect you want to wash up. There's the bowl, and here's a towel. Let me pour it for you.
Thank you, Mrs. Howard.
Now, I'll just leave you be.
Oh,
Here are your things. Everything all right, darling?
the water's freezing.
Only feels cold because you're beginning to warm up.
Hand me the towel, Mike. Oh, it's such a comfort to be married to a man who can explain to weather cold. I guess a man who would keep you warm would be too much to ask.
Oh, ask and find out.
Oh, Mike, don't, please. Oh, Mike.
What's wrong?
Oh, the towel. Look at it. Was I that dirty?
Oh, no, dear. That towel had a head start on you.
But don't they ever wash?
Laundering isn't easy up here in the wintertime. Nature demands a certain tolerance, Kathy.
Sergeant Mike, you wash up in the kitchen. I want a little time with your wife, too.
Well, I guess you can borrow her.
Mrs. Howard, you must be terribly lonely out here.
Lonely? Of course, there's plenty of work to do, but when Henry goes off prospecting in the summer, Lord, but I get a yearning to talk to somebody, even to Henry.
Has your husband ever discovered gold?
No, not yet, but he will. He was mighty close 9 years ago, and again 4 years ago. He'll make a strike, and when he does, you know what? We'll go to Edmonton and have us a holiday. We'll eat all sorts of things and buy pretty clothes and just walk down the street and look at the lights and the stores and all the people. And maybe if it's a big strike, we won't never come back, and I'll have folks and neighbors to talk to, and we'll... I shouldn't be bothering you with all this. You're probably famished.
I understand, Mrs. Howard.
There. For dessert, we have prunes.
Lumberman strawberries.
You just eat them, Henry. I'm sorry, Mike, Kathy, but that's all we have.
Oh, that's fine, Mrs. Howard. I like prunes.
Don't worry about us.
Wish we had some candy.
Well, we haven't. It's a wonder the way that man hankers for candy, just like a baby.
Well, I can't help it. Honest. I get such a terrible craving, like some men have for liquor. Only with me, it's candy. We had some, only now it's gone. We can't get no more. Not for months and months.
We had some, all right. We had a whole cabin full of candy.
I just couldn't help it. It was something terrible.
Well, I can tell you how terrible it was. My china went long ago, but I saved enough money for a new set. I give it to him to buy the china. He come back with a load of candy. That's what he did.
Terrible. Such a terrible craving.
Eat your prunes, Kathy.
Oh, I was just listening. But I saved one cup, one piece of china. And here it is. One cup hidden through the years. One cup that hasn't been broken. It's such a beautiful thing, isn't it, Kathy?
Oh, yes, it is.
For you, dear, to celebrate this wonderful night.
Thank you, Mrs. Howard.
Have some tea, Kathy.
Please, darling.
I didn't know we still had that cup laying around.
That's fine, Mike.
That's why I still have it, because you couldn't get your big, clumsy hands on it. Would have been broken. Broken long ago.
I dropped it.
Doesn't matter, dear. It was only a cup. Just an old cup.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kathy.
Let me talk to her, Sergeant Mike. Kathy, we never used it. We won't miss it.
Oh, it meant so much to you. I'm terribly, terribly sorry.
When Henry strikes gold, we'll have all the cups we want.
Kathy.
I'll leave her with you, Sergeant Mike.
Oh, Mike. That poor woman. She knows he'll never strike gold. That cup. That was the only thing, her most precious thing.
Oh, we'll bring her another cup, a whole set of them.
Mike, is this what's ahead for us?
No,
Oh, this
Kathy, no.
awful loneliness and dirt and squalor. Mike, will it be so hopeless?
Darling, a mountain's life isn't like this. We'll have a lot of homes all over Canada, and they'll be fine and cheerful and full of our love for each other.
Oh, Mike.
I promise you, Kathy, the only thing the North Country will do to us is bring us closer together. Kathy.
I know, it's only a wolf. Oh, Mike, hold me tight.
See, Kathy, the North is bringing us closer together already.
The third act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Mrs. Mike continues in just a moment. Here is something you should know if you ever suffer from the sudden pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. It's a way to ease the pain, often within a few minutes, a way that is incredibly fast and effective. It's Anacin. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people were first introduced to Anacin through their own physicians or dentists. But today, these tablets are in such widespread use that all drug counters have them, and anyone may enjoy their benefits. Next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, by all means try Anacin. You'll like the convenience of Anacin tablets. And you will be delighted with Anacin's incredibly fast action. Anacin. Anacin. Ask for Anacin by name today at your druggist. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, one of 5 great radio shows that are brought to you by your local Ford dealer, who is now displaying the new 1951 Ford, the car that's built for the years ahead. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin, Colinos, Bicidol, and other fine drug products. The Screen Directors Playhouse production of Mrs. Mike will continue after a brief pause for station identification. Now for the third act of the Screen Directors Playhouse production of Mrs. Mike, starring Joseph Cotton as Mike and Evelyn Keyes as Kathy.
Kathy and I spent only one night at the Howard's cabin. Then we took to the trail again, sliding north to Hendricks Hope. My wife quickly threw off the depression of that terrible evening, and her eyes were glowing with trust and confidence for our future.
Mike's tenderness soothed my doubts and fears, and I looked forward to the beginning of our lives together at Hendricks Hope. And at night we huddled together, two people alone in a wilderness without end. And during the day I alternated between riding in the sled and running alongside to beat off the cold.
Kathy, there it is at the foot of that mountain. Hendricks Hope.
It's not very large, is it?
Oh, just a trading post, darling, but it's home. It's home. Whoa.
Sergeant Flanagan.
Here we are, Henderson, right on schedule.
Who's the we? Not Mrs. Mike.
There she is. Kathy, this is Mr. Henderson, the trader.
How do you do? Mike, look at all those
Don't
Indians.
stare, Kathy. It's a welcoming committee.
Young Stewart has waited impatiently for Sergeant Mike's return.
Young Stewart?
My son, Mrs. Mike.
Oh, where is Mrs. Henderson?
I am Mrs. Henderson.
Oh. How do you do?
Oh, we are anxious to get settled, Henderson.
Well, go ahead, Sergeant. Your cabin's all ready. Even laid a fire for you.
Thanks.
Mike, he's married to an Indian woman.
A fine woman she is, Kathy.
But-
Now, Kathy, I told you once that nature demanded a certain tolerance.
I didn't mean it like that, Mike. I was just surprised.
Why?
I'm sorry, Sergeant, but give me a chance. I'm still learning, you know.
I know, Kathy, you're doing fine. Well, here it is, Royal Northwest Mounted Police Post, and home of the Flanagans.
Oh, Mike, I'm so excited. Give me the key.
Oh, we don't lock doors up here, Kathy. Come on, Mrs. Mike.
Oh.
Over the threshold.
Oh, Mike, I'm too heavy with all these
Oh,
furs.
you're the most precious thing in the world, Kathy. I hope you like our new home.
I will, Mike. I know I will.
Well, then, let's go. Welcome to Hendricks Hope. And here you'll have to stand on your own 2 feet.
Oh, it's nice.
Wait till I stir that fire up.
It was small and rough, and not at all like the dream houses the girls used to talk about in Boston. But it was going to be ours. And I saw so many things I wanted to do.
It looks a little bare right now, but with your talent and my work, we'll make a palace out of it.
Oh, Mike, I almost forgot. Uncle John told me to give this to you in our new home. It's a sort of a housewarming gift.
What? Good Irish whiskey. That was very thoughtful of Uncle John.
He said it was to fortify you for a long life with me.
Oh, did he? Well, I hadn't expected you to drive me to drink.
Oh, Mike, we're going to be so happy here. Just keep your arms around me, and I'll make a real home. Mike!
Kathy. What?
Behind you, Indians.
Me Atanu. Great pain.
It's all right, Kathy's just one of the local men. What's the trouble, Atanu?
Great pain. Here, tooth.
Oh, toothache, is it? Well, sit down. Here. Now, open your mouth. Now. All right. Now, well, Kathy, it's a bad tooth, all right. The dentist will have to take it out.
A dentist, Mike, up here?
Sure, Dr. Mike Flanagan.
You?
Mrs. Mike, you married a very talented fellow. I have to get my medical kit.
But, Mike...
Oh, pain. Great pain.
Oh, you poor man.
Sick Indian.
Mike had tried to impress me with one thing above all, that he was responsible for the people of his post. And since I was the sergeant's wife, I did what I could. I opened Uncle John's bottle of Irish whiskey. Here, Mr. Adenu, maybe this will help ease the pain.
Oh.
Drink it.
Mm.
All right, Kathy. You'll have to help me.
Oh, but Mike, I don't know what to do.
Well, just read me the instructions out of the book and, get me that bottle of whiskey to sterilize my forceps. Wonder what Atnew's so happy about.
Here's your whiskey, Mike.
Thanks. Now, you'll have... Kathy.
Oh, no, it wasn't me, Mike. He drank it.
Atnew.
Well, he was in such pain, I thought it would help.
You thought, Kathy, don't you realize you've broken the law I'm supposed to enforce? You could get 6 months in prison for giving liquor to an Indian.
Oh, but, Mike, I only thought
I'll
that...
attend to you later. Now, let's get this tooth out. Here's the book. Here. You start reading here while I work.
Yes, Doctor.
Now, Atnew, keep your mouth open.
Shall I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
The operator's left arm is hooked around the patient's head so that the left hand can be used to assist the forceps.
Right, I've got that.
With the right hand, carefully insert the forceps into the mouth.
Oh, shut up.
But, Mike, you told me
No,
that...
no, not you, him. Now, keep reading.
It is important at this point to test the patient's pulse.
Well, how can I test his pulse when I've got both hands in his mouth?
Mike, you'd better do what the book says.
I can't. It's impossible.
But the book... Oh,
What's the matter?
I skipped a page. That was for diagnosing the measles.
For Pete's sake.
Now, secure the tooth in the beak of the forceps and pull with a twisting motion.
Well, here goes. There you are, Atnew, clean as a whistle.
Oh, Mike, we did it.
He squaw good to Atnew. Pretty squaw, take tooth. Take tooth, love charm. Keep love always.
Take it, Kathy, take it.
Oh, thank you very much. Oh, Mike, I think I'm going...
Well, Kathy, don't faint, don't.
Pretty squaw, but plenty weak.
Gradually, life at Hendricks Hope became the only life I'd ever known. For weeks at a time, Mike would be off on patrol, visiting Indian villages, hunting for lost travelers, tracking down minor infringements of the law. And during these lonely times, Mrs. Henderson became my closest friend. And she told me that soon she was going to have another baby.
Such a strange question, Kathy.
Why is it so strange? When do you expect your baby?
When baby is ready, he will come.
But don't you have any fear of having a baby?
Fear? Of a little baby?
Well, I mean without having a doctor or nurse.
But I'm not sick. No need doctor.
You're so much braver and so much wiser than so many people I know.
Here, dogs. Your man, Kathy.
It's Mike. Oh, he's back. Mike. Oh, Mike. Oh, Mike, darling.
Kathy, now stop fussing over me. Did you miss me?
No, not a bit.
Fine attitude.
Oh, darling, it was the longest 2 weeks in my life. Did you work hard?
Well, there's a whole Indian village that needs vaccination. Atnew's upriver to tell them I'll be back, and I found that missing trapper.
Mike, can a trapper get lost? A man who knows this country?
Well, in the dog country, Kathy, anybody can get lost, including the dogs.
Oh, but it could happen to you, too.
Oh, no, Kathy, not to me. Don't frown like that. How would it look for a mountie to get lost?
Sergeant Mike.
Looks like we've got company.
Who's that Indian with that,
Chief of the tribe I'm going to vaccinate. Oh, hello, Chief. You mad about something? What's the trouble, Atnew?
He say tribe no want vaccination.
Oh, medicine is good, Chief. There is sickness in Beaver tribe in South.
No like white man's medicine. Bring evil spirit.
Oh, white man's needle keep away sickness.
Chief afraid. No want.
Atnew, tell the chief for me he doesn't have the courage of a squaw.
Squaw talk brave.
Squaw braver than Chief. Look, I have needle here. Kathy, when were you vaccinated last?
Oh, years ago.
Now, we'll get ready for some more white man's medicine. Chief, watch brave squaw. Now, if the needle slips, Kathy, this is no time to scream. There.
See?
All right, Chief, you're next.
No, Atnew first.
Well, pull up your sleeve, Atnew.
Oh.
It won't hurt at all. There you are. Now you, Chief.
Now, squaw.
Oh, but she just...
Now, squaw.
Oh, well. What's another vaccination, more or less?
There's such a thing as being too
All done.
healthy.
Good. Now, Chief.
Pull up your sleeve. There. All there is to it.
You come to village
How big is this village, Mike?
About 200.
and bring squaw. We go.
Bring squaw. Oh, no, Mike.
Where's Squaw's courage?
Don't laugh at me, medicine man.
Getting pretty good, huh, Kathy? I've pulled teeth, given vaccinations, treated frostbite. But once I even delivered a baby.
Then you'll be able to deliver ours.
And there's a broken leg that... Ours. Our baby. Oh, Kathy.
Well, I don't see what you're so surprised
Oh,
about.
Kathy, you're wonderful.
Won't Uncle John be surprised to see us?
Uncle John?
Yes, I thought we'd go to Calgary for the baby. Or would Edmonton be better?
Kathy, you'll have your baby right here.
At Hendrick's home?
Of course, dear.
But, Mike, it's so far away from everything and everybody.
Oh, Kathy, the women up here know more about having babies than anybody. Mrs. Henderson isn't worried.
Oh, no, but she's already had one child besides.
Besides, she'll be having hers before long, and then you'll see how easy it
Oh,
is.
but, Mike, this wilderness...
Wilderness, Kathy. You've never seen the North in the summertime. It's warm and fresh and green and beautiful. You'll love it. And our son will love it, too. He'll hunt and fish.
And what makes you so sure it's going to be a he?
Mrs. Mike, a girl baby wouldn't dare be born to Sergeant Flanagan.
The seasons changed, just as Mike said they would. But with each passing month, a little fear built up stronger inside of me. I refused to recognize it, because Mike was so sure and splendid and tender. But I waited anxiously for Mrs. Henderson to have her baby.
The ice broke on the river and summer came. Kathy was growing heavier every week. The smile on her face became wan and strange. She identified herself completely with Mrs. Henderson. And then the Henderson baby was born. A boy baby. Born dead.
Mike, we've got to get out of here.
Kathy, I'm sorry about Mrs. Henderson's baby, but that isn't going to happen to you.
Do you love me, Mike?
I love you, Kathy.
Then take me away. Get me to Edmonton or Calgary.
Kathy, I can't.
Why can't you? Because you're a Mountie? Because the force means more to you than I do?
Kathy, don't you understand? An overland trip to Edmonton is impossible for you. You'd have to walk most of the way.
Then take me someplace, anywhere but here, Mike, where I won't be alone.
Kathy, what can I do? It would take months for me to get a transfer, and you can't take a long trip now.
Listen to me, Mike. I won't have my baby here. If I have to crawl out of Hendrick's Hope on my hands and knees, I won't have my baby here.
I applied for a transfer and prayed that the orders would come in time. They did. I was posted to Fort Manette. It was a larger settlement, and there was a doctor there, but Fort Manette was much further north than Hendrick's Hope. The journey would take us several weeks, and Kathy's time was close. We traveled by canoe.
The river flowed on endlessly, and the northern summer, closed in on me like a green veil. The fear wasn't inside of me anymore. I was inside of it, and I hated the river and Mike's uniform. Most of all, I hated the river.
Hold on, Kathy. We'll soon be making camp for the night.
Mike, I'm scared.
We're only a few days from Fort Manette.
We'll never make it, Mike.
We will, Kathy. We'll...
I don't want to have my baby here. Not in this wilderness.
Just a few days, Kathy.
Mike, we haven't got a few days.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Look, Kathy, there's a cabin on the river only about a day and a half away. You can stay with whoever lives there. I'll go on ahead and bring the doctor back. It'll be faster that way.
Anything, Mike. Anything. We'd reached the cabin. A woman lived there alone. A gaunt, lonely woman named Mrs. Bryan. Mike said he'd be back the next day with the doctor. And he left me. And Mrs. Bryan put me to bed.
What are you so tied up about? What are you scared of?
My baby, Mrs. Bryan.
Well, even if your husband doesn't get back in time, yours wouldn't be the first baby I've delivered.
I don't want to lose him. I don't want to lose him.
If you're going to lose your baby, you lose your baby.
No.
Not if he's strong. But if your baby is weak, you lose him. It's better that way. A weak baby will die anyway. Maybe a month, maybe a year, maybe 2 years, but he'll die.
No.
And when he's gone, a piece of your heart is gone with him. You'd have been better off.
No. Oh, leave me alone, please.
I'm only trying to help you, Mrs. Flanagan. I'm only trying to help.
Oh, the pain. Mike! Mike! My struggle against Mrs. Bryan, the cabin, the North, and yes, even against Mike. In my delirium, even against Mike believing me. The world was all shadows now, cold and empty. And in the shadows there would be quick yellow flashes, and I knew those were the pains. And then the flashes stopped, and the shadows became a darkness, and the darkness became sleep.
Kathy,
Mike, who's with you?
this is Sarah, Kathy.
Hello, Mrs. Mike.
The baby.
The baby is extra special, perfect. Listen, Kathy.
Oh, Mike, I'm so glad you brought the doctor in time.
The doctor was out on a case, Kathy. I brought Sarah instead.
No, doctor.
You have your baby easy.
Easy. It didn't seem like that. Mrs. Bryan.
Oh, that Mrs. Bryan. She very strange from living alone too much. She want to help, but she scare you.
Better rest now, Kathy.
The baby, Mike. I want to see him.
It's not a him, Kathy. We have a wonderful, beautiful baby daughter.
We named her Mary O'Roon. Mary O'Roon Flanagan. And she looked just like Mike. She was a strong baby, and her little body was all the strength and sweetness of the North Country. And then, when I was strong enough, we went on to Fort Minette.
But only 2 of us started the canoe trip to Fort Minette. 3 of us finished. The baby was the image of Kathy. And Kathy, she was like a flame glowing and warm and breathless. The fear was all forgotten, and now I think for the very first time she embraced the North and said, "This is part of me, and I'm part of it." This is it, Kathy, our second home.
Oh, it's bigger, isn't it, Mike?
Go on. Open the door.
Oh, Mike! Oh, Sarah, you brought your friends.
No, Mrs. Mike, they are your friends. This is Dr. McIntosh.
I hear you did a very good job of having your baby without me, Mrs. Mike.
The best I could, Doctor.
And here is Louis, my husband.
Comme ça va?
Oh, merci bien, Louis.
And here is Pierre and Georgette. And soon you will know everybody.
Oh, yes. And this is my husband, Sergeant Mike.
Sergeant Mike, everybody know.
And this is our daughter, Mary.
Uh-oh, where's another thingamajig, Kathy? This is a job for the mountain.
It was wonderful to have so many friends again. We were isolated, but we weren't alone. Our daughter grew, and Mike was busy, and, well, me, I'll be darned if I wasn't getting prettier.
Mrs. Mike, here is milk for the baby.
Oh, thank you, Sarah. Just look at her. She's about due to wake up and be very hungry.
Oh, she is beautiful. You have more babies, Kathy, but you always keep first family.
First family?
Women up here, we speak of first family, second family, third family. When you lose a family, you start again.
Oh.
You cannot stop, give up. If you let North win, it take everything. If you fight it, maybe it takes something. But in the end, you win.
Mary, my baby.
Don't you worry about that baby. She's strong. You keep first family.
Our life fell into a wonderful, exciting routine. There was work, lots of work, and there was always Kathy and Mary, my family. The months went by, and Kathy became lovelier than ever. She was getting used to everything, even this.
Why, there's a man in our room.
What?
Squaw scared of Atanu.
Oh, Atanu, how did you get in here?
Me come north. Me have toothache.
There's a Mountie at Hendricks Hope. Why didn't he take...
Mountie pull tooth.
Well, what do you want from us?
Ought to know hear about baby. Bring good luck charm. Here.
Kathy, he's brought you another tooth.
Oh, thank you, Atanu. Thank you very much. There's nothing she needed more. Time rolled itself into a tight, comfortable little ball. And without any hint at all, Mary O'Roon was over 2 years old, and it was Christmas. And the settlement at Fort Minette was celebrating its 25th anniversary. There was a party, and Mike was making a speech.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Gentlemen?
Well, all right, I won't be so formal. Friends, it's just about 2.5 years since my family and I came... What is it? What is it?
Sergeant Doctor. Sarah, she faint. She's sick.
She was sick, all right. Fort Minette would never forget that Christmas. Sarah was sick. With diphtheria.
Diphtheria?
Yes, Kathy. You and the baby stay here in the house. You understand? Don't leave the cabin. Don't let anyone in.
Oh, Mike, I'm afraid.
Dr. McIntosh and I will try to get the thing under control. I've sent a man south for more serum.
Will the baby be all right?
Just avoid contact with anybody. Talk through the door or the window.
What about you,
I'll
Mike?
be all right, but I can't stay here.
But Mary and I will be alone.
Well, that'll be more than a few hundred yards away. If you need me, Kathy, hang a white sheet in front of the house. A white sheet. I've got to go. McIntosh might need me.
Mike.
I'm sorry, darling. I can't even kiss you.
Take care of yourself, Mike.
It turned into a nightmare, a raging, vicious nightmare. The disease spread like fire, and the sick were brought to the schoolhouse, and the dead were buried far outside the settlement. Sarah died, and others, and others.
Oh, Mike, I wish the doctor could do more.
You're doing your best, Doc.
A full-scale epidemic on our hands and not enough serum to fill the belly of a mosquito.
My man will be back with serum soon now. It won't be long. It can't be long. It was as if we were trapped, held tight inside the settlement and attacked and attacked and attacked. And then, finally, the serum did come, the box of little bottles to drive the disease out of Fort Minette. I ran toward our cabin to tell Kathy, to tell her that soon it'll all be over. I stopped at the foot of the steps. I felt my stomach twist inside of me. A white sheet, the sign of sickness, was hanging in front of the door.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Mike. With the young ones, it's so fast.
I tried to guard her, to protect her.
And sometimes we can't guard well enough. Sometimes it just can't do it. Mike, I'd best be getting back to the hospital.
All right, Doc.
Goodbye, Kathy.
Go ahead, Mike. There's nothing you can do here. Our baby's dead, Mike. Dead.
Oh, serum a day too late.
Oh, Mike, we fought this country to have our baby, and now it's taken her away from us. We can't win, Mike. We can't.
We have to go on, Kathy.
No. No, we don't, because I can't. Mike, let's leave here. Leave the force. Live like human beings again.
Darling, I can't leave. I've got responsibilities here.
Responsibilities to everyone but your own family.
Not true, Kathy.
Mike, I won't live here anymore. I'm leaving. You can come with me or not, but I'm leaving.
I thought that perhaps in her grief, Kathy didn't mean the things she said. She did. I didn't blame her. I blamed myself for having done this to her, for having married her. In that spring, I found a man to take her south to Hendricks Hope. There, Henderson would see that she got safely to it.
Try not to hate me, Mike.
I love you, Kathy. I love you. And she was gone. Fort Minette became a memory too painful to bear. I put in for a transfer back to my old post to Hendricks Hope.
Sergeant Mike! Let me give you a hand with the canoe.
Oh, thanks, Henderson.
Been a long trip.
Well, you'll find everything in your cabin, ready and waiting.
Ah, you're a good friend, thanks.
Go on now. You look tired. I'll take care of the canoe.
Mike.
Kathy.
Oh, Mike.
how?
Oh, darling. Oh, Mike. Oh, Mike, I couldn't leave. When Mrs. Henderson lost her baby, it made us leave here. But when I saw her new baby, so laughing and healthy, I couldn't let the North win.
Kathy.
If we fight it, we may lose once in a while. But in the end, Mike, in the end, we'll win.
Our stars of Mrs. Mike will be back in just a moment. Next week, the Screen Directors Playhouse brings you one of Hollywood's most engaging romantic comedies, together with the stars who made it a high point in motion picture entertainment. Our story is My Favorite Wife, directed by Garson Kanin. And recreating their original hilarious roles will be Cary Grant and Irene Dunn. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Joseph Cotton and Evelyn Keyes, and our guest director, Louis King.
Now, Lou, you promised the audience we'd show them just how true our story is.
I did, Joe, but the honor belongs to Evelyn.
Why, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like you to meet the woman whose name I borrowed in the play tonight, Mrs. Catherine Mary Flanagan, Mrs. Mike.
Mrs. Mike, now I know what set the sergeant's heart on fire.
Oh, go on with you, Joe. All that was 45 years ago.
With all the things that happened to you, Mrs. Mike, you ought to write a book.
That's just what I thought a few years ago when I left my home in Canada to come to Hollywood.
And what happened when you got here?
Mr. Kenny, I never in my life saw so many cars, ambulances, and women in one place.
What about the book?
Oh, I had to work for a while first, but I did have a dream come true. I've always wanted to stay at the Biltmore, and that I did.
When the book came out?
No, when I was working there as a laundress. The book came. Finally, I got two people to listen to my story, Benedict and Nancy Friedman. We wrote it together. Then Mr. King made it into a picture.
Well, what brings you back to Hollywood?
Mm-hmm. Another book, Joe. This one I wrote myself.
Oh, I heard about that. It's called The Faith of Mrs. Colleen.
That's right, Evelyn. The Faith of Mrs. Colleen. Card Mechanics Publishing on January the 2nd. So here I am, all excited again.
Well, maybe we can make another picture.
Is there a part in it for me?
Evelyn, read the book and see. Good night.
Good night, Mrs. Mike.
Good night, Mrs. Mike.
Joseph Cotton can currently be seen in the 20th Century Fox production Two Flags West. Evelyn Keyes will soon be seen in the Horizon production The Prowler. Included in tonight's cast were Byron Kane, Ralph Moody, Janet Scott, Hal Gerard, Joe Granby, Michael Ann Barrett, Frank Nelson, Martha Wentworth, and Leon Leduc. Mrs. Mike was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons. The Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and is directed by Bill Karn. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking, and inviting you to listen again next Thursday when we present Irene Dunn and Cary Grant in My Favorite Wife. Listen again next week to Screen Director's Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's five-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Listen tomorrow evening to the one and only Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night feature of the five-show festival.
Meet your friends at Duffy's Tavern tomorrow night on NBC.
Screen Director's Playhouse stars Rosalind Russell, Fred McMurray. Production, Take a Letter, Darling. Director, Mitchell Lyson. This is the Screen Director's Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, and by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. Tonight, the Screen Director's Playhouse is pleased to present a most distinctive blend of love and laughter. Here, transcribed, is our adaptation of the motion picture comedy, Take a Letter, Darling, starring Fred McMurray and Rosalind Russell in their original roles of Tom Burney and McGregor. Here now is the first act of our radio version of Take a Letter, Darling. Courage, pure, raw courage, has bolstered many a man in the hour of crisis. Picture the explorer penetrating the heart of a savage jungle. The condemned man, blithely facing his firing squad. Courage, you say? But can it compare to the daring of the man who, friendless and alone, stands sturdily in a strange office, stared at by secretary and stenographer as he points half-heartedly at a letter of introduction?
Is this the Atwater and McGregor Advertising Agency?
Yeah.
Well, I've got a letter of introduction to A.M. McGregor.
Yeah?
Yes, it's about a job.
You?
Yes, me.
Oh. Hey, Maggie, get a load of the new one.
The new one?
Yeah, the old one just left. Fired.
Oh, kind of tough on the old one.
Oh, it'll be tougher on the new one.
The old one, the new one, what is this?
Right through that door. Just take a chair. You'll find out.
Thanks.
Hey, Maggie, ain't it a shame?
I'll take that letter, please.
Oh, no, just a minute. This letter is for A.M. McGregor.
I am A.M. McGregor.
You? A woman?
Look, nylons.
Yeah. Ain't it the truth?
Well, are you through examining my credentials?
Oh, I'm Tom Burney. I'm looking for a job, and Mr. Dooley gave me that letter and
I
suggested
know. I've already talked to Dooley. Tell me, Verney, have you ever been in the advertising business?
No.
Well, what kind of a job are you interested in? Verney, never mind the nylons.
Oh. Well, I've had a kind of small income. Up to now, I've done just about what I pleased.
Which includes what?
Oh, professional football for a while, Army during the war, shipped on a few freighters, you know.
Mm-hmm. And now your piggy bank is empty, huh, Verney?
That's right.
Well, there must be some work you'd like to do.
Well, there is, but...
But?
Well, that doesn't concern my application for a job at Atwater and McGregor.
Oh, a secret yearning, huh? Well, at least you're frank. Let's see, 6'2".
3.
A college education, well-built, attractive. Verney, I think I can use you in my business.
Well, what do I have to do?
Well, it's a special kind of job. I got rid of my last one.
Yes, I heard about it.
He didn't measure up.
No?
No, I think you will. Are you married?
No.
Good. Any women in your life?
Well, no.
That'll help. Now, as to the job, your starting salary is $100 a week.
100 for what?
Well, this is the type of work in which a woman needs a man's help.
What kind of help?
You'll be my private secretary.
I can't even type.
Oh, you won't have to. Your duties will be more personal.
Oh, personal.
Very personal.
Give me back my letter.
Bernie. This happens to be the advertising business.
And I think I know what you're advertising.
Look. You are way ahead of me.
I feel safer that way.
For your information, Bernie, 4 of your predecessors went out of here on their ears for getting the ideas you've got.
Oh, the old ones.
The old ones. Their unusual duties gave them illusions of irresistibility.
Oh?
Oh? Is that all you have to say?
Well, I promise I won't be irresistible.
Oh. Well, you start work tonight. Oh, do you own tails?
Tails? Sure, but what
I'll
work
explain
do I do?
later. Be ready at 9, full dress.
Where do I pick you up?
You don't. I'll pick you up at your place.
My place? You pick me up?
And don't use shaving lotion. I don't like it.
Well, I usually like to put a dab behind each ear.
Now, don't be cute. Welcome to the organization, and goodbye, Bernie.
Well, goodbye, boss.
Well, there's another one. Well, hello,
Hold it,
Atwater. I
Mac,
just
hold
thought
it. Don't say a word.
There. You did it.
Got the foremast fully rigged.
Atwater, you don't know how much confidence it gives me, having a partner who builds ships in a bottle.
Keeps me amused. How do you like this one?
It's got a pooped-out poop deck.
Run along, McGregor. I'm busy.
Well, if things go all right tonight, you can buy a bottle big enough for the Queen Mary. I'm gunning for the Castle Soups advertising account.
Ooh, $2 million.
Figure 15% of that. I'm meeting Castle and his wife for dinner.
That wife of his loves you like glue in her soup.
Oh, I'll take her out of action. I just hired a new secretary. Name's Tom Verney.
What's he like?
Oh, a St. Bernard with ingrown toenails.
Ah, the poor stooge. Hope he doesn't go the way of the rest of them. You know, McGregor, the trouble with those guys is that they just don't know the difference between a woman and,
And a what?
I don't know. What do you call yourself?
A woman, Atwater. I just don't take it too seriously, that's all.
That's all. McGregor, that's everything.
Well, now, Verney, just don't stand there. Get in.
Well, I didn't expect a limousine.
Well, get used to it. Verney? You used shaving lotion.
Give me a gun and I'll shoot myself.
But I told you no shaving lotion.
Well, if I don't use it, my face hurts.
That's ridiculous.
Well, you try shaving every day and see how you like it.
I happen to be a woman.
Well, I happen to be a man.
That has nothing to do with it.
Well, it seems pretty basic to me.
Your viewpoint, Mr. Verney, is distorted.
So are your legs.
What?
See? You're mad. Man, woman. Basic. I didn't mean it, about your legs.
Well, maybe we'd better get down to business.
Sure.
Now, I sell advertising to men. For a woman, that presents problems. Jealous wives, that sort of thing.
You mean they're jealous of you?
Ah. Well, why shouldn't they be jealous of me?
I guess it's just my distorted viewpoint. Go on.
Tonight we're dining with Mr. and Mrs. Castle at Castle Soups. Now, I'll get the account if I can reassure Mrs. Castle that I don't have any designs on her husband.
Oh, I get it.
So for tonight, you are my fiancé.
You mean I act like I adore you?
Don't panic, Verney.
Miss McGregor.
Yes?
Do I get paid overtime for being in love with you?
Well, in these romantic business situations, Verney, remember, your wages are frozen, but you aren't.
Well, call me out.
Now, as for Mrs. Castle, give her plenty of flattery and attention. Well, Verney, tell me, how do you like your new job?
I wish I didn't have to shave.
Because I don't like shaving lotion?
Because I won't like facing myself in the mirror.
May I introduce my fiancé, Mr. Verney, Mr. and Mrs. Castle of the famous soup.
How do you do?
Good evening, Mr. Verney.
Sit down. Have a bowl of soup.
Thank you.
Verney, you know what's wrong with this country?
Go on, Tom. Tell Mr. Castle of the soup business. What's wrong with this country?
Not enough soup?
Right. What we need is soup transfusion, soup for breakfast, soup soda.
Cyril, I warn you. Stop it, or I'll hide your can opener again.
Well, isn't this nice? Darling, isn't Mrs. Castle an attractive woman? Dearest. Hey, sweetheart.
You talking to me?
Oh, Tom, you dropped your napkin.
Where?
Right here. Don't just sit there like a lump. Be charming and act like a fiancé. Of course, we shouldn't really talk business tonight. I just want to enjoy myself being with Tom. Say something.
Darling, do you remember the first time I kissed you?
What?
When we sat together in a cafe, just like this, and I took your hand, and then I touched your face like this, and then we kissed like this.
Oh, Cyril, look at them.
And then remember, darling,
Oh!
I kissed your ears, your eyes, your...
Clam chowder.
I did no such thing.
I just got an idea.
Cyril, I warned you.
And McGregor, darling, remember the time I whispered...
One more memory out of you, and I'll bust you right in the nose.
Oh, Miss McGregor, you must be very happy. How does a woman win the complete devotion of love of a man like Mr. Vernon?
With more clams.
He is affectionate, isn't he?
Mrs. Castle, a woman like yourself, a woman in the full bloom of life. You, too, must know the happiness of a true and deep and abiding love.
Not without more clams in the chowder.
I'm afraid that Cyril has buried himself in his soup.
Well, imagine, Mrs. Castle, if you should suddenly decide to spread your wings.
Spread my wings? Why, Mr. Burney.
I'm sure that if I were Mr. Castle and if you were my wife, I'd pour all my soup down the drain.
What? And strain out all the clams?
The consommé.
Mr. Castle, advertising is one way to make sure your soup goes to the right place. Into the housewife's kitchen.
Shh! My wife doesn't like business.
Oh, but dear, if you and Miss McGregor want to talk about the advertising account, you go right ahead. I'm sure that Mr. Burney and I can amuse ourselves.
Yes, perhaps you'd like to dance, Mrs. Castle.
Oh, I'd be delighted.
With your permission, Mr. Castle, you'll pardon us, darling? My arm, Mrs. Castle.
Oh, Mr. Burney, I don't think I've ever met a more charming...
Clam chowder.
I like his shaving lotion.
What? Shaving lotion in my clam chowder?
It's basic. He said it was.
Nonsense. Clams are basic.
What? Clams? Oh, you were saying, Mr. Castle?
Clams.
Clams?
Chowder.
Chowder?
Advertising.
Shaving lotion.
Well, how'd you like my act?
You overdid it.
Well, that's okay. It won't cost you any more money.
I'm not paying you to kiss me, Mr. Burney.
Sure, but it worked, didn't it? You're taking me home after a successful evening. Contract right in your hip pocket. All signed and sealed. Contract, not your hips.
The interest isn't necessary. The hips, not the contract. But thanks for your help.
For what? The contract?
The contract. Burney, I don't know what to make of you. Do you like your job?
No.
Do you want to quit?
No, I need the money.
Do you like me?
Well, you're a successful woman, beautiful and clever.
Do you like me?
You're all right.
Do you think you could ever fall in love with me?
With you? I don't think so.
Oh. Well, I'm glad to hear it. You're liable to be the best secretary I ever had. Well, here's where you live, Vernie. Good night. 9 tomorrow.
Yeah, good night. Are you going to call for me?
Call for you? Certainly not.
Oh.
This is a business relationship, you know.
Okay. See you in the morning.
And without shaving lotion, Bernie, please. Without shaving lotion.
Our drama will continue in just a moment. But now, here's a word from RCA Victor. For you people who are buying television now, that word is combination. Yes, an RCA Victor combination, which brings you AM and FM radio, recorded music in all 3 speeds, and famous RCA Victor million-proof television. Now you can have all these in one beautiful cabinet for one beautiful price. Ask your RCA Victor dealer to introduce you to the kingly RCA Victor combination, the Rutland. With its doors closed, the Rutland looks like a furniture masterpiece straight out of the 18th century. With its doors open, it's like an electronic masterpiece straight out of the 21st century. So superb are its RCA Victor features. AM and FM radio, 2 automatic record changers to play all record speeds, and exciting RCA Victor million-proof television, proved in well over 1 million American homes. Yet all these great instruments combined actually cost you much less than comparable console instruments would cost separately. Yes, with an RCA Victor Rutland, wonders never cease, but go on pouring out show after show, record after record, not just for one person, but for the whole family. Now, here is the second act of the Screen Director's Playhouse presentation of Take a Letter, Darling, starring Fred McMurray as Tom Verney and Rosalind Russell as McGregor.
Atwater?
I hear voices.
It's me, McGregor.
Leave my office, McGregor.
Is something wrong?
Yes, the world. I'm sad.
Here, your ship, your bottle.
Take them away. They are as nothing.
What has got into you? Here I come in to tell you, my partner, that I closed the Castle Soups deal and I get a death scene.
All is dust, Mac. I met a man last night who taught me to hate the world and him and myself. And most of all, women.
Women?
Don't worry, you're not included.
Well, thanks. Who is he?
Right here in print in the morning paper. Spitting black ink through his teeth.
Yeah, let me see that. Alimony racket, great U.S. menace, says visiting tobacco magnate.
There speaks Jonathan Caldwell.
Oh, that idiot. If I were the Caldwell Tobacco Company, I'd keep his head in mothballs.
He and his sister own the whole outfit. Incidentally, a $10 million advertising account.
Well, he's not our headache. Caldwell Tobacco has had the same advertising agency for 40 years.
But not anymore. Caldwell's in town to pick up a new agency. The way that guy hates
a new
women...
agency? Well, what are we waiting for?
Relax. I tell you, I've already talked to him.
Well, I haven't.
And you won't either. He's nuts. He's got a theory that women are responsible for man's downfall. Traces it right back to Eve.
What did Eve ever do to him?
4 of her sisters married him.
4 wives, is that all? Well, if I hated money the way he hates women, I'd be a millionaire.
You will be. Look, Mac, he's paying alimony to 4 representatives of your not-so-gentle sex. It's gone to his brain.
Leave it to me, Atwater. All you have to do is to get me an appointment.
But he won't see a woman. He'll curse you in syrupy southern accent.
Just tell him my name is A.M. McGregor. I'll take it from there.
Okay, but he's going to throw you out right on your feminine intuition. That new guy, Verney, he's out there chewing the furniture for something to do.
Well, send him in.
Morning, McGregor.
Good morning, Verney. I hear you're bored.
Yeah, I've been thinking of building a ship in a bottle.
Don't. You're liable to become a partner. Ah, no shaving lotion.
No.
You're learning.
I ran out.
I see. Well, there'll soon be plenty of work for you to do. I'm chasing down a new account. I'll probably see Jonathan Caldwell this morning. And at 3 this afternoon, I'll be at Francesca's dress salon. You better meet me there.
In a dress shop?
In fitting room 3.
I'm going to have more money.
Well, if this deal works out, you may get it. Hello. Yes, Atwater. You did? Well, when will Caldwell see me? I'll leave right away. Ah, here goes Eve with a brand new apple.
You just sit right here, miss. Mr. Caldwell will be right in.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Caldwell.
McGregor here? Thanks. Now, where's McGregor?
Here I am.
You are McGregor?
Just as sure as you ever corned a pone.
Glad to know you. Get out.
But Mr. Cole.
No, you're wasting your time. The appointment is canceled.
Oh, I think I'm a-going to faint.
Please try the elevator shaft.
Oh, I think it's altitude.
Well, it must be. We're on the 4th floor.
Oh, all right, I won't faint.
Well, it's a matter of complete indifference to me.
Is this Southern hospitality?
It is not. We are in New York.
You're here on business, and so am I.
You are a fake, posing as a man.
I pose no such thing. McGregor, A.M. McGregor, that's my name.
McGregor, A.M. Sounds like something that gets punched in a transfer.
Mr. Caldwell, I understand you've been married 4 times. Is that correct?
Not only correct, it's revolt.
Are you laboring under the impression that I came up here to be wife number 5?
I happen to be this country's most eligible bachelor since Tommy Manville went on the wagon.
Now, listen, Svengali. I came up here to set you straight about your advertising. The fact is, it's the worst in the industry. Cheap copy and cheaper art. I came here with a briefcase full of ideas that it could add millions to your sales. But now I can see you wouldn't appreciate them anyway. So I intend to submit the same ideas to your competitors, you Mississippi moose.
I am not from Mississippi.
You Georgia jerk.
I happen to come from Raleigh, North Carolina.
North Carolina, nothing?
You know, McGregor, you're just miserable enough to be honest.
Thank you.
Perhaps my sister and I would be interested in a campaign by your farm.
You would? Well, Mr. Caldwell, if you'll just take a look at these sketches...
No time now. I tell you what, this is Friday. Now, I'm tied up for the weekend, but suppose you meet my sister Ethel and myself for dinner Monday night. Make it Dory's at 8.
Dory's at 8. Oh, Monday. You won't regret it, Mr. Caldwell.
Well, I know. I couldn't possibly have a worse impression of you than I already have. Good day, McGregor.
Yes, sir, may I help you?
Oh, you a floor walker?
Yes, but in Francesca's we're known as boutonniere boys. Are you interested in the dress department?
Well, yes, I guess so.
Uh-huh. What size do you wear?
I'm just here to meet somebody.
Oh? Your wife?
No, my boss.
Oh, I see. You must lead an interesting life. Pardon me, but what do you do for a living?
Well, I told you you'd hate me.
I think I hate you already.
But you see,
You're awfully nervous, and please stop fingering the girdles.
Look, I'm supposed to meet somebody in a dressing room.
Well, I'm sorry, sir, but that isn't allowed.
My name is Tom Burney.
Oh, well, then you're an exception.
I happen to be completely normal.
Well, Miss McGregor, right over there, dressing room 3, she's expecting you.
Oh, well, see you later.
I hope I never see you again.
So living.
Madam, may I help you?
Come in. Oh, Vernie. Do you have your notebook with you?
Yes, I have it right here.
Good. We have an assignment. Tell me, how do you like this dress?
I don't know. I've got my eyes shut.
Well, open them.
Oh.
Now, would you say this dress is demure?
Offhand, I'd say you wouldn't look demure if you were wearing a Mother Hubbard.
I don't know whether to blush or slug you.
The notebook's ready.
Well, first, we've got to learn all about the tobacco business. Now go to the library and get a comprehensive assortment of books on the subject. Study them up. Then stop at the office and get... No. First, you better go home and pack a few things.
Pack? Well, I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, yes, you are. We're going off to my cabin for the weekend.
Your cabin? Just the two of us?
That way we'll be able to work without interruptions.
That depends.
On what?
On what you mean by work, and what you mean by interruptions.
There. A real fireplace. Stop staring at the flames, Vernie, and grab a book.
Life is a delusion.
Huh? What's bothering you?
A secretary on a weekend with a boss, reading a book.
Well, stop reading. I'm going through this personal stuff on Caldwell's life. 4 wives. Oh, they all gave him a hard time. No wonder he hates women.
No, you'll do all right.
Why do you say that?
You're different. The other's just girls. Your class. When Caldwell finds that out, he's hooked. And there's your contract.
Thanks, Bernie. But it won't be as simple as that.
It will be, for you. You'll drive right to the root of the problem. Nothing to deflect you. No troublesome emotions, no reluctant heart.
And so I stand accused of being what I am.
No accusation, boss. Just an observation.
All right. How much different am I from you? Why do you work at a job you don't like?
Money?
And me, too. Only my price is higher.
My price is a low one because I don't need much to be happy. Just enough to...
To see you through this secret yearning of yours, huh?
It's not so secret. I just don't talk about it because a lot of people wouldn't understand. I'm an artist.
You mean with paints?
Uh-huh.
Oh, good?
No, I haven't decided yet. Fairly good, anyway. Have you ever been in Mexico?
What brought that on?
Well, that's why I took this job. As soon as I save enough to buy a jalopy and a trailer, I'm going back to Mexico and paint my head off.
It sounds terribly romantic.
Yeah. Tasco, Acapulco, Pascuaro. 1,000 places and a million things just screaming to be put on canvas.
Bernie, I'll tell you something silly.
What?
I write.
Oh? Short stories?
Poetry. Go ahead and laugh.
Why?
I like you, Bernie.
Oh, thanks.
Never fall in love with me, will you?
Don't worry.
Well, why do you say it like that?
Nobody falls in love with a doll. You know why? Because it's nothing but a figure of a woman. Inside, wood.
And I'm a doll, is that it?
What do you think?
I think I've never let myself fall in love because I know what it has to be with me. It's got to be thunder and lightning and fire and everything that's dangerous. I can't make a mistake because it'll be only once. Just once, Fernie. It wasn't fair to kiss me, Bernie.
By what rules? The advertising?
Oh, this is crazy. Do you think I'm in love with you?
Well, Gregor, you're scared to death.
No, Tom,
That's the first time you've said my name.
Come on, Bernie. Pack your bags. We're going home.
Why?
As long as you're working for me, you'll do as you're told. Start packing.
Sure, McGregor. We'll work in the city so we can have dinner with the Caldwells on Monday, and maybe I'll make love to Ethel Caldwell, and you'll get the account. Right?
Right. And Bernie, put out the fire.
It's almost out now, boss. How we got started.
Every day you hear more and more about an incredibly fast way to relieve the pains of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. It's Anacin. A-N-A-C-I-N. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician. And in this way, discover the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin. A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin. In handy boxes of 12 and 30. Economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Ask for Anacin at any drug counter. You are listening to Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, and by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Take a Letter, Darling starring Rosalind Russell and Fred McMurray, will continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Director's Playhouse. We continue with the third act of Take a Letter, Darling, starring Fred McMurray as Tom Verney and Rosalind Russell as McGregor.
Stop fidgeting, Verney. The driver will get us to Dory's on time.
Well, that's not what I'm worried about.
What is your trouble?
Oh, the whole setup. You telling Caldwell that I'm an executive in the company just back from Washington.
Sure. Capital big shot. That should make you more appealing to his sister. She's your assignment, Verney.
Yes, and probably some silly old satchel.
Civil War relic. You won't have any trouble.
Oh, sure. I must be a world beater.
Well, just come up with one of my ideas now and again. Any questions?
I'm too ashamed for questions.
Look, boy, this is business. If you can convince Caldwell's sister that we should have the account, there's a bonus of $10,000 for you.
10,000? You mean 10,000 just like that?
Just like that. Then you can paint all over Mexico for the rest of your life. Well, now how do you feel?
None.
That must be your secret charm. Well, here we are. Smile, Verney. Dorman, do you know if the Caldwell party has arrived yet?
Yes, you must be Miss McGregor.
I am?
I've been instructed to tell you that Mr. Caldwell is inside. Miss Caldwell has been delayed at the Ritz Plaza. She'd like to have your car pick her up.
Oh, thank you. Verney, you pick her up alone, and remember, Mexico.
Mexico, well, I guess a hot tamale is worth a little southern fried chicken.
And start selling yourself from the beginning, understand?
Yes, and it gives me goose flesh.
Mr. Caldwell, you're glowering.
Yes, I usually glower at women.
Can't you manage a nice, friendly sneer?
You know what you remind me of?
What?
Indigestion.
That's me. Heartburn with bare shoulders.
Let me explain it this way. Women to me are like cream puffs. And I'm a man who loves cream puffs. I know they're bad for me, but I've eaten 4 of them. I've had 4 bellies. Now I'm on a diet.
I represent an ad agency, not the League of Homeless Cream Puffs.
Well, you look gooey enough to be dangerous. Yeah. Well, here comes Ethel.
Oh, Tom Verney, and that sweet old lady beside him. That must be your sister.
No. My sister's on the other side.
That is your sister?
Ethel in the flesh.
Oh, brother, there's more flesh than dress.
Johnny! Oh, and this must be Miss McGregor.
Yes. How do you do, Miss Caldwell?
Wonderful, just wonderful. Johnny, I want you to meet the most fascinating man, Tom Verney. Tommy, this is my brother.
How are you?
Glad to know you, Caldwell.
Well, let's all sit down. Tom is just back from Washington.
I don't know what Washington would do without our Tommy.
Verney, I feel it only fair to warn you, my benignly feminine sister is on the prowl.
Well, of course I am. He's scrumptious.
McGregor, I think you slipped up on those advertising layouts I told you to send to the Caldwells.
I slipped up?
Ethel doesn't care for them at all.
No, they're not the least bit scrumptious.
You see, my sister has the final word on all advertising.
Oh, well, of course, Miss Caldwell. They're just rough drafts.
Tommy, what heavenly shaving lotion.
I'd say it was scrumptious.
Yes, scrumptious, that's just the word. Oh, and Miss McGregor, don't worry about the layouts. I'm sure Tommy can straighten it all out.
I'd like to straighten Tommy out.
Well, I'll do my best. Dance, Ethel?
Oh, I'd love to, Tommy.
Excuse us, please.
Tommy, tell me some more about your work.
Miss McGregor, you look as if you just bit into your first oyster.
I did, and the oyster just bit back.
Want to lose your man?
Man, of course not. I was just thinking about the account.
Well, you got the whole evening to think about it. Because if I know Ethel, she's going to dance your Mr. Verney into a case of nervous apoplexy.
Well, now that we're all together again, Miss Caldwell, we can discuss the advertising account. I think the best
think Tommy and I'd like to dance again.
You know, that's just what I was thinking. Excuse us, will you?
Miss McGregor, what are you thinking?
Oh, just a silly little thought about Tom Verney and a bolt of lightning.
Do you dance?
Yes, I do, Mr. Caldwell.
My 4 wives dance. Let's not.
Right. Let's just sit here and watch the young people.
My sister's a fine horsewoman, too.
I can see that. Double-gated. Well, here they come. The last number. The waiters can stack me on the tables with the rest of the chairs.
My, how time does fly.
Yes, indeed. I haven't had such a good time since I got locked in a closet.
Well, girls and boys, the place is about to close. Let's all just say goodnight and try to forget.
Well, we haven't even discussed the account. Now, perhaps we can do it tomorrow.
Oh, sorry. I'm flying home to Raleigh tomorrow. You could take it up with Johnny, but it's really my part of the business.
Well, you know, Ethel, it's too bad you and I can't settle it between us.
Tommy, what a wonderful idea. You could fly down to Raleigh with me, and then the two of us could just lounge around while we mull over your idea.
There will be no mulling around during business hours. And who said they were his ideas?
Well, aren't they?
Your move, McGregor.
Well, of course they are, but Mr. Verney happens to have a very pressing business engagement in Washington. Haven't you, Verney?
No.
But, Verney, the president.
Oh, he's catching up on his letter writing.
My, what an important man.
Can I call for you at your hotel in the morning?
Oh, thank you, Tommy. Then we can have breakfast together.
Fine.
That, I'd say, almost finishes the game. Can you think of another move, McGregor?
Why, I'm just tickled to death that your sister and Mr. Verney have hit it off so well.
Oh, and I'm sure we're going to do much better.
Just take him down there and stuff him with chitlings and soak him in shaving lotion. He's all yours.
The game is ended.
You know, McGregor, life is like a ship in a bottle.
Why is life like a ship in a bottle?
What are you asking me for? I'm no philosopher.
My brilliant partner. Atwater, have you seen these Raleigh newspapers? Society romance in the making. Ethel Caldwell and Tom Verney at the races. And here, Ethel and Tom at the flower show. And here, Ethel and Tom on the lawn of the Caldwell mansion.
And here, go farther with Ethel.
That's an advertisement. Sitting around slurping mint juleps out of her slipper. That heel hasn't answered a single letter. I've been feeding him ideas until my brain's doing a rumba, and what do I get from him? Nothing.
Well, like I say,
life is like a ship in a bottle.
Hello, McGregor. You got a minute?
Jonathan, have you heard anything from that sister of yours?
Nary a word, but forget her.
What about Tom? He hasn't answered a letter or a phone call in 2 weeks.
Well, forget him, too. I made a decision.
Oh, about the account?
About you. McGregor, despite all my millions and my considerable personal loveliness, you haven't given me a second thought. Ergo, you're a most unusual woman, being at the same time beautiful and intelligent. I'm leaving tomorrow for Raleigh, and I suggest that you come with me. Be my guest.
Well, thanks again. I think that would solve a lot of my problems. But if you're hinting at my becoming Mrs. Caldwell the Fifth, I pass. I don't belong to the union.
And this, McGregor, is your room.
Your home has all the warmth and intimacy of Boulder Dam. How do I find my way back here again?
Just tie a string to the doorknob and never let go.
Oh, look, they're flowers. Oh, they're so beautiful.
Thank you. You'll find I'm very sentimental. I cried at my last wedding.
It was about time.
Well, my taste has improved considerably since then. Well, I'll leave you all to get settled, and welcome to the old homestead.
Thank you, Colonel, sir.
See you later.
Yes, indeed.
I'll meet you for cocktails, Ethel. I'll go for change now.
Why, that lead-headed fake. Howdy, Scrumptious.
Well, McGregor, hello.
Hello. After ignoring 5 wires and 3 phone calls.
Well, I've been busy.
I know you have. And for what you're doing with that Caldwell woman, I'm paying you $100 a week.
Great little girl, that Caldwell woman. Fascinating.
So is a teething ring, but it takes an undeveloped mind to appreciate it.
Like the fella says, business is business.
Some business. Look at these sample layouts. They haven't even been opened yet.
Well, she didn't like the first one, so I handled the situation.
Oh, how?
Well, one day Ethel asked me about painting, so I started to explain. You know, colors, how Van Gogh uses yellows and purples.
And Bellini his greens. My, but she must have been impressed.
She was pretty enthusiastic.
And then darling Ethel said, wouldn't it be just scrumptious if we could get those men to paint billboards for the Caldwell Tobacco Company?
No, that was my idea.
Are you crazy?
Well, maybe, but here, I'll show you how it works.
Tom.
Might work, huh?
Whistler painting his mother.
And smoking a pipe. Caldwell tobacco, of course.
Oh, Stewart painting Washington. Oh, Tom, we could make a wonderful campaign. I want to get to work on the copy right away.
Well, Ethel and I, we're going to work on the copy.
Oh?
Not jealous, are you, McGregor?
Me? Me jealous of a full-grown man bibbling in his drool?
I've never been.
I mean drooling in his bib.
How can you talk like this in front of Whistler's poor old mother?
Is that all you can say?
One more thing.
Well?
I have to change. Cocktails with Ethel at 5.
Oh, pardon me. And you too, Mother.
She's jealous. She's jealous. How am I doing, Ma? Hi, Caldwell. Hello.
Oh, hello, Bernie.
The master of the estate surveys his blooded kennels, huh?
Beautiful dogs, aren't they? Has Ethel been running you ragged?
Confidentially, I'm on my 3rd bottle.
Yeah, from what I read in the papers, I thought there might be a marriage in the wind.
Now, hold on your storm signal. She's a fine girl, but Ethel knows I'm interested in someone else.
McGregor?
McGregor.
Oh, she's a thoroughbred, that one. Like these dogs.
Too much self-sufficiency. But Caldwell, I think I found her weakness.
Oh, congratulations. What is it?
Jealousy.
Over Ethel?
Yeah, she's wild.
It's a neat trick, but it takes finesse.
Yeah, that's it. How much of it will she put up with? How far can I go?
Honey, I've tried this jealousy routine over and over. And the only time it failed was when I relented.
Too easy on them, huh?
Oh, they bounce right back.
You figure it's a mistake to stop, huh?
A mistake is suicide. You twist the knife.
Right.
Even after you can't see how a human being would stand for such treatment.
Yeah, but there must be a limit.
No, don't be a dope. Where women are concerned, there are no limits. Don't weaken.
Don't weaken. All right, I won't.
Pour it on.
Pour it on, huh?
Pour it on!
Tommy, doll, why don't you come into the pool?
In a few minutes, Ethel.
Oh, it's just wonderful.
Caldwell, doesn't your sister ever get tired?
Nobody's ever been able to stay awake long enough to find out. How's the jealousy campaign?
Oh, I'm pouring it on.
Oh, good. Now, here comes McGregor. Now, you pour it on some more. And try kissing Ethel in front of him. Yeah, it's a good idea.
Tommy, honey, help me out of the pool, huh?
Okay. There you are.
Hello there.
Ethel, can I kiss you?
Why, Tommy, you sure enough can.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's a pleasure.
Well, hello. I thought I'd take a swim. Oh, pardon me. I said pardon me. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, hello, McGregor. What's new?
Well, I hope I haven't interrupted your daily routine.
No, we can do this anytime.
Yes, that's right, Sugar. How about right now?
Right now.
Anybody want to see me dive?
Oh.
Put your coat on, sister. Your pores are open.
Say, Ethel, look at the way I can make my muscles move.
Oh, Tommy, honey, that's just scrumptious.
Tommy, honey, you all are just making me too old sick to my stomach.
Well, I guess Ethel and I'll take a walk. You don't mind. Two's a company.
Never mind, I'm leaving. You can stay right here and admire each other's muscles.
I haven't got any little old muscle.
Oh, now, who are you kidding? Me or that bathing suit? And Tom, when you get to the bottom of the pool, would you do me a favor?
Sure, McGregor.
Take a good deep breath.
Come on, Tom, let's go in again.
Oh, hello, McGregor.
Oh, hello, Jonathan.
Inspiring, aren't they? My sister's the sporting type.
I can see that. You're very good at shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah, now here, you sit down on this bench. McGregor, I'm about to ask you to marry me.
To marry? Oh.
Now, first, let me make my case. At this sitting of Congress, with all taxes deducted, I'm worth in the neighborhood of $8 million. Not that my bucks are an important factor, but I just thought I'd like you to know.
Well, it gives a girl confidence having $8 million around the house.
Now, that's point one. Now, point two, Ethel is going to marry Vernie.
She... How do you know?
Well, she told me. I mentioned it for a purpose, McGregor, in hopes that you'll stop knocking yourself out over a man who's idiot enough to let you go. I won't. And that's point three. For the first time, I know what it is to revere and respect a woman. For the first time, and with full memory of the four women married, I'm honestly in love. And I ask you to marry me.
Now, Johnny, that's a very beautiful proposal.
Do you accept?
No, I can't.
Well, why not?
Oh, it's...
Not Bernie. Look at him with his arm around Ethel. Is that the guy you're holding out for?
Oh, then it's we'll do it, huh? Oh, hi. Don't expect us back for dinner. We're going to take a long walk through the woods.
Yeah, bye, y'all.
McGregor, I just proposed to you.
Jonathan Caldwell, you're a fine man with honest faults and no pretenses. I accept your proposal.
Good morning.
Ah, it is indeed. Join me in a lonely breakfast, Bernie.
Thanks.
There's the ham and here the eggs.
The girls aren't up yet, huh? Missing a beautiful morning.
Most beautiful in my life. How's the jealousy campaign?
Oh, I really poured it on yesterday afternoon.
Twisted the knife.
Yeah, all the way.
Didn't we?
Strong as iron.
Made her steam.
She's almost out of her head. But tell me, when do I stop?
Well, you can stop now.
How do you figure?
Yesterday, McGregor agreed to marry me.
She did? She... marry you?
Well, that's strategy, friend, strategy.
Why, you double-crossing rat.
Well, thank you. Aren't you going to congratulate me?
I think I will. Here's a garland of scrambled eggs to wear in your hair. And here's the ham.
What, no ketchup?
Yes, here's ketchup.
Pour it on, Bernie, pour it on.
about?
Yeah. Congratulations. I hear you are now a tobacco tycoon.
Thanks.
May all your children be cigars.
What are you so upset about? You're marrying into the family yourself, aren't you?
I am not marrying Ethel. She was out for some fun, and she got it. I came here to get a contract, and I got that. Last night, she signed it.
And everybody's happy all around.
Well, Mrs. Jonathan Caldwell V, you owe me one thing. A check for $10,000. And I quit.
You're leaving?
Yeah, boy, what a stoop I've been. I honestly believed once that you'd be taking that trip to Mexico with me. It was so real that you stubbed your toe on the Mayan ruin.
I did? Did you help me?
I carried you. Get that for a pipe dream. You living on beans and beauty. But for you, McGregor, it's bucks. They're all that count. Well, have a good time counting. Come in.
Hi. I'm Atwater, McGregor's partner, remember?
Oh, sure. Sure, how are you? Excuse me for not getting up. I'm just finishing this painting.
It looks pretty good. I just came back from Raleigh. This is from McGregor. Your bonus.
Oh. Put it over there on the table, will you?
The wedding's next Tuesday.
Is it?
Well, you got 10 grand, McGregor's got $1 millionaire. Hope somebody's gonna be happy.
She's made up her mind. It's finished.
Yeah? Funny thing. I'd swear there were tears in her eyes when she handed me that check to give you. Hey, there's quite a painting here. Beautiful girl.
Yeah, it's a professional model.
I wonder what she'd look like in clothes. Now, there's a switch for you.
It's really not a very good painting. I've been meaning to give it away. I could... Atwater.
Don't look at me. My wife wouldn't let it in the house.
No. A wedding present for McGregor and Caldwell.
You can't do that. McGregor would take off like a skyrocket.
You don't know the half of it. Yeah, I could erase the head with a little turpentine, paint a new face, and... McGregor, you're a bad, bad girl.
And then, darling, you'll stand here for the ceremony. Now you've got everything straight?
Isn't it terribly boring for you going through this year after year?
I'll be a nervous groom as long as I live.
Johnny, Aunt Minnie just fainted.
Good for Aunt Minnie. I love that woman when she's unconscious.
I think I'm going to faint myself.
Well, Ethel, you're not fooling. What happened?
That big package. It's a wedding present from Tom Vernon.
Well, what is it, a nest of rattlesnakes?
You. The way you worked your way into this family. Well, now we know you. We know all about you.
Ethel, you're not making sense.
Look for yourself, the portrait. Go on, look at it.
Well, if I know Tom Verney, he could have sent anything from an Aztec idol to a... Oh!
McGregor. Oh, McGregor.
But it isn't a painting of me.
Well, that's the face you see in your mirror. And look at the signature. To Mac, in memoriam Tom.
Of all the childish tricks.
Nothing childish about this picture.
But it isn't of me. I didn't pose for it.
Oh, now cut it out, Mac. I'm glad you posed for it. That picture finally made a complete woman out of you.
Oh, I get it. I'm going to be forgiven.
Why not?
Forgiven for what? Never mind answering that one, Caldwell. You think a thing like this can draw us closer together? Well, hold on to your Mason-Dixon line, you big flub. I wouldn't marry you if you came stuffed with $1 million bills and an apple in your mouth. Now go plant that in your protection and smoke it. Grow that in your plantation and smoke it. Caldwell Acres. Oh, they ought to plow it under and grow possum.
Hey, McGregor! Well, how'd you like the naked truth?
Tom Verney, how dare you send that portrait of all the mean, contemptible things to do?
Come on, get in.
I'll walk.
Get in.
Oh, all right. You're going the wrong way. You're going south.
That's right.
Oh,
Beans and beauty.
Tom, are there enough beans for me?
Could be. Here,
What is it?
bottle of shaving lotion. Go on, open it. Now, dab it gently on my face.
Oh, Tom, did somebody buy this for you?
Your partner, Adwater. Why?
There's a ship in the bottle.
Well, haul anchor and set sail for Mexico.
Viva Mexico!
Viva McGregor!
Viva everything! I'm in love!
And so ends the last act of Take a Letter, Darling. Our stars, together with our guest director, will be with us in just a moment. Next Thursday, the Screen Directors Playhouse throws a solid punch of adventure as we present a favorite action star in a favorite story. Our adaptation is Lucky Jordan, and recreating his original role will be Alan Ladd with screen director Frank Tuttle. Now, here again are tonight's stars, Rosalind Russell and Fred McMurray.
Well, Fred, the show is over. We can throw our scripts away.
And the actors can go home.
And that leaves what?
The basic ingredient of a motion picture. The director.
And as the boss, I claim the honor of introducing him. Ladies and gentlemen, with a deep and grateful bow, we present the man who lifted Take a Letter, Darling off the paper and turned it into celluloid. And he did it with the style and dash he's brought to such other pictures as Hold Back the Dawn.
And Kitty.
Yes, and Lady in the Dark. Our director, Mitchell Lyson.
Thank you, Roz, Fred. It's always a director's prerogative to have the final word, and this is it. Once upon a time, I wanted to be a sculptor and hack away at a block of marble with a hammer and a chisel. The result, whatever it might be, certainly could never be translated into laughter and the sheer delight of comedy. So tonight, after listening to our motion picture comedy become a radio show, I'd like the director's last word to be a word of thanks for making me very glad I chose film instead of marble. Good night, Roz, Fred. Good night, everyone.
Take a Letter, Darling was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the Hal Wallace production, September Affair, starring Joan Fontaine and Joseph Cotton. Watch for Rosalind Russell in the independent artist production, Teach Me to Love. Fred McMurray can currently be seen in the RKO production, Never a Dull Moment. Mitchell Lyson's forthcoming picture is the Paramount production, The Mating Season, starring Gene Tierney and John Lund. Included in tonight's cast were Mary Jane Croft, Arthur Q. Bryan, Jim Backus, June Foray, Isabel Randolph, Fritz Feld, and Peter Leeds. Take a Letter, Darling was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. Portions of tonight's program were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen next Thursday when we present Alan Ladd in Lucky Jordan with screen director Frank Tuttle. Listen again next week to Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy music, mystery, and drama. Listen tomorrow evening to the one and only Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Saturday, enjoy the NBC Symphony conducted by Arturo Toscanini on NBC.
Screen Directors Playhouse stars Rosalind Russell, Jeff Chandler. Production, Hired Wife. Director, William Seiter. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, the only cigarette that gives you mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. By the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Tonight, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present a comedy for springtime. Here is our adaptation of The Perils of a Private Secretary, Hired Wife. And here are our stars, Rosalind Russell and Jeff Chandler.
Jeff and I are playing the parts of boss and secretary. I'm Kendall Browning.
I'm Stephen Dexter. Cement is my business.
And it's always business. With all New York to choose from, I had to fall for a man with a head full of cement.
I draw your attention to my private secretary. She has horn-rimmed glasses and a poised pencil. She also has a deep conviction that businessmen are just big little boys. She puts lollipops in my cigar box. That's Kendall Browning.
Now here's Chesterfield's answer to Cyrano de Bergerac, Bob Hope.
I'd top you easy, Dad, but we only have a minute here to sell Chesterfield.
Okay, well, let's get to it.
Better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
The mildness is a cinch to prove. You just make the Chesterfield mildness test. You know, open a pack and enjoy that milder aroma. Then smoke them, and you'll know that Chesterfields are milder.
And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
So make our cigarette your cigarette. The reasons go together like this.
Buy Chesterfield, Chesterfield, the one that proves its case. Yes, Chesterfields are milder, plus no aftertaste.
So ho, open a pack and give 'em a sniff.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
Now for the first act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Hired Wife, starring Rosalind Russell as Kendall Browning and Jeff Chandler as Stephen Dexter. You'll notice that once again, spring has happened. This phenomenon is accompanied by certain changes among the birds, the bees, the flowers, and a private secretary named Kendall Browning.
Oh, it's not really me, Mr. Wallington. It's my boss, Stephen Dexter, of Dexter Cement. Something happens to Stephen when the snow disappears. I know. The first spring I worked for him, he made a pass at me and I put him in his place. That's where I made my first mistake. He stayed there. The second spring, I made a pass at him, but a redhead got there first. So take it from me, girls. Don't try to make love to a cement mixer. You end up with sand in your eyes, rocks in your head, and your heart in a sling. Anyway, here we go again. It's open season on Steve Dexter, and I've got my gun loaded. It's been loaded for so long, my powder's getting moldy. Spring. Morning, William.
Morning, Miss Kendall. Isn't it a beautiful spring day?
I've seen better springs on a second-hand mattress.
Did you notice the lovely breeze?
A breeze is nothing but an undeveloped sneeze.
What's the matter, Miss Kendall? Aren't you happy?
Now, just tell me one thing. Did Mr. Dexter arrive yet?
Oh, yes. He came in singing.
Singing? Oh, I'll bet it was the funeral march in the key of Kendall Browning.
Even my wife noticed the weather. She says now that it's spring, I'll feel primitive, savage urges. And you know what?
What?
She put an extra jam sandwich in my lunch.
Well, don't let the lettuce go to your head. Now, just type these reports, William. I'm going to have a talk with Mr. Dexter.
Yes, Miss Brown.
Good morning, Kendall. Lovely day, isn't it? Here, I'll open the window.
Thanks. Now hold my pencil and I'll jump.
What's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing, Stephen. It's just that every spring it gets thick.
What gets thick?
My blood and your head.
Fine. Now, do you mind if we get down to business?
I'm ready. Oh, have you received an answer to your bid on the subway job?
We've got the contract.
Oh, Stephen, that's wonderful.
Just one hitch, though. General Cement Corporation.
That bunch of cutthroats. Roger Van Horn told me
I
that
know
they...
what he said. That's what I'd pay a lawyer for.
Oh.
They'll try every trick they know to get the contract away from
Let
us.
them try. I'll stick to our cement as if it was glue.
Stop worrying, Kendall. Come on, enjoy the spring.
Oh, the trouble with you is you've got too much jam in your sandwiches.
Huh?
Never mind. Oh, who's the bathing suit in the advertising layout?
Oh, Phyllis? She's my new idea for an ad campaign. Isn't she a vision of blonde loveliness?
I knew it. Just your type. Blonde, blushing, and blousy.
She happens to be a very talented model.
I can see that. If she had any more talent, she'd burst her Catalina.
Well, get used to her. She's going to be our new trademark.
Isn't that nice? Little Annie Cement. Who is she?
Her name's Phyllis Walden. But someday it may be Dexter.
Sure. Her name will be Dexter and yours will be Mud. Are you thinking of marrying that bleached peach?
Now, stop it, Kendall. She'll be here soon to discuss a contract. You show her in immediately.
Now, where on earth did you ever dig her up?
I happened to see her in an automobile advertisement.
Oh, and you were fascinated by the rumble seat.
I was fascinated by the advertising prospects.
Oh, come.
What we need is a warm human campaign, something with sex in it.
I get it. The cement you love to touch.
I want my cement to have personality.
Sure, like perfume. Chanel number clunk.
That'll be all, Kendall. You're my secretary, you know, not my partner.
I know. Okay, boss.
And show Miss Walden in immediately.
Phyllis Walden. I got a good mind to toss her right out on her pneumatic drill. Yes?
Phyllis Walden is here, Miss Brownlee.
Oh, tell her that Mr. Dexter will see her right... No, William. Send her in here to me. Ah, spring. I'll probably hate myself for this in the fall.
Are you Stephen's secretary?
I'm Kendall Browning, Stephen's private secretary. There's a difference, you know.
What's the difference?
Well, with one you get notebooks, with the other you get nylons.
Oh, really? Let me see your legs. Oh, my. You're just made for the cement business, aren't you?
And what business are you in? Inner tubes?
I happen to be Phyllis Walden, the model.
Oh, yes. Miss Cement Bag of 1951. I have got bad news for you.
Oh?
Mr. Dexter was going to put you on his cement bags.
What?
As a model, I mean, for advertising.
Yes, go on.
Well, the deal is off. Mr. Dexter changed his mind just before he left for Chicago.
Chicago? What did he go there for?
Same old thing. Visit his 8 children.
Children? I didn't even know he was married.
Oh, yes. He's been married so often he uses old wedding rings to fix leaky faucets.
But didn't he say anything else about me? He wanted me to advertise some dam he was building.
Well, now, if you really want to know, he's changed his mind. He says he doesn't give a girl for that dam.
I can't believe it.
Uh-huh. He said, now let's see, what did he say? Oh, yes, he said, tell Miss Goofy Pan she can't peddle her kisser to Steve Dexter.
What?
Uh-huh, that's what he said.
Kendall, is Miss Walton here? Phyllis, darling.
Oh, pardon me while I go out and darn a few doilies.
Well, Stephen, that was a fast trip to Chicago.
Chicago? What about Chicago? I've got no business in Chicago.
Only 8 kids. If it wasn't business, it sure couldn't have been pleasure.
Kendall, what's this all about?
Now, Stephen, don't get yourself excited. I'll explain everything just as soon as you're finished with Miss Miss Walden.
Kendall, why do you do these things? Miss Walden was so upset she sobbed her heart out.
Oh, was that what fell on the floor? For a minute, I thought somebody dropped the cash register.
Telling Phyllis those wild stories.
Well, now, it was for your own good, Stephen. Every spring, your young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of man traps. You plant those tender romances. They're warmed by the summer sun. They grow, and by harvest time, you've got yourself a nice batch of lawsuits.
Phyllis happens to be a lady.
So is Tokyo Rose, and she's still in jail.
Kendall, you're my strong right hand. I can't run this business without you, but stop fiddling in my private affairs.
All right, you can have Phyllis. And while she fiddles, brother, you'll be smelling something burning. Your bank account.
Hey, that was a good one. Hit him again and see if you can draw blood.
Oh, hello, Roger.
Come on in, Roger. I can use a good lawyer.
My, isn't it a lovely spring day out?
Yes, isn't it? Why don't you take Stephen to the zoo and give monkeys indigestion?
With a brain like yours, we wouldn't have to buy any peanuts.
Now, look. You kiddies really want to fight, I suggest you save it for a bigger scrap.
Oh, what's that, Roger?
General Cement. Oh. They're gnashing their teeth over losing that subway contract.
Oh, let them gnash. We've got it sewed up.
They're talking awfully tough, boy. And they're holding a board meeting this afternoon. Latimer wants us to be there.
What do we care what he wants?
I've a hunch they might try to pull something dirty. So, we go.
Don't worry, Roger. That strong right hand of yours is going to make like a fist.
Dexter, we're bringing an injunction against you the first thing in the morning.
It's a technicality.
It's a trick.
My lawyer will have it lifted in 24 hours.
We'll tie up every penny you own, Dexter. Every cent. By the time you pry our injunction loose, you'll have lost the subway contract.
Now, that's unfair.
Of course it is. But it's legal.
Now, you remember this. The victory is not to the strong alone.
No, but that's the way to bet. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh, Stephen.
Well, take a good last look at the office. Stephen Dexter Cement Company's on the way out.
We better take home a few sacks. I hear they make good tents.
Now, please, Roger, there must be something we can do.
There's something I'd like to do.
All right, William, you're excused.
I'd like to help. I've got a few $1,000.
Oh, thank you, William, but I'm afraid we'd need more than a few thousand.
Oh. Well, if you need mine, it'll take a few days. It's in my wife's name, and Snookums gives it to me a dime at a time.
That's the trouble with signing everything over to your wife. You haven't got it. Oh, Stephen, that's it.
What's it?
You've got to get married.
Huh?
Well, it's the only way to protect your money. Marry.
Oh, swell. You promise to love, honor, and collect 3% interest.
I'll put every last penny in your wife's name. Every sack of cement. Even your house, you'll have the...
You mean the only way I can save my business is to give it away?
Oh, it'll just be a formality. See, after a few weeks, you can get a divorce.
Stephen, I was just thinking. All you have to do is find a girl you can trust. Someone who understands your problem. Someone close to you.
Kendall, you're right, and you know who she is.
Oh, Stephen!
Come on now. You have to be married tonight, and you can't do that in New York. But let's see, you'll have to fly to Charleston.
Oh, well, I'll have to go home and change my clothes.
Why?
For the trip.
Oh, sorry, we won't need any bridesmaids.
Bridesmaids? Whom are you going to marry?
Well, whom do you think? Phyllis Walden.
Ah, there's bad news tonight.
Let's get busy. I'll make a list of all my property. Here, Roger, you drop the transfer papers. Right. Miss Collins, get 2 reservations on the next plane for Charleston. And Kendall, you go ask Phyllis Walden to marry me.
What?
Well, you can't expect me to go. I'm too busy.
Well, what do you want me to do? Drag her here by the hair of her phony eyelashes?
Please, Kendall, I need your help.
You don't need me. You need Dorothy Dix.
Now, look, Kendall. Kendall, you're a woman.
Oh, you're just making that up.
Oh, no, you know how to talk to another woman. You'll explain to her.
Yes, sure. Sure, I'll explain to her.
No matter what you now take for headache relief, we urge you to try Anacin for the incredibly fast relief these tablets bring the next time you're suffering from a headache. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin for this wonderfully fast relief. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin at any drug counter in handy boxes of 12 and 30. Economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. And now the second act of the Screen Director's Playhouse presentation of Hired Wife, starring Rosalind Russell and Jeff Chandler.
Hello, it's you, Brownie.
I'm working my way through college. Do you want to buy a cement mixer?
You'll find the elevator shaft down the hall. Why don't you just drop in?
Hold it, kid. Mr. Dexter sent me.
Well, come on in. I'm just dressing.
My, you have a stunning figure.
Stunning?
Just like a blackjack.
Really? And yours, my dear, looks like it was weaned on rye crisp.
Charming. Shall we go round again?
Come on, get on with it, Browning. Your lies are so corny, they're fascinating.
This one will kill you. Mr. Dexter wants you to marry him tonight.
He does? Well, hush my mouth.
I'd love to.
Well, I don't know whether to say yes or no.
Well, why don't you stand on your constitutional rights and just mumble?
Look, what kind of a gag is this?
Now, look, Walden, I'm not batting for Cupid. This is strictly business.
Whose business?
Your business. This can put you within spending distance of some very serious sugar.
I'm listening. Go on.
Stephen and all his money will be waiting for you at the airport at 5 o'clock.
Flying to Chicago again, I presume.
No, Charleston.
Oh, I've never been married in Charleston. Really, Browning, you must think I'm an awful dope.
Well, I'm just telling you.
You'd love to go back to Stephen and say that Walden number has a price tag, but I'm not that kind of a girl.
Go ahead, kid. Work yourself up.
Well, you can tell him I'd love to marry him tonight, but my trousseau's in the laundry.
Just like you, Walden, all washed up.
Southbound Flight 6, departing from Gate 3 in 5 minutes. Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Dexter, please check in with Flight Stewardess.
Oh, where's Phyllis? Roger, what's happened to that girl?
Now, will you stop having pups? You can count on Kendall. It's a great girl.
If I weren't paying 2 alimonies already, she could have me.
You?
I happen to appeal to masterful women.
That's Kendall, all right. Never understand why she never took up weightlifting.
She'll have Phyllis here any minute. Sure hope she's the right girl for you, Steve.
Oh, certainly she's right. Why shouldn't she be?
Oh, she could make it kind of gruesome for you, controlling all your assets. Why, if Phyllis wanted to, she could take everything. And there you'd be. Poverty-stricken, miserable, groveling, destitute, emaciated, penniless wretch. Here, take this dime for a cup of coffee.
No, keep it. Look, Roger, I happen to be of sound mind, and I...
Oh, Steve!
There's Kenzie.
Yeah, but where's Phyllis? Phyllis isn't with her.
Oh, Steve! Phyllis said no.
You mean she wouldn't come?
Not for love and not for money.
Well, there goes my business.
You want that dime now?
Oh, no. Now, you mustn't blame her too much, Stephen. After all, no woman wants to get married just as a favor. Except me.
Finished. Everything gone.
Steve, you haven't lost it yet. You can still marry someone.
Yes, but who? Who?
Well, don't look at me. I can't cook.
Steve, you've got to get married tonight. It doesn't matter who, as long as she's a girl you can trust. Any girl. Look, Steve. Now, what girl have you trusted more than any other girl in the world?
My mother.
Steve, look at her. Don't you know a wife when you see one?
You mean Kendall? But well, maybe she's busy tonight.
Well, I really had planned on reading another chapter of Little Women.
I wouldn't marry her if she was the last girl in the world.
You foolish boy. I am.
Ask her, Stephen. Go ahead, propose.
No, not till he apologizes for that last crack.
Southbound Flight 6, now departing.
For Pete's sake, Steve, apologize.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, now ask me to marry you. Propose, Stephen. Tell me what every girl wants to hear.
Kendall, will you marry me until all this blows over?
Some proposal. I've had better offers from the milkman. Okay, I'll do it.
I now pronounce you man and bank account.
We'll have to hurry, Kendall.
Well, come on, husband. In memory of this deliriously happy moment, I think I'll kick Roger right in the shin.
Oh! Happy landings. I'll be waiting with the papers.
Right in here, Kendall. Are you Judge Peabody?
I'll have that honor, sir. D.L.B. Peabody. Dudley LeBlanc Peabody. Who's suing who?
We want to be married.
Raise your right hand.
No, but all we want is...
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you, Hannah?
I do.
Congratulations. You just bought a turnip patch. $5 an acre, please.
Well, and you've got your signals crossed, Dudley. All we want is a simple wedding.
Ma'am, our weddings is so simple, they're more like funerals. Just love a nice funeral. Yes, sir. Which one of you is the bereaved?
Oh, brother, somebody's been putting gin in your chitlins. Look, now we're here for the wedding.
Whose wedding?
Our wedding.
Congratulations. How long you been married?
We're here to get married by you. Now get the witnesses.
Don't need none. I'll sign the license twice.
Now you get witnesses or I'll tie knots in your Mason-Dixon line.
You're a card, ma'am. Necking in the waiting room will be $1 extra.
And to think this is what I've waited a lifetime for.
It's not a very nice way to be married, is it, Kendall?
Well, it can't be helped, Stephen. We'll make up for it.
You're a pretty fine person.
Should have known me when I was a Girl Scout.
I won't forget this, Kendall.
Neither will I. It'll keep me awake nights.
Be right in. Yes, sir. You two prepared to take the step?
Yes, we are.
Another wedding makes me cry.
Oh, because you're sentimental?
Because I hate to see 2 more lives ruined. Why don't you forget the whole thing and go and take a Turkish bath?
I want to be married.
Okay. Join hands and prepare to be split asunder.
Thank you.
That woman you got there, she's a troublesome one.
How can you tell?
Narrow eyes, Never trust her with money.
For your information, I am to be entrusted with all his money.
That right, mister?
Well, yes.
I was right the first time. This here is a funeral. Now join hands and get stabbed in the back. Join hands!
Home again, all the same day.
Yeah, we'll just go in and sign a few papers.
Oh, aren't you going to carry me across the threshold?
What's the matter? You tired?
Skip it, Sir Walter.
Well, the bride and groom return. Congratulations.
Thanks. It was a lovely wedding. Next time I should break a leg.
I couldn't find the rice, so I got out a box of cornflakes to throw at you.
Well, go ahead and throw him.
I ate them while I was waiting.
Hey, Roger, did you bring those papers with you?
Oh, yeah, right here.
Where do I sign?
On this line. That does it. And now you, Kendall. Fine. Well, congratulations, Stevie boy. You're broke. This afternoon, a husband. Tonight, a proud pauper.
Thanks for your help.
Oh, well, don't mention it. And if there's anything you need, Stephen, just ask your wife.
Fine friend. He didn't even kiss the kissless bride.
Well, you're not really a bride.
I know. I'm just a legal maneuver. We'll raise a family of little affidavits.
Oh, you're a real friend, Kendall, and well, thank you for marrying me.
Sure, any old time. Oh, Stephen, let's not kid about it. I know it's just a business arrangement, but it is marriage. I'm glad I didn't know it was going to be like this.
Kendall,
Yes, Stephen.
all right now, suddenly I'm rather glad I married you.
No, don't.
Why not? You're my wife.
Not because you wanted me. I'm not a wife. I'm a substitute for Phyllis Walden. She'd be here now if I hadn't...
Hadn't what?
Well, if I hadn't made her refuse your bid.
My bid?
Yes, the way I put it. I knew she'd turn me down. No one likes to admit she's for sale, even if she is.
You mean you treated her in my name as if she were a cheap desk?
Oh, she isn't cheap. I'll say that for her.
Why, you...
Stephen, I've got the money.
You double-crossing little...
No, don't say it or I'll wash your mouth out with $100 bills.
Stop trying to act so confounded married.
That's me, taking advantage of a technicality like a little old marriage license.
Now, go home. Get out of my house.
Your house.
I suppose you'll hang those legal papers over my head.
I'll club you silly with them.
All right. If it's a fight you want, you'll get it.
Stephen, darling, keep this up and I'll cut your bubblegum money.
Are you going?
Yes, and in the meantime, don't get any cigarette burns on my rug.
Kendall!
Yes, Stephen?
You're fired.
Yes, Stephen. And sleep tight. It'll be the last time for a long while.
Oh, it will. And why?
Remember, dear, everything you had belongs to me. Mrs. Stephen Dexter, good night.
Our play will continue in just a moment. But first, here's a word from RCA Victor. Soon another baseball season will be underway. It promises to be the biggest and the best yet. It's the 75th anniversary of the National League and the 50th anniversary of the American circuit. And these milestones attest to the enduring enjoyment we derive from our national pastime. It's the American way, baseball today. So get out to the park as often as you can. And when you can't be at the game in person, do the next best thing. Root for your favorite team on RCA Victor Million-Proof television. Its quality is proven in over 2 million homes. That one word, quality, explains why RCA Victor is America's most owned television. See your RCA Victor dealer soon. And while you're there, order your copy of a truly unusual RCA Victor record, Fran Warren's recording session. Only 25 cents with the purchase of any one of the 27 great records in the RCA Victor's new Singers Single Series. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival, brought to you by Chesterfield, the only cigarette that gives you mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste, the best cigarette for you to smoke, by the makers of Anacin for the fast relief of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Hired Wife, starring Rosalind Russell and Jeff Chandler, will continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue with the third act of Hired Wife, starring Rosalind Russell as Kendall Browning and Jeff Chandler as Stephen Dexter.
Yes?
Kendall, it's me, Stephen.
Ah. What is it, Stephen?
Well, I thought over what I said last night. I'm sorry.
You mean you thought over what you did when you signed over all your possessions to me?
Well, today's Sunday, and I thought we could spend a pleasant morning talking things over.
Mm-hmm. Start talking.
Well, can I have money for breakfast?
Beat it, bum, or I'll call a cop.
Please, Kendall.
Make it fast. I'm cooking.
Well, you just can't treat a husband this way, that's all.
Oh, no? Tell me, husband, do you see this frying pan?
Oh, are you going to put eggs in it?
No, I'm going to hit you on the head with it. Oh! That's the bride's wedding gift.
Kendall! Kendall! Kendall, wait till I get you in the office tomorrow. Good morning, William.
Morning. Where are you going?
To my office.
Oh, you can't go in there. The boss is busy.
The boss?
Mrs. Dexter. She's taken over the business.
Oh, well, we'll see about that.
She said for me to throw you out.
Well, let me see you try.
Yes, Mr. Dexter. Had enough, Mr. Dexter.
What happened?
You just don't have enough jam in your sandwich.
Williams, I'm going in that door.
It's locked.
Well, it can't be locked. She can't do this. Kendall! Kendall, I'll get in there if it takes me all week. Kendall?
Well, Mr. Dexter. Back again?
Oh, how long can this go on? I've been here every day this week, and she wouldn't see me. This is Friday. I'm getting in.
Mr. Dexter, what are you hiding behind your back?
This.
Mr. Dexter, put down that axe.
Stand aside.
All right, but there's something you ought to know.
Out of my way.
Mr. Dexter, I tried to tell you. Your wife's out to lunch.
Did she leave any message?
Yes. She said you were to have all the money in the petty cash box for meals.
Food at last. How much is there?
1 dime, 2 Lincoln pennies, and a 3-cent stamp.
Hello?
I hear you've been trying to reach me, lover boy.
Roger. A fine lawyer you are.
Don't complain. I saved your business, didn't I?
Oh, sure. 2 words from you and I'm bankrupt.
Something go wrong?
It's Kendall. She's thrown me out.
Maybe you don't treat her the way a wife ought to be treated.
Well, I've tried, but I can't get close enough to kick her.
That's not what I mean. Have you tried being affectionate?
Affectionate? With that water cooler?
Try it. She just wants a little romantic attention. You go in there and I'll be right over.
All right. I'll try it. I'll walk in there and say, Kendall, I want to talk to you. Kendall, I want to talk to you.
Well, write me a letter, preferably from Lower Slobobia.
I can't go on any longer. How can I see you like this every day, cold, detached, unemotional?
What is it you want?
Oh, I want something to put my arms around and love.
Try the hat rack.
Don't you understand, Kendall? I'm on fire. I'm burning.
Oh, go suck a cube of ice.
Why do you act like this?
Well, isn't this the way you wanted it?
Yes, at first, but now I know you're more than a secretary. You're what I want, a woman, soft and fresh and tender.
You don't want a woman. You want a rhubarb. You want a rutabaga.
Kendall, don't you see?
Yes, I think I do.
You're desirable. You should be loved and kissed.
Stephen, what's happened to you?
Kissed like this.
Oh.
Stephen, I just dropped by to... Oh, how nice.
Phyllis.
Well, what's new in the woodwork, Walden?
A fine thing, kissing your secretary right on her desk.
She's not my secretary anymore.
Did you fire her?
Worse, he married me.
Married?
Mm-hmm.
Is this true, Stephen?
Well, I couldn't help it. I had to marry her.
Had to? Oh, Browning, you poor girl.
Oh, no.
As soon as we found out, we went and got hitched.
I didn't want to do it, Phyllis, but it's the law. They forced me.
You mean you'd leave that girl in her condition?
What condition?
Stephen, I have to have carrots. I feel just like carrots. Go get me carrots.
That condition.
Phyllis, I wanted you to be in Kendall's place. It just didn't work out that way.
Well, thank goodness for that.
It's you I love, Phyllis. Phyllis, will you marry me?
That's fine talk from a bridegroom. He doesn't even wait for the body to get cold.
I swear my wife means nothing to me. She's just a financial arrangement.
Ah, well, what about our little dividend? And don't tell me it's a loan from the RFC.
It was you I wanted, Phyllis, right from the start.
Well, you can start now and take her with you. Ha! I wouldn't have him if you served him on a silver platter with an apple in his mouth. Goodbye.
She's gone.
Well, what are you waiting for? Here's a nickel for the apple. Now beat it.
Well, hello, kiddies. I think I just passed a jet bomber on the way out.
Yeah, and did you notice the tailspin?
Roger?
Yes?
Roger? I'm not going on with this any longer.
Oh, yes, you are. And it's going to get worse. Someone tipped Latimer of General Cement that your marriage isn't bona fide.
It isn't. It's an optical illusion.
Well, if they can prove that, we're sunk. And they're bound to check up on you. So, Kendall, you go home and start packing.
Good. Ship her away,
Yeah.
preferably to Lower Slobovia.
Away nothing. Now, we have to make this marriage look good. She's moving to your house.
My house? My house?
Naturally, your house. Would I move to Roger's house? Roger's house? Well, I won't do it.
I refuse to permit it. Think of the position it puts me in, a married woman living in my home. The neighbors will talk.
Just nail the marriage license to the door and keep the window shades down.
No. This is asking too much.
Ah, yes. We Dexters prefer death to dishonor. What about me? What'll I tell my husband? Not you, the good one I'm going to marry next.
For the last time, I will not take this viper to my bosom.
Your bosom. Ha! That looks like the inside of a parentheses.
All right. Very well, prudes. I'll see you in bankruptcy court.
Bankruptcy?
Now, look, if you're going to be scaredy cats, invite some respectable relative or friend to stay at your house and referee.
Ah, now that's an idea. Roger?
No, wait a minute. No, you don't want me.
Oh, yes, we do.
I've got long toenails. I'll tear up the sheets.
No. Now, Roger, you're respectable enough.
Not since that last lawyers' convention in Chicago. No, please.
Here's some more of Stephen's stuff, Roger.
Put it on the bed. You all moved into his room?
Mm-hmm. All settled away. I hope he enjoys the guest room with you. By the way, do you snore?
I used to sleep next to the elevated railway until the passengers complained.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. He can plug his ears with cement.
Well, we'd better hurry if we're going to make that movie. Unless you want to spend the evening with Stephen.
I'd just as soon spend it with Dodo, the dog-faced boy.
Honestly, Phyllis, the whole thing's a misunderstanding. Well, no, not on the phone.
Say, Kendall.
Well, why can't we talk it over here, my place, tonight? Yeah, well, we'll be alone. Nobody to bother us. Just you and I.
Roger.
Yes?
How would you like to take in that movie alone?
Well, how come?
Oh, I think I'll just spend a nice, quiet evening at home.
Oh, Phyllis, I'm so glad you could come.
Well, you've got a lot of explaining to do.
Oh, before the evening is over, darling, we'll be just like we used to be. Now, give me your coat. I'll put it up in my bedroom.
Thank you, Stephen. Hello, darling.
Kendall, get out of that bed.
Did you say something, Stephen?
I said you better keep your coat on, Phyllis. It's chilly, you know.
Oh, but I'm warm.
Well, don't complain. It's a lot warmer for me than it is for you.
Well, you're white as a sheet.
Don't say that word.
Why?
Well, it makes me think of snow blindness. There I was in the Arctic. No fire, no matches.
No sleeping bag?
Oh, that's the trouble. The bag is sleeping right now.
Stephen, I don't understand you.
Well, that's the way it goes. Some do and some don't. Look, it's been fun, Phyllis. Let's do it again sometime. Good night.
Oh, Stephen, are you coming to bed, darling? Stephen, I hear a woman. Are you sure there's nobody else in this house?
Nobody but you and me.
And a There is somebody here. I knew it.
That's just the neighbors. They're all wife beaters. They have a wonderful time.
Well, we'll see about that. Now.
I can't look.
Well, open your eyes, Stephen. What are you afraid of? There's nobody here.
There isn't?
This is all very strange, Stephen. I'll have to consider it carefully. Good night, Stephen.
Good night, fellas. Kendall, the window.
Help me in, Stephen.
I don't think I will. What are you doing?
I saw somebody snooping around outside and went through the window to find out. It closed.
Well, it's going to close again.
I think it's Latimer out here, checking up on us.
Well, now listen, you she-monster. What's the idea of a... Latimer?
Latimer.
Well, come inside, darling. Imagine you out there catching your death of cold. It should only happen. Now we'll just pull down the blind. Now, what's the idea of lousing me up with Phyllis?
One more peep out of you, and I'll yell for Latimer.
Very well, but this can last only so long.
Surely, another 40 or 50 years, and it'll all be over. Now, you just go off to bed, Stevie boy, because this is only the beginning.
Roger, can't you stop that snoring?
Oh, Mabel, cut it out.
Roger! This ought to wake you up. Roger, old man, how about a drink?
Easy on the soda.
Look, this is my home. Why do I have to sleep with you?
Huh? Oh. Well, because I'm Tilly's chaperone.
Well, I'm leaving. I'm checking out.
No, wait a minute. No, you don't. You tell me here's a chaperone, and I intend to chop my head off.
Now, see here, Roger,
Answer the phone, Mabel. Oh.
Stephen, answer the phone.
You answer it. It's your house.
Oh, answer it yourself, you lazy oaf.
There must be an easier way. Maybe the Foreign Legion. Hello.
Who is it?
I'm trying to find out. Hello.
Hello, Dexter.
Yeah, who's this?
Let me speak to Mrs. Dexter.
Who?
That woman you're supposed to be married to.
Oh, her. Wait a minute. Kendall, I think it's Latimer. Oh, here, hold the receiver so I can hear, too.
Hello?
Is this Mrs. Dexter?
Yes, Mrs. Stephen Dexter.
What proof do you have?
Well, come on around. I'll show you my bruises.
This is Latimer of General Cement.
Oh, hello. And what can we do for you?
Well, frankly, Mrs. Dexter, my associates and I seem to have made a mistake. We doubted that you and your husband were really living together.
Oh, we're living all right.
Yes. Well, you beat our injunction. We're ready to make a deal.
Well, my husband will call you in the morning. Good night.
What do you know? We did it.
Well, Stephen, it's wonderful. I'm so glad.
Oh, so am I. Now I can get a divorce.
Is that all you can think of?
Well, I'm just a dreamer.
You certainly are, because I'm not going to give you a divorce.
That's a good girl. What do you mean you're not going to give me a divorce?
Well, I've suddenly decided that I like being Mrs. Stephen Dexter, that's all. Good night.
But I want a divorce.
Well, whistle for it.
Oh! My toe! You slammed the door on my toe.
Hey. What are you doing out of bed?
Answering the phone. Oh, my toe.
Well, next time, try answering with your hand.
You might like to know that was Latimer who called.
Oh, checking up, eh?
Mm-hmm, and we have him bamboozled.
Yeah, we'll never count your bamboozles before they're hatched.
Oh, this one's already hatched. We're making a deal.
Oh, we beat him, huh?
Yep, and now I want a divorce.
Oh, right now, or should we wait until morning?
The sooner the better. Now, how long will it take?
Is Kendall willing?
In a pig's ear, she's willing.
Well, if she fights...
And she will.
It'll take years.
Years?
Well, 5 at least.
Your best bet is to disappear and be given up for dead.
See? You're stuck with me.
Oh, I am I?
Stephen, what are you going to do?
Oh, I'm going to make the best of things. Come here, wife.
Now, Stephen, now you stop trying to act so married.
That's me. Taking advantage of a technicality like a little old marriage license.
Stephen, I know what you've got in your mind, and I wish I didn't.
So, you like being Mrs. Stephen Dexter?
Well, I thought I did.
Stand still, Mrs. Dexter.
Now, you lay a hand on me, and I'll tell Senator Kefauver.
I'm going to shower you with all the kisses a wife deserves.
Stephen, no, Steve.
Stephen, I wish you'd make up your mind.
Roger, how can I get rid of this woman?
Well, not that way, old boy.
Can't you think of something?
With all this going on, all I can think of is Mabel.
Some chaperone you turned out to be. Why don't you protect me?
I've got a better idea. Why don't you get an annulment?
Annulment?
Yes, the most beautiful word in the English language. How long would it take?
Oh, a few weeks. We'll just have to show it's been no marriage. It hasn't, has it?
No marriage, no nothing.
Fine. Let's keep it that way.
Oh, you can testify to that.
Well, I'll start proceedings tomorrow. Providing
what?
Providing you come to bed fairly soon. Nighty night, kiddies. Remember, no knives.
Well, Kendall, that closes the book.
I guess it does.
Give up?
I'm going home, Stephen.
No hurry. Just stand outside. I'll throw your bags out the window.
Now you won't have to listen to Roger snore.
I'll get a good night's sleep in my own room.
Never mind my things. I'll call for them in the morning. Good night, Stephen.
Breakfast. Good morning, Roger. Isn't it a lovely morning for an annulment?
Good morning, cad.
Oh, you're grumpy. Didn't you sleep well?
How could I sleep while you were in your room, annulling your annulment?
What are you talking about?
I did sleep in your room last night, didn't you?
I did.
Cad.
No. Maybe you'd have slept better if you'd done what I did last night.
The way you say that makes my blood run cold.
I took a nice warm shower and went right to sleep.
And you expect them to believe that in court?
Certainly I expect them to believe it.
Kendall might tell a different story.
Kendall wasn't even here. She went home.
She did?
She did.
I wish I could believe that.
Oh, there. That's probably her now. Come to pick up her clothes. Now, I'll prove what I said was the truth.
Good morning, Stephen.
Come on in, Kendall. Just having breakfast. I was talking to Roger here. Can you beat it? He says our marriage can't be annulled because he thinks you were in my room last night.
He does? Oh, he does. Well, isn't that a scream? He still doesn't know for sure, does he?
Oh. Kendall, where were you last night?
I went home and stayed there.
A bold-faced lie if I ever heard one.
Oh, he was pretty bold, all right. Tell me, Stephen, did you like my new nightgown?
I didn't see any nightgown.
That does it absolutely. No annulment.
Oh, that darn door. Phyllis!
Steve, here, I thought it all over, and I... Well, what's she doing here? Eating breakfast with my husband. Here, have a bagel. Stephen, is this woman living in your house?
Kendall wasn't really here last night.
Oh, his hair looks so tousled when he wakes up. I call him my little tousled ptomaine.
Kendall, you stop that. Phyllis, you have to believe me.
Oh, you never give up, do you?
No, I don't.
All right, Stephen. I do. Don't bother explaining. He's all yours, Walden. And for your information, Roger, I did spend the night at home.
There goes the best secretary a man ever had.
That adding machine?
She happens to be my wife.
Stevie boy, are you sure you aren't in love with Kendall?
Roger, I've been deserted. My wife walked out on me.
I can't imagine why.
You big dope. You've been crazy about her all along.
Good Lord, I am in love with her.
Well, go bring her back.
What about you?
Oh, I'll find something to amuse me.
Now, wait a minute. Stop staring at me.
His name is Roger Van Horn.
I don't care about his name. What's his credit rating?
Oh, Kendall.
Don't shout, dear. Here I am behind the door.
Kendall, how could I ever let you go?
Poor Stephen. You never had a chance.
Kendall, will you marry me?
But we're already married.
Oh, yeah. Hello. There must be something we can do.
Let's go back and kick Roger right out of the house.
Roger, but he's our chaperone.
Oh, Stephen, darling. Those days are gone forever.
Our stars will return in just a moment. Next week, the Screen Directors Playhouse will present the beautiful screenplay, Humoresque. And our stars will be Tallulah Bankhead and Stephen Cochran. On April 26th, we are pleased to present Jackpot, starring Miss Margaret Truman and Jimmy Stewart. Now, here again are tonight's stars, Rosalind Russell and Jeff Chandler.
Jeff, take a letter.
Oh, still the businesswoman, eh, Roz?
No, just a grateful actress. So address the letter to the director of Hired Wife and say, Dear Bill, for all you've done in the cause of comedy, in so many pictures, and in this one we made together, my deepest thanks.
And if I can express my admiration, too, Roz, I'll take that letter in person. Ladies and gentlemen, may we introduce the director of Hired Wife.
And of such grand pictures as Affairs of Susan and One Touch of Venus, Mr. William Sighter.
Thank you, Roz, Jeff. But there's something I have to say. This show tonight was awfully discouraging.
Uh-oh, we did something wrong.
It's nothing like that. But a director has a right to be discouraged when he's worried about all the things the director worries about to make a picture. And then he hears the same story, beautifully done on the air. And there's nothing to worry about because he doesn't have any of the worries a director usually worries about.
In other words, Bill, you're trying to say...
I'm worried.
I think Bill means he's disappointed because he created all the characters in front of a camera. And there's nothing left for him to do in front of a microphone.
Except to say thank you, Roz, Jeff, everyone, and good night.
Good night, Bill.
Good night.
Hired Wife was presented through the courtesy of Universal International Studios. Now releasing Bill Malden's Up Front, starring David Wayne and Tom Ewell. Rosalind Russell's newest picture, the independent production Teach Me to Love, will soon be released. Jeff Chandler can soon be seen in Smuggler's Island, a Universal International Technicolor production co-starring Evelyn Keyes. William Sighter's latest picture is the Paramount production Dear Brat. Included in tonight's cast were Mary Jane Croft, Jim Backus, Robert North, Ken Christie, and Earl Ross. Hired Wife was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons from the screenplay by George Beck. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. Portions of tonight's broadcast were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen next week when we present Humoresque, starring Tallulah Bankhead and Stephen Cochran, with screen director Gene Nicolesco. Listen again next week to Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Listen tomorrow evening to the one and only Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Tomorrow for good fun, it's William Bendix in The Life of Riley on NBC.
Screen Directors Playhouse stars Joan Crawford, Frank Lovejoy. Production, The Damned Don't Cry. Director, Vincent Sherman. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. By Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants, mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. Tonight, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present a study in dramatic conflict. Our story is the motion picture hit The Damned Don't Cry, and our stars are Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy. Today, with the country rising to meet the challenge of possible aggression, your Red Cross has been asked to undertake grave defense responsibilities in addition to its normal services. That's why a goal of $85 million must be reached in the 1951 Red Cross Fund campaign. Remember, when you give to the Red Cross, your gift is a lift to our fighting men. Now, before our first act, here's a word from RCA Victor. A word about money. How to make it go farther with an RCA Victor combination. You'll get the equivalent of 3 consoles, 3 different kinds of fun, and yet you'll pay for just 1 cabinet, 1 sound system. RCA Victor's Rutland, for example, brings you television at its finest. 17 big inches of million-proof television, quality proven in over 2 million homes. Second, you get both AM and FM radio with RCA Victor's new extended tone range. And third, the Rutland gives you 2 automatic record changers that enable you to enjoy records at all 3 speeds. Yes, enjoy all of these fine instruments in 1 fine combination at 1 money-saving price. Look over the Rutland soon. And say, here are 2 new RCA Victor Red Seal releases to add to your collection. September Song, sung on a single record by Ezio Pinza, and the album of selections from Gershwin's Porgy and Bess with Reza Stevens and Robert Merrill. Now for the first act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Damned Don't Cry, starring Joan Crawford as Lorna Forbes and Frank Lovejoy as George Castleman. In bold type, the headline read, Racket Leader, Public Enemy Number 2 Slain. Beneath, in subtitle, it continued, Body found in home of missing socialite Mrs. Lorna Hanson Forbes. Police fear Texas oil heiress, victim of crime syndicate. Why was she missing? Why was she dead? Or was she alive? Alan Fowler of the Times searched half over America and found his story in a ramshackle, disheveled house in Oil City.
Just who are you, Mrs. Forbes?
Who am I? What do you mean?
Well, you're listed as a Texas oil heiress, daughter of John Hanson. Now, there is no such animal as John Hanson. As for the Forbes label, you're supposed to be the widow of Robert Forbes, Wyoming oil magnate. Would you, care to read the vital statistics?
Don't bother. I know. There never was a Robert Forbes.
Uh-huh. Then who are you?
I'm so tired, Mr. Fowler. Very tired. Tired of running away.
Why are you running? What is your connection with the crime syndicate?
I'm going for a ride, Mr. Fowler. A one-way ride.
Huh?
Don't look so startled. Sure, I'm frightened. I've been out of my mind for days with fear. Maybe I've got it coming. Maybe I haven't, but all I know is I can't stand the waiting, and I can't keep running.
Look, why don't you start from the beginning? Huh?
The beginning. It was right here in this broken-down house with a derrick in the backyard and smelly grease pots in the front. 2 years ago, we buried my 5-year-old son, Tommy. And there was nothing to hold me here any longer. I was sick of being poor and sick of the man I called my husband. So I packed and went to New York. I was pretty naive when I got a job as a model in a wholesale dress house and discovered that my major duty was to entertain out-of-town buyers at night. One night, Sandra, another model, and myself were returning from a date, my first.
Enjoy yourself, Ethel, honey?
I feel like something that was on a sale in a bargain basement. I'm one big bruise from here to here.
So they wrestle with you a little. It's no worse than the subway. Hey, you got to stop being antisocial. This living by yourself, that's for channel swimmers. You're having a great time, and at retail prices. Here's $20.
$20? What's this for?
Your cut. Whenever we steer a couple of the buyers into Grady's back room to shoot dice, he gives us a bonus. We split 50-50. It helps, don't it? Hey, how about us working as a team?
No, thanks. I'd better learn one job at a time.
But it's all the same job. It's still modeling, only it pays better at night. Look, hon, don't kick opportunity in the teeth. What else have you got to sell but a face and a figure?
I didn't come to New York to be a tramp.
Neither did you come to New York to live in that crummy rumming house. Is that what you're looking forward to?
Well, no.
Then cut out your beefing and cooperate.
Great racket, this modeling business, Sandra. Here's your 20 from last night.
What are you giving me?
Your cut, the 2 suckers from Nebraska.
What did you do, shave it off with a razor?
I did what you did. I split it down the middle.
Don't hand me that. I saw Grady slip you 100. Since when is 20 right down the middle?
Since I began using your arithmetic book. Look, the first night we started, you gave me 20. I found out from Grady it should have been 50. This just straightens out the bookkeeping.
It does more than that, honey. It closes the books. I'm getting myself a new partner.
And I'm heading for the showroom. Oh, while you're getting a new partner, you better get yourself a couple of other new items, if you'll excuse the expression.
Why, you...
Oh, Bess, would you be kind enough to bring me a cup of water from the cooler?
Sure. Here you are, Mr.
Martin Blackford. Oh, what a headache I've got.
Sorry. I'm Ethel Whitehead. I work here as a model.
Oh?
Hey, what are you doing here with these books?
I'm a CPA.
What's that?
Certified public accountant.
Say, that's pretty big stuff.
Yes, I'm with Tuttle and Wagner, tax consultants. We take care of your auditing.
My what?
Your books and records. I mean, the firm.
Oh, yeah, I see. How come I never saw you here before?
Well, I only come over about once a month, usually on a Saturday afternoon.
I'm usually off then. So there you are. It must have been fate.
What?
F-A-T-E. Certified public fate.
Oh. Well, I'm afraid I must really get back to work.
What if you don't?
Well, the Secretary of the Treasury won't like it. Neither will Mr. Talbot. It's my job to keep them both happy.
And you do that with nothing but this pencil?
Well, it takes a little brain, too.
I'll bet. How much of that is it going to take today?
Oh, I'll be here till around 9, 10 o'clock.
Oh, when do you eat?
Whenever I finish.
Now, that's what's giving you those headaches. You're skipping too many meals. You're just kidding yourself. Keep on doing it, and pretty soon you can't work. Your company goes to pot, and then where are you? You're dead.
I never thought of it in quite that way.
Well, see you later.
Too bad we won't see you at Grady's tonight, Angel.
You'll see me all right, with the big money bags. A CPA. Certified public accountant to you, dearie. Reading the menu spoils my appetite, George. Just bring me the squab with wild rice, asparagus with hollandaise, a small mixed green salad with a touch of garlic, cherries jubilee, and a double martini. What are you having, Martin?
Huh? Oh, I'll have a chicken salad sandwich and a cup of coffee.
Well, I thought you said you were hungry.
I'm afraid reading this menu sort of spoiled my appetite.
Are you sick or something?
No, just a bit embarrassed. Afraid I'm short of funds.
Oh, that's all right. They'll take your check.
I don't think you quite understand, Miss Whitehead. How much do you think an accountant earns?
Well, I took it for granted that a man who... Well, the Treasury Department. I assumed that at least you made something
Less than that. Here's an item on the menu that's half a day's salary. I make exactly $60 a week.
Well, of all the crummy deals.
Oh, not really. Salary isn't everything, you know. Oh, they're a very nice firm.
Are you on the level?
Oh, don't worry. I'll manage all right. I like chicken salad sandwiches.
Don't be silly. Nobody likes chicken salad sandwiches. All that education, brain, and for what? 60 lousy bucks a week.
You'd be surprised what my mother could do with it.
You support a mother, too?
Oh, she's quite a manager.
She'd have to be a magician. Why, you could make more than that bouncing drunks out of here.
Well, I see you made it. Oh, who's this gentleman? I thought I knew most of our out-of-town buyers.
Out-of-town buyers? Oh, boy. The boys in Washington will love that, won't they, Martin? Mr. Blackford happens to be a tax consultant associated with the Treasury Department.
Tuttle and Wagner, really.
So many connections, I just can't keep them straight.
Oh, well, Mr. Blackford, in case I ever have any tax problems, I'll know who to call.
That's fine. You'll send over his office boy to add up your tips.
A great sense of humor. She used to sell more cigarettes that way.
Hello, folks.
Why, Grady, I'd like you to meet Mr. Blackford. He's connected with the Treasury.
And how are you, sir?
I'm afraid Miss Whitehead's a little confused. My only contact with the Treasury Department's when I make a mistake.
You make many of them?
Certainly not. That's what the clients pay for. He's a CPA.
Oh, well, whatever he is, any friend of yours is a friend of mine.
That means certified public accountant.
Yeah, sure, CPA, I know. Say, after you finish your dinner, you and Mr. Blackford might like to drop into the black room for
No. He couldn't possibly. He's right in the middle of a terrific problem. He barely has time for a sandwich.
Well, it's just a friendly little game.
Grady, he's got to rush right back. I keep telling him what's the point of having a brain from here to here and making a bundle of money this high if you can't take time off from starving.
Well, that's too bad. Say, Mr. Blackford, I don't suppose you could stop by my office on your way out for just a second.
What about?
Well, just a personal problem. I made one of those little mistakes with the Treasury myself. This morning they contacted me personal. Mr. Blackford, I certainly would appreciate a little professional advice if you could spare it.
I think we could possibly squeeze in the time. Huh, Marty?
Huh? I don't know why not. After all, friends of yours are friends of mine.
Let's take time out for a message from Bing Crosby and Bob Hope.
Hey, Bing, you got a minute?
Oh, sure, Bob. I got all the time in the world.
Don't tell me you own that, too.
Oh, never mind that stuff. Get to work with it.
Okay. Folks, Better Tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. And you can prove that yourself. Just make our mildness test. Buy Chesterfields, then open them and enjoy that milder, mellow aroma. Now light one up, and you'll know Chesterfield's milder because it smokes milder. And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
Yes, mildness and no unpleasant aftertaste are what you and I and every smoker wants.
Hurry up, Dad. Here comes the music.
Buy Chesterfield, Chesterfield, the one that proves its case. Yes, Chesterfields are milder, plus no aftertaste.
So ho, open a pack and give 'em a sniff.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
And here is the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Damned Don't Cry, starring Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy.
Have you got a cigarette, Mr. Fowler?
Yeah, sure. Here.
Thank you.
Well, continue with your story, Mrs. Forbes.
My story. The small-town girl who wanted to make good in the big city. The small-town girl who was only interested in big fish. Well, when Marty finished looking over Grady's books, the next thing that happened was that the meal was on the house and he'd been offered a job as accountant for Grady. Then we were walking home. You're a genius, Marty. 100 extra bucks a week. Your chicken salad days are over. And this isn't the only job waiting for us. Grady has plenty of friends. And I'll bet they got tax problems sticking out all over them.
Well, I certainly appreciate what you've done for me, Miss Whitehead, but...
First thing you do is to learn to call me Ethel.
Yes, I'd like to, Ethel.
Now, go ahead. You appreciate it, but what?
Well, I'm not really sure I should accept the job. Tuttle and Wagner might not approve of it.
Why not? It's on your own time. What you do a few nights a week is your business, isn't it?
Yes, but I feel I owe them at least an explanation.
All you owe them is what they pay you for. And for what they pay you, you can take a few days off.
Well, I know it isn't much, but...
Did they ever tell you not to take an outside job?
No, but...
All right, then you be snooty, too. Don't tell them.
All right. I'll take it on one condition, and that's that you share it with me. The fee, I mean.
Why, I wouldn't think of it. You mean like a percentage?
Why not? I guess you could use the money as well as I can. I wouldn't feel right otherwise.
Well, I wouldn't want you to do anything you thought was wrong.
Good, then it's settled. After all, you're responsible for this whole thing, Ethel. I wouldn't have had the nerve.
You don't need it, Marty. I got enough for both of us. Hi, Marty. I thought you were working tonight.
I am, but even night workers have to eat.
Now you're getting smart.
I was hoping I could have dinner with you.
Oh, I can't. I have a date.
Out-of-town buyer?
Yeah. What about tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night I'm busy. Grady has a new account for me.
Another one? That's wonderful. That makes 4 of them. If you're not careful, Marty, you're going to wind up a rich man.
Just makes it tougher to see you.
I wish you'd called earlier.
I didn't know earlier.
Here, zip me up, will you?
Oh, yeah, sure. I was working, and all at once I just felt I had to see you. Couldn't you break that date tonight?
I'd love to, Marty, but it's impossible. He's a big chain store buyer, one of our most important customers.
But it's been such a long time.
Well, if it isn't my old friend Grady.
Hello, Ethel.
Sorry, I'm going to have to rush out on you.
Oh, this isn't a social call. I just came to pick up Marty. We're going to a meeting.
But I'm due back to Malloy's tonight.
Malloy will be there, too.
What kind of meeting?
Business, big business. Like an invitation to the White House from the Prexy himself. Coming, Marty?
Sure, he's coming. Hey, Marty, if you'd like, I'll come with you.
Oh, wait a minute, Ethel. George didn't tell me to bring you.
This George. Did he tell you not to bring me?
Why should he? He doesn't even know you're alive.
All right, let's prove to him I am.
But what about your date?
Where your interests are concerned, Marty, my date can go to the movies.
Thanks, Ethel.
Oh, but George wants to see Marty, not you.
All right, we'll leave it up to Marty. If he wants me, I'll come. If not...
I'd like to have her along, Grady.
Oh, the White House should look like this. What's George president of? A diamond mine?
That statue over here, Ethel, is an Etruscan.
A what?
An Etruscan refers to an early art period. Etruria was an ancient country with a highly developed civilization located in what is now known as Italy.
This is Marty Blackford, George Castleman.
I've heard a great deal about you, Mr. Blackford.
I hope it's been favorable.
If it weren't, you wouldn't be here.
And this is Miss Whitehead.
How do you do?
How do you do? I don't think I've heard anything about you, Miss Whitehead.
Oh?
Ethel's Marty's friend. He doesn't go anywhere without her.
I wonder if Marty's friend would release him long enough for a very short business session.
So long as it's short and he's in good company.
Grady, would you take Marty into the library and introduce him to the gentleman there?
Oh, sure thing. Let's go, Marty.
Miss Whitehead, I must say I admire your choice of friends.
I like men with brains.
It's a quality that isn't offensive in women either. Did I get you a drink?
No, thanks.
I hope you'll be able to amuse yourself while Mr. Blackfoot and I are in the library.
I'll try to find something.
I wish I knew what to suggest.
You might invite me into the library.
There's one thing I never do in the presence of women. Discuss business.
That should leave you plenty of room for other interests.
I have no other interests. Even my wife understands that.
What happened? What happened in the library, Marty?
Oh, Mr. Castleman offered me a job. Secretary of the Treasury. Grady and the others are just little outposts in an empire. They have everything in the empire except a good accounting system.
And they want you to give it to them.
Yes. Castleman's going to open up a suite of offices with my name on the door. I'm going to run the whole show.
Oh, Marty, that's wonderful.
But it's more than just a bookkeeping office. It's a front. Front for the biggest wire service in the country.
I knew it. I knew you'd come through. Because you got brains. I knew it the first time I talked to you. Now Castleman knows it, too.
You haven't heard a word I said. It's to be a wire service for bookmaking, betting. Wires to every racetrack and sports arena in the country.
So what?
So what? It's illegal. It's against the law. As long as there's a wire service in the back and I know about it, I'm an accessory after the fact. They can throw you in the penitentiary for that.
What did you tell Castleman?
Nothing. He never gave me a chance. He just told me what I was going to do.
What are you going to do?
What do you think? I'm going to get out fast.
Are you crazy? You can't get out now. I won't let you.
You mean you want me to be like them, a criminal?
You bet I want you to be like them, smart. Look, nothing's going to happen to you. Castleman won't let it.
You don't understand, Ethel. This is a syndicate of organized crime. It's not just betting and gambling, but narcotics. Every kind of vice and corruption you can think of.
I don't want to think about it. And you don't have to think about it either. You'll be an accountant, just like you always have been.
There's such a thing as self-respect.
Self-respect? That's something you tell yourself you got when you got nothing else. Where's the self-respect in living on chicken salad sandwiches? In being afraid to blow your nose because Tuttle and Wagner don't like the noise?
At least it's decent.
And what good is that? Can you pay the rent with it? Can you live like George Castleman? Have a butler call you sir and light your fire?
Having a butler light a fire has never been one of my ambitions.
And what is your ambition? A hole in the wall stuffed with decency and self-respect? Look, Marty, the only thing that counts is the stuff you can take down to the bank. Oh, I know how you feel. You're a nice guy. But it's not a nice guy's world. If you don't kick and punch and belch your way up, nobody's going to give you a lift. We've got to do it ourselves, because nobody cares about us, except us.
Ethel, you think it's right for me to take it?
I'm not saying it's right. I'm only saying if you don't, what happens? You go back to Tuttle and Wagner and wait for your pension. And I go back to waiting for the out-of-town buyers. And that new house for your mother, that goes on the waiting list, too. Is that what you want?
You know it isn't.
And there's no other way. Not for us.
If I could only be sure it was for us.
What do you think I've been talking about? Kiss me, darling. Kiss me.
Come in, Miss Whitehead.
Thanks, Mr. Castleman.
Grady told me Blackfoot didn't go anywhere without you. He didn't tell me that you went anywhere without Blackfoot.
Grady doesn't know as much as he thinks. I had a talk with Martin last night. The office idea's okay. He's agreed to come in.
Is there any question about it?
Yeah, a big question. Martin has an important position with a very old and reliable firm. He has a reputation to maintain. He'd be giving up quite a lot to come in with you.
Oh, really? Martin Blackfoot is 34 years old. He earns $60 a week at Tuttle and Wagner. He lives with his mother in a cheap suburb. He drives a broken-down jalopy. Until he was hired by Grady, he never owned more than 2 suits of clothes at one time.
Well, there are other things. The terms. And there's a little matter of protection.
Protection? From whom?
Well, from whoever you need protection from, or is running a bookie joint legal these days.
Miss Whitehead, I never initiate a project until I'm assured of the cooperation of the proper authorities. As for the terms, I think Mr. Blackford can safely leave those to me.
No, I didn't mean to give you a fast shuffle. It's just that, well, he hasn't had much experience at this kind of thing.
You seem a little new at it yourself. Sit down. Now, what did you really come to see me about?
Well,
Excuse me while I open the window. What kind of perfume are you using?
Temptation.
Yes, I suppose it is in some quarters.
Let me tell you
Now,
something.
what were you going to say?
I was about to say it was a pleasure being associated with a gentleman, but I made a mistake. It's no pleasure and you're no gentleman. You enjoy making a person look like 2 cents, don't you? Well, get this straight. I don't like being made to look like 2 cents, especially by somebody who was small change himself not so long ago.
Now, what do you mean by that?
I mean Joe Cavaney, who changed his name to George Castleman. You and your Etruscan flower pots. You and your sensitive nose. Since when did Joe Cavaney know anything about perfume? Since you were a loudmouth hoodlum hijacking beer trucks in Jersey, running rum from Cuba, plugging guys for a $10 bill? I can find out things, too.
You didn't waste any time.
I don't have any time to waste. I'm leaving.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I made the mistake last night. I should have invited you into the library. I admire a woman with brains, but a woman with brains and spirit excites me. A woman like that reminds me of Joe Cavaney. What is it you want?
I want what Joe Cavaney wanted, and what George Castleman has.
I think you're quite capable of getting it, too. Must be a place in my organization for someone like you.
I already have a place in your organization.
I had in mind a somewhat more prominent place. Although there's quite a lot you'll have to learn.
I could learn it.
For example, lesson number 1. It's an Etruscan vase, not a flower pot. Being able to own it is one thing, to appreciate it is another. Lesson number 2, cheap perfume is cheap perfume, no matter who tells you, Cavaney or Castleman. And lesson number 3, take that loud hat off your head. A well-dressed woman never wears anything that deflects a man's attention from her face. Now that I see it, it's a very pretty face.
Exactly what kind of place in your organization did you have in mind, Mr. Castleman?
It's too soon to judge. We'll have to see in which direction your capabilities lie.
You're asking for trouble, aren't you?
I never got anything yet worthwhile without trouble. Only don't take this kiss for anything more than it's worth.
It may be worth more than you think.
When we ask you to try Anacin for the relief of pain due to headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, we are not asking you to try a new or unproved method. For there are many people listening in now who have been introduced to Anacin tablets by their own dentist or physician. You who have received Anacin this way know the effective, incredibly fast relief these tablets bring. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. People by the thousands are using modern Anacin today instead of other ways. Doesn't their experience seem worth following? Try Anacin the next time you suffer pains from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted with the results. Ask your druggist for Anacin today. Anacin is spelled Anacin. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival, brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. By Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants, mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. And by the makers of Anacin, for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Damned Don't Cry, starring Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy, We'll continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Director's Playhouse. We continue with the third act of The Damned Don't Cry, starring Joan Crawford as Lorna Forbes and Frank Lovejoy as George Castleman.
Would you please pour me another bourbon, Mr. Fowler?
Yeah, sure. Yeah?
Thank you. When a girl from the wrong side of the tracks wants sables and minks in a hurry, she hasn't time to ask too many questions, has she? George Castleman was my kind of guy. Rich, affluent, and we began seeing quite a bit of each other, privately, that is. And one day I visited Martin in his new office. George was there.
Hello, Ethel.
Hi, Marty.
Ethel, now that I have a private office, there's something private I'd like to say.
What's that?
Here. When I was a kid, they used to call it an engagement ring. I've been wanting to say it a long time. This just makes it official. Go ahead, put it on.
No, I can't.
You mean you can't now?
No, I mean I can't ever.
But I thought you told me after we got all this.
You don't need me anymore, Marty. You're on your way. You're a success. Oh, look, go find yourself another girl, will you? A girl as nice as you are.
I don't want another girl. I want you. I always thought well, as soon as we got what we wanted, that you and I...
But I'm no good for you.
I never said you were, but that doesn't matter. It's too late for that. I want you to marry me.
I'm sorry, Marty.
You're sorry? What kind of an answer is that? Then why did you do this to me? This office, that wire room, this whole stinking business. Do you think I wanted it? I hate it. I hate every part of it. I only did it because of you. I did it for you, Ethel. I thought it was the only way I could have you.
Well, you had no right to think that.
You made me think.
I didn't make you do anything. If you didn't want all this, you didn't have to take it. And if you don't want it now, you can leave. Nobody's holding you. Nobody's twisting your arm.
You couldn't have done this to me deliberately. You couldn't have planned it this way. No, something must have happened. There's somebody else. That's it, isn't it? Answer me.
Yes. He's promised me the world, Marty. And I've got to have it.
This world he's promised you. Does it include a ring like this?
I never asked. I'm not even sure it matters. I can't help it, Marty. I just can't help myself.
I'm afraid I'll have to be pushing along, Marty. I thought if Miss Whitehead wanted a lift, I'd be glad to drop her.
So long, Marty. I'm ready, Mr. Castleman.
Miss Whitehead?
Yeah?
I'm Patricia Longworth. A mutual friend told me I might find you here in this bar. May I join you?
Yeah, of course.
He tells me you're interested in a new apartment and some new clothes, etc. He thought I might be able to offer some helpful advice.
If George thinks I need advice, why doesn't he give it to me himself? Or doesn't he want to be seen with me in public?
Miss Whitehead, I happen to know that our friend sees rather great potentialities in you. So far as being seen with you in public, well, you must remember he is a married man and... well, he does occupy a position of some importance in the community.
Okay, I'll buy that. Now, just who are you and how do you fit in? What are you selling?
My old social contacts. Some of them are still open, and they have a certain market value to some of my newer contacts. People such as our friend. Now, let's start with your name. Ethel Whitehead. I wonder if we couldn't find something more provocative. Let's see now. How about Mrs. Forbes? Mrs. Lorna Hanson Forbes.
Suits me.
Steel, isn't it? Or is it tobacco?
No oil.
Oh.
There were derricks in my backyard.
Now, I'd say you need one more thing. A touch of the continent. The south of France. You know, broadening your scope, giving you the proper background. And that will take about a year.
A year?
If we work diligently at the job.
Now, repeat after me, Madame Forbes. Voulez-vous aller au ballet avec moi?
Huh?
Repeat after me. Voulez-vous aller au ballet avec moi?
Voulez-vous aller au ballet avec moi?
Oh, bien, bien.
Mrs. Lorna Hanson Forbes, charge accounts. Mink coat, $6,000. Champagne, $3,000. Diamond bracelet.
Darling.
But your discretion, George. All these people watching us.
Who cares about people? You're beautiful.
Oh, my darling.
Mission completed.
Whatever became of Ethel Whitehead?
Oh, didn't you know?
Mm-mm.
She ran away with Joe Cavaney. They were married and lived happily ever after.
Well, they deserve each other. I'm only interested in the Castlemans and the Forbes, in their future.
Sorry to interfere with your evening like this, Mr. Castleman, but something came up that couldn't wait.
Well, let's have it.
Please sit down, Martin.
No thanks, Ethel.
The name is Mrs. Lorna Hanson Forbes.
Mrs. Forbes. It's about Grady. Nick Prent has been trying to reach you long distance. Grady's been killed.
Killed?
Automobile accident. He was drinking. Must have lost control of his car.
Drinking? Who says so?
Prenta found a bottle in the wreck.
Well, Prenta lied. Grady doesn't drink. He was murdered. Grady must have been on the track of something, and Prenta found out, and that's why he killed him. That cheap hood, I pulled him out of a garbage can and gave him a start. I'm going to dump him back in the garbage can.
That's quite a problem now that he's been alerted.
Unless we send out someone to check. Someone he'd never suspect. Lorna.
Oh, you can't be serious.
I don't know anyone I'd have more confidence in. Anyone more perfect for the job. You can do it, Lorna. You're the one person who can find out if he killed Grady.
George, you really want me to go out there?
Well, why not? Nick is a setup for you. He's always sucking around cafe society.
Well, you can't let her risk it. He's a killer.
Listen, bookkeeper, you're paid to keep my accounts, not to tell me what I'm doing. Now get out.
George.
Get out!
George, did it ever occur to you that I might have something to say about this?
I'm sorry, dear. What did you wish to say?
From what I've heard tonight, Mr. Prenta isn't likely to pour out his life story without very strong inducements. There must be a limit to, well, how far you want me to try to induce him.
Well, you know how to handle it. I've got to know what's going on out there.
Would you send your wife?
Why bring my wife into it?
Why bring me into it?
Because my wife is incompetent for this job, and you're not. I equipped you for it. Every Paris label, they can all pay off now.
What am I? One of your slot machines? Another racetrack? Another wire service you've underwritten? Is that all I've meant? Just another investment?
You know better than that. Forget it and forgive me. I simply took it for granted that you were part of me and the things that concern me. I see I had no right to take that much for granted.
You had every right to ask anything of me. But please don't ask me to believe that you've regarded me as a part of you.
We've both had to wait, Lorna. I don't think it'll be much longer. If you do this job for me, I promise when you get back, I'll be free. Will you believe me?
I learned a long time ago, George, that the customer's always right.
One newspaper calls you an Oklahoma heiress, another says you're from Wyoming. Which is it, Mrs. Forbes?
Are you this inquisitive with everyone you meet, Mr. Prenter?
It's a habit I picked up in my business.
Well, perhaps that's where it should stay.
It's a good rule any place. People I deal with, I like to know about.
And in what way do you feel you're dealing with me?
Well, right now, I'm only dancing with you. As for the future, I had something more interesting in mind.
Then you'd better change your mind. Have I made myself clear, Mr. Prenter?
My friends call me Nick.
Oh, I wouldn't be so presumptuous as to try to break into your little circle of friends.
I moved into your circle. Oh, come on. Don't you think we're wasting a lot of time? What are you doing tomorrow?
You're the masterful type. You tell me. Nick, I'd say your swimming pool is the best-looking one in the West.
It ought to be. I spent over 10 grand for it. Lorna, how long we known each other?
6 wonderful weeks, Nick.
A long-distance call, Mr. Prenter. Detroit.
Yeah, coming. Wait here for me, Lorna, will you? It'll only be a few minutes. Business,
All
huh? Yeah, all right, we'll work out the details tonight. No, you better let me call you. We'll make arrangements to pick you up in Chicago. Yeah, don't worry about it. Hold it, Eddie. What are you doing here, Lorna? Thought I told you to wait by the pool.
Could I have a cigarette?
There's a half-dozen trays around the pool filled with cigarettes.
And there must be more than half a dozen women who could be, well, calling you long distance.
Oh. So long, Eddie. You're jealous, Lorna, huh? That's good.
No, I'm not so sure. I've been warned about you, Nick. I have a friend who has a friend who's heard rumors.
You believe rumors?
Yes, sometimes. I'm told that that you've even ordered men killed.
That's what I mean about rumors.
Well, do you?
Do I what?
Order men to be killed?
Lorna, your old man made his money in oil. That made you an heiress. I never knew my father or anyone I could call that, so I've had to make it myself. I'm making it. But there's always people who try to take it away. You either protect what you got or you got nothing.
And to do that, you'd kill?
You don't like what you're hearing, huh?
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
Well, that's because you never had to be a part of it. You never had to watch yourself 24 hours a day against somebody trying to cut you down. The guy he sends out to trip you up. The guys you can't trust. You gotta take measures, that's all.
Nick, suppose you couldn't trust me. Would you order me killed?
No, Lorna. I'd do it myself.
Thank you, Nick. No. Save the kiss for tonight.
I can't make it tonight.
Oh? That long-distance call?
Maybe. I'm expecting some people over. Strictly business.
Oh.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Maybe. It depends on what kind of business.
Ethel?
What are you doing here, Martin?
I go where George sends me. Sent me here to check on one of his investments. Hasn't heard from you in some time.
He hasn't heard from me because I've had nothing to report. I've been doing the best I can.
Yes, George knows you've been busy. He's had reports on that.
Look, I was ordered to ingratiate myself with Nick Prenter. That's exactly what I've done. No more, no less.
George thinks you've been taking his orders too literally. I'm inclined to agree with him.
Your agreement or disagreement doesn't interest me.
No? You'd be amazed to learn how highly my opinions are regarded, Ethel. That's why I'm in a position to offer you some advice. Don't hold out on George. If you do. Now, are you absolutely certain you've learned nothing?
Nothing he didn't already know?
Prenter did have Grady killed.
Yes.
What else?
Nothing else.
In all the time you've been with him, all the hours alone, you've learned nothing else? Not even the people he talks to?
Well, sometimes there are calls, long distance.
From whom?
I don't know.
From where?
Well, there was one from Detroit.
When?
This afternoon.
Go on. What's the rest? What'd you hear?
Well, nothing. Except that, well, he's expecting some people tonight. It's business, a meeting. That's all I know, Marty, and all I want to know. I've had enough.
Oh, you're upset. I thought you were enjoying your work. Or has Prenda become important to you?
He means nothing to me, except he's a human being, and he trusts me.
Don't tell me that disturbs you, taking advantage of a man's trust. Well, you can ease your stricken conscience because your friend won't be vulnerable much longer.
What do you mean by that?
You don't think George intended him to live, do you? George had been waiting until he had all the facts, and you're going to get them.
No, I can't. I won't.
You're going to find out every person who's at that meeting and why he's there.
I can't go through with it. This is killing you're talking about. A man's life. I want no part of it.
You want no part of it. You are a part of it. What do you think you've been living on, playing on, traveling on? Where do you think the money came from that converted you into the fashionable Mrs. Forbes? Came from 100 killings, 1,000 beatings, all the pennies and nickels and dimes squeezed out of 1,000,000 fists. All the $3 payments at the foot of the stairs to help make you a lady of refinement. No, you can't get out of it, Miss Whitehead. You hitched a ride on the roller coaster, and it doesn't stop, and nobody gets off until the trip's over.
Oh, Marty. Marty, please help me.
Oh, how can I? You wanted the trip, and you took me along with you. I can't help you now any more than I can help myself. Now, just do what George sent you to do. Find out about that meeting tonight.
Take it easy, boys. I'll see who it is.
Unscheduled visitors are frowned upon in better circles, I know.
Something wrong, Lorna?
Yes, I'm afraid I've come down with a terrible malady, Nick. A bad case of jealousy. But I had to be sure.
About who I was with tonight?
Yes.
Come in. Come on, I want you to meet your competition. Take a look. Real heart crushers, aren't they? This is Mr. Lohman, Mr. Hart, Bender, Joe Sheffer. Boys, Mrs. Lorna Hanson Forbes.
Haven't we met before, Mrs. Forbes?
What? Oh, I'm afraid I don't recall you, Mr. Lohman.
I'm Hart.
Oh.
He's Lohman.
Oh, sorry. Are you from around here, Mr. Hart?
Kansas City, but I get back east a lot.
Well, I guess you must have seen my picture in the paper. Yes, that's it. Someone's always recognizing me. Gentlemen, I offer my apologies for the interruption. Back to your national convention. Nick, try to forgive me.
Come on, Lorna, see outside.
Oh, I'm so ashamed, Nick. I shouldn't have come here. I'm sorry.
No, you couldn't have picked a better time. Those fellas in there work for the same guy I work for, George Castleman. Lorna, in exactly 48 hours, Mr. Castleman's going to be canceled out. He'll be working for me. The whole country will be mine. Oh, Lorna, I want you to share it with me. Oh, what's the matter? I'm not good enough? I'm not good enough?
I didn't say that.
But that's it, isn't it? That's what you really have to face, isn't it?
No,
I know the right people. I wear the right clothes, but I don't bleed the right
No,
color,
stop it.
Let's see what color I bleed. When this goes through, I'll be on my way. Do you understand that? I'll have your old man's oil. I'll own all your gold-plated friends. Maybe then my name will be worth something to you. Maybe then you wouldn't mind sharing it, huh?
Share your name.
I've been asking you to marry me.
Oh, no.
Hey, what's that for?
Oh, Nick, I'm scared. I'm scared about what you're doing, what you're planning, what it'll lead to.
You're that scared for me?
Yes.
I mean that much to you?
Nick, how much do I mean to you?
Well, everything I have. Is that enough?
Yes. If you'll give it up. If you'll get out of this whole thing.
If that's what it'll take to have you, you got a deal. I can check out inside of a year.
No, it'll be too late
But
then.
I can't get out now. This is the big jump. I gotta see it through.
Please, Nick, give it up. Don't go through with it.
It's too late, baby. The wheels wheels are already turning.
Nick, could I see you a minute?
Yeah, okay, Eddie. You go home, darling. I'll call you later.
Patricia! Patricia!
She isn't here. Gone to a movie. George sent her.
George,
Hello, Lorna. Aren't you glad to see me?
how did you get here?
I've been too far away. How was the meeting?
Meeting? What meeting?
The meeting you told Marty about at Nick's house.
There was no meeting. I misunderstood.
You mean there were no visitors? Only yourself?
Well, there were a few, some local friends.
I see. You lying little double-crosser.
George, lay off.
Wasn't Sam Loman there from Cleveland and Eddie Hart from Kansas City?
Yes.
What are they doing? What are they planning?
I don't know, George. I don't know.
They're out to get me, aren't they?
Yes.
And you're covering up for them.
No.
I'll kick your head in. I'll beat your brains apart.
Stop it, George. Stop it.
Stay out of this, you bookkeeper.
George, wait. She can help us. She can still be useful.
When I get through with her, she won't be of use to anybody.
Stop it. She can help us get Prenta. George, listen to me. You want Prenta, don't you? She can get him for us tonight, here. We'll all be in the clear. George, stop it. George, look. She can call him on the phone and get him over here. He'll never know. She'll tell the police it was self-defense. He tried to attack her.
Yeah.
Take a look at her face, George. Look at her. It'll work. Don't you see? It's perfect.
Okay, Marty, okay. You got a brain, the best kind, the kind you don't have to go out and buy. Now pick her up and put her in that chair.
Yeah, all right.
Give her the phone. Tell her what to do.
All right, call Nick Prenta. Tell him you want to see him. Tell him to get over here right away. Alone. Please, Lorna.
Marty, I just can't do it.
You've got to.
No, I can't.
What's the number?
Right on. That's Nick. All right, Lorna. Get to the door and let him in.
He has his own key.
You little tramp.
Oh!
One wrong word and I'll kill you both.
Lorna,
Yes, Nick.
I want to apologize for busting in on you, Mrs. Forbes. I know it isn't done in your set, but your friend Eddie Hart told me it would be okay. He said Castleman might not like it so much.
Nick, I didn't
But that
tell-
Ethel Whitehead would go for anything, and I believe him. I told you what I'd do to you.
You're not going to have time to do anything.
Castleman! Watch it, George. He's getting his gun.
That's what he hopes. Nick wasn't even a good hoodoo. Marty, where's Ethel?
She beat it. She's in her car.
All right, let her go, Marty. I'll get her no matter where she hides.
Not a very pretty story, is it, Mr. Fowler? But I want you to print every word of it. I want nothing left unsaid.
Uh-huh. Why?
Well, let's understand each other. I've never been possessed by humanitarian instincts, but listen, Mr. Fowler. There must be hundreds, thousands of girls like I was, trapped by poverty and wanting to escape. Let them be ambitious. Let them try to better themselves, but not my way. It's much too expensive. Do you want to wait around and watch the fade out of the notorious Lorna Hanson Forbes? Oh, you wouldn't be a good newspaperman if you didn't.
Lorna,
Marty.
you better get your things. You can't stay here. You've unfinished business with George. He's on his way here, unless the police get to him first. They're looking for him. You see, I told them who killed Prenta.
You told them. But what will George do?
Doesn't matter.
That means your unfinished business, too.
That doesn't matter either.
You did it for me. For me. Oh, Marty, it makes no sense.
Has everything you've done made sense?
We do what we do because we're made a certain way.
Yes, but what I did, there was a hope for some return, some kind of dividends. For you, there's nothing. There never can be. Not even a promise.
I know that. I kept a very good set of books for everyone but myself.
Ethel. Send out Blackford.
George, he's outside. Where are you going, Ethel?
Hello, George.
Where's Blackford?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
What are you doing out here? Waiting for me, I suppose.
Strangely enough, George, there was a time when I did wait for you and nobody else.
Well, that's past. Where's Blackford?
I don't know.
All right, come on, let's get going.
Sure, George.
I figured I could draw you out, Marty. You're not very bright. Start saying your prayers.
George, no! No!
Ethel!
Oh!
George, I'm going to blast your head off. Ethel. Ethel, darling. Ethel, I'll get a doctor. You'll be all right. You have to be.
Don't look so sad, Marty.
Oh, Ethel. Ethel.
It's the only way. Maybe this will help balance the books, Marty.
So ends our adaptation of The Damned Don't Cry. Our stars, Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy, will return in just a moment with our guest screen director. Next week, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present the hilarious comedy Hired Wife, starring Rosalind Russell and Jeff Chandler. In future weeks, we will present Humoresque, starring Tallulah Bankhead and Stephen Cochran. And on April 26th, the Screen Directors Playhouse is proud to present Jackpot. And our stars will be Miss Margaret Truman and Jimmy Stewart. Now, here again are tonight's stars, Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy.
You know, Shakespeare said, the play's the thing, and we all agree. If he were alive today and around motion pictures, he would have added, and so is the director, and especially one with the scope of the very brilliant Vincent Sherman. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Mr. Sherman.
Joan, I'm very grateful. I hadn't realized I was such a remarkable fellow.
Oh, but you are, Vincent. When an actor doesn't mind getting up at 5 a.m. to work for you, you are remarkable. Remember how many of those early calls we all had working for you in Goodbye, My Fancy?
Yes, and I apologize for ruining your sleep, Frank.
Apologize? Vincent, I'd think nothing of getting up at 2 a.m. for you.
Oh, and greater love hath no actor than for his sleep. It's been a long time since I've heard a finer tribute. Incidentally, if I may, I'd like to say how much I enjoyed working with Frank Lovejoy as my co-star in Goodbye, My Fancy.
And may I add, the gentleman is really an actor.
Well, thank you, Vincent. And, Joan, there isn't anything I can say about you that everybody doesn't already know. You're wonderful.
Say, before this turns into a mutual admiration society, don't you think we'd better say good night?
Yes.
Good night.
Good night, Vincent. Good night, Frank.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Damned Don't Cry was presented through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of I Was a Communist for the FBI, starring Frank Lovejoy. Joan Crawford can soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production Goodbye, My Fancy, directed by Vincent Sherman. Included in tonight's cast were Irene Winston, Eddie Fields, Paul Frees, Eleanor Audley, Tony Barrett, Ken Christie, and Sidney Miller. The Damned Don't Cry was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. Portions of tonight's broadcast were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen again next week when we present Hired Wife, starring Rosalind Russell and Jeff Chandler, with screen director William Seiter.
Saturday's Fun with Judy Canova and Dennis Day on NBC.
Screen Directors Playhouse stars Jimmy Stewart, Eleanor Parker. Production, Next Time We Love. Director, E.H. Griffith. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, and by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants: mildness, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. Tonight, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present a love story as everlasting as time. And here are two Academy Award nominees to recreate their original roles: Jimmy Stewart and Eleanor Parker.
Jimmy, since you created the original role of Chris in the motion picture Next Time We Love, I think it's only fitting that you tell the people a little about it.
Well, thank you, Eleanor. Next Time We Love is the story of Chris and Cicely and what they did with their lives. It's sentimental, warm, tender, and above all, human. I assure you it'll live a long time in your memories. But before we begin, here's Jimmy Wallington.
Here is something you should know if you ever suffer from the sudden pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. It's a way to ease the pain, often within a few minutes. A way that is incredibly fast and effective. It's Anacin. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people were first introduced to Anacin through their own physicians or dentists. But today, these tablets are in such widespread use that all drug counters have them, and anyone may enjoy their benefits. Next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, by all means try Anacin. You'll like the convenience of Anacin tablets, and you'll be delighted with Anacin's incredibly fast action. Anacin. Anacin. Ask for Anacin by name today at your druggist. Now, here are Jimmy Stewart as Chris and Eleanor Parker as Cicely, and the first act of Next Time We Love.
Did you see the item hidden away in the corner of the drama page? Cicely Tyler, at the height of her career, has retired from the theater. No further detail, no clue as to the reason. It was that cold, that blunt. Well, my name is Tom Abbott. Cicely was and is my great friend. And although I respect her obvious desire for privacy, I feel her story should be told. Let's see, it began in 1942 while she was a junior at college and terribly in love with a young newspaper man, Chris.
Newark, Elizabeth, Princeton Junction, Trenton, and Atlantic City. All aboard.
In a moment, I'll be leaving. And the train goes so fast. It's pretty awful.
Oh, darling, now don't talk like that.
Parting is such sweet sorrow. Whoever said that?
That's Juliet.
A lot she knew. It'll be weeks and weeks, won't it, before we...
No, but you'll be busy.
Oh, yes. Junior prom, little boys from Princeton, rehearsals at the Merchant of Venice, and student council.
Well, anyway, it's just one more year after that.
Time enough for you to meet girls who've already gotten started. Newspaper women and artists, and, well, not just college girls.
Yes, and time enough for you to meet a lot of college guys who have lots of time over weekends. And I don't mean that any more than you meant what you told me.
Oh, but Chrissy, if you did meet a girl you didn't have to wait for, I'd understand.
What would you understand?
Well, it doesn't seem fair to you, that's all. A girl away at college is such a useless person to be in love with.
Oh, darling, you're very sweet and understanding about my problems, but do you mind very much if I just go on loving you and do without the artist or the newspaper woman or whatever she is?
If there was one, I'd come right up and scratch her eyes out.
Well, that means you, dear. Here, up the steps you go.
Goodbye, Chris.
Well, I suppose there's some satisfaction in doing what's sensible.
Yes, particularly when there isn't much choice.
Yeah?
You ought to do what I do. When you get up in the morning, you should say to yourself, every day and every way, I'm getting sensibler and sensibler.
Yeah?
Oh, bye, Chris. I love you.
Cicely, what would happen if you didn't take this train?
Well, it wouldn't matter if you wanted me to stay.
Come on, jump, Cicely. Here in my arms.
Oh, darling. Oh, Chris, I like your apartment.
You know, lots of people that got famous afterwards lived in this house. Old Henry did when he was broke, and a whole lot. Cicely, what's the matter? You're shaking.
No, I'm not.
Oh, my darling. Say you're glad, and I'll be glad. Or say you're sorry. If that's true, I'll send you back to college in the next train. I'll think of some excuse that'll be all right.
Oh, I'm glad.
But what made you decide not to take the train?
You asked me not to.
No. I mean, what made you say yes?
Oh, I made up my mind long ago I'd say yes. If you ever asked me to stay. There's never been anyone else for me.
Nor for me.
Oh, Chris, I can't be sensible. Not when you're so close and I'm so happy.
Well, what do I sit here?
Well, just not too close, Chris. Just because I got off that train, I don't want you to think, well, I mean, it isn't necessary.
To what?
Well...
Are you trying to tell me that I don't have to marry you?
Yes.
Oh, my darling.
Oh, one of us has to be sensible. Oh, a girl of 21 is older in many ways than a man is at 26.
Oh, uh-huh. What big eyes you have, Grandma.
No, I'm serious. If you came to me and said, Grandma, I love this girl, and I earn $50 a week as a newspaper reporter, and, I want to marry her and live happily ever after, do you know what I'd say?
No. What would you say, Grandma?
I'd say it's the spring, my son. Nothing but the spring.
The trouble with you, Grandma, you're too old-fashioned.
The trouble with you, Grandpa, is I adore you.
Hello. I thought you were alone, Chris. I'm sorry.
No. Come on in, Tommy. There's a friend of mine, Cicely. He lives downstairs in front. He's in the motion picture business, and he's crazy. Tommy, this is Cicely.
How do you do, Tommy?
How do you do?
Tommy, how would you like to be a witness at our wedding?
What's this about a wedding?
Yeah.
Yours, I suppose? When?
Right away. Let's get going.
No, wait, don't drink it all.
Huh?
I want to propose a toast. Here's to Tommy. May he be as good a friend of Chris and Cicely as he is of just Chris.
Oh, that's a very nice toast. Even if it did go up your nose.
Oh, I guess I'm not used to drinking champagne. Oh, I'm so happy.
I've got to call the office.
Oh, why bother? They get newspapers out every day.
Yeah, I better call them. I'll be right back.
I wonder what they do to newspapermen to make them work so hard. Maybe they hypnotize them.
They don't have to do anything to Chris.
I know, he likes his work. I envy him.
I hope he never stops. I think that's what makes him such an exciting person. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right. It's your wedding night. Go ahead, talk about it.
Doesn't seem to be much on my mind except my marriage and what I've got to do not to spoil it.
Aren't you beginning to worry a little bit early? It's only 11 o'clock.
I'm in such a whirl I can't make sense, but what I mean is this. Well, I've made a resolution, and I'm simply not going to be a burden to Chris.
Yeah, well, how do you propose not being a burden?
I'm going to have work of my own to do. I'd like to go on the stage.
Oh, can you act?
Oh, I did quite a lot in college.
Well, I know a lot of people in the theater. Maybe I can help you.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Uh-oh, here comes Chris with a sad look. Bad news from the front.
Well, of all the dirty tricks I ever heard of.
What's the matter?
Somebody just murdered Dutch Hoffler.
Friend of yours?
Yeah. No. He's a gangster. They wanted me to go over to Jersey City right away and get the dope.
But didn't you tell them this was your wedding night?
Yeah, I told them that, and they told me Dutch Hoffler just got murdered. So what about it?
Of course you have to go, darling.
But it's not a very nice wedding night for you. I don't know when I'll be back, honey.
I would marry a newspaperman. Goodbye, darling. I'll be waiting for you. Chris, have I wonderful news.
Fine. Hand me that eraser, will you, honey?
Chris, Tommy got me a part in a play. Isn't that marvelous?
Wonderful.
Listen.
Listen to this, Cicely.
What?
I'm
but
sorry.
Chris, I wanted to read my part to you.
Oh, well, I was just finishing this thing about Winston Churchill for Sunday.
Oh, were you? Well, read it to me.
You want to hear it, man?
Oh, yes.
Well, here's what I have. The disaster in London was a nightmare 5 days old, and now panic reigned. There was no food, water was scarce, and overhead waves of Luftwaffe dropped their bombs of degradation. Only one man to rally the prostrate nation. Winston Churchill raised his voice above the babbling panic and put new courage into the hearts of his countrymen.
Oh, that's grand, Chris.
You think it's all right, huh? You don't think I'm a little too fancy with it?
I should say not.
I don't know. Maybe I'll tone it down a little.
I wouldn't change a word of it, no.
You wouldn't?
No. Oh, look, Chris, here's the play script. Would you mind cueing me? I'd like to be sure of my lines.
Oh, sure, yeah. Where do I start?
Oh, right there, right.
Here?
Yes.
Oh, so there's a bell ring, is that right?
Yeah.
Well, I'll make it a ting-a-ling-a-ling.
Yes, Mr. Cranton?
A little buttered toast.
Yes, Mr. Cranton. Oh, Mr. Cranton, I hope you won't mind my saying this, but...
Go ahead, my child.
I couldn't help overhearing what Mr. Brown said to you, and I want you to know I'm terribly sorry, and if there's... Well, I'd do anything to help you. Anything at all.
Look, darling, that last line.
Yes, what about it?
Well, I don't think you mean that you'd do anything for him. I mean, when you say anything at all like that, it sort of sounds like you meant that...
Well, that's the way I did in rehearsal, exactly like that.
I know, but after all, you're just playing a maid's part. You don't have to get so emotional about it.
I'm not emotional.
All right, okay. All right, now go on. Let's say now, kind of you. That's kind of you. What's the matter? Kind of you.
Nothing. I just maybe better go get myself.
Well, I'm sorry, darling. I didn't think you minded a little honest criticism.
I don't mind criticism, but you wouldn't like it if I made fun of your stories. Anyway, I don't need to do it now.
Well, wait a minute.
No, it's all right.
Darling, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
It's all right, Chris, really.
Scott's honor, I'll never tell you how to act again. Come on over here to me.
Oh, Chris, I'm such a goose. Darling, I'm so ashamed of myself for taking myself so seriously.
Well, I got a lot of nerve, too. Imagine me trying to be a director, huh?
It is fun, though, isn't it? each of us so busy and getting on a little.
That's just the way we figured it, wasn't it?
Oh, Chris, can it keep on like this? Getting better and better month after month. Sometimes I'm so happy it frightens me.
Oh, you're always wanting to worry about something.
Please, read me the rest of your story.
No, sir. No, after you've read me your scene.
Give me a kiss first.
Our story continues in just a moment. But now, here's a word from RCA Victor. Why do more people choose RCA Victor television than any other make? The reason can be summed up in just one word: quality. Million-proof quality. Proven in over 2 million homes. RCA Victor television is America's favorite television because, feature for feature, it's America's finest television. With RCA Victor, for example, you enjoy clear, bright, steady pictures that are locked in place by RCA Victor's exclusive eyewitness picture synchronizer. You choose your set from 14 separate models, available in a wide variety of distinctive cabinets, every one a masterpiece of superb engineering and quality craftsmanship. And remember, only when you buy RCA Victor television can you buy the RCA Victor factory service contract for expert installation and maintenance. Next chance you get, step into your RCA Victor dealers and look over the very finest television in America today. RCA Victor million-proof television, proven in over 2 million homes. We continue now with the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Next Time We Love, starring Jimmy Stewart and Eleanor Parker.
Months sped by for Chris and Cicely. A play was a hit, and she was in for a long run. As for Chris, he had made the big jump. He had realized a life's ambition and had just become a foreign correspondent. Cicely and he were at a table for two at the Chez Mignonette, celebrating the occasion. On the surface, everything appeared just about perfect. But...
Chris.
What, dear?
I don't think I'd better go with you next week.
Not go to England with me, but we agreed.
I know, but I've been thinking about it very hard.
Well, hey, what's all this about? You're not going, but why?
Well, one thing is the money, my passage over.
But I'll be getting a good salary.
Well, it isn't only the money, darling. After all, you're starting a new job. You shouldn't have to have me on your mind.
I've done all right so far with you on my mind.
Yes, I know, but... Oh, Chris, don't talk about it tonight anyway.
What's the real reason you don't want to go?
I told you.
No, there's something else.
Well, I guess it's the same reason I don't want to ask Mr. Jennings to give someone else my part.
Are you kidding?
Well, after all, I did get good notices, and I had such a good start, it seems a shame to...
Yeah, the notices were good, weren't they? Well, that's a pretty good story. Newspaperman marries actress, the paths diverge.
Chris, I thought you were glad about my working.
Well, it was all right while we were waiting for a break.
You mean while you were waiting for a break? I think I'd like a drink, please. As long as we're supposed to be having a good time.
I think you've had about enough.
If I hadn't told you, you wouldn't have known I had any. You're just being unreasonable.
I'm perfectly reasonable. But I guess it's my own fault. I should have known what had happened if I let you go on the stage.
Let me.
Well, I encouraged you then. I couldn't help it if you got stage-struck.
Stage-struck? Me? Well, now, how could I be stage-struck when I'm already on the stage?
I don't know, a couple of critics flatter you, and then you go crazy.
Well, last I see things in their true light.
Now, what's that, a line from the play?
Chris, would you mind lending me $1, please?
Not at all, certainly.
Thank you. I'll pay you back tomorrow. I'm going home. By myself.
Oh, wait. Cicely, wait a minute. Oh, darling, don't cry. Gee whiz, what happened to us?
I don't know.
Well, that wasn't me saying all those things. But it just the thought of leaving you and coming so suddenly the way it did, it just made me sick all over. Well, what's it going to be like when I really have to be without you?
Oh, Chris, I want to say something to you, and I don't know how. Am I all you want of women in the world?
You're all I'll ever want of woman in this world.
And there's nothing can hurt us, my Chris. Because you're all I want of men. I'm going to miss him, Tommy. I'm going to miss him terribly.
I know. Cigarette? Cicely, I suppose you know what you're doing, but just whose career are you thinking of, his or yours?
It isn't altogether a question of careers, Tommy. It was simply that I didn't think I'd be of much help to him in England.
Oh, can't quite believe that.
Well, if I were more or less sick for months and he had to worry about doctors and where to get milk for the baby.
What? Oh. Naturally, Chris doesn't know.
Certainly not. And you must promise not to let him know.
Well, do you really think his career, or any career for that matter, is that important?
I don't know, Tommy. At the time it seemed right. Maybe I've done something I'll regret for the rest of my life. But all I know is that if I'd told him about the baby, he wouldn't have gone.
Cicely, sometimes I think you're one of the wisest women I've ever known. And at other times, I think you're just a little girl with a lot of romantic nonsense in her head. And at the moment, I don't know which. The months that followed were very difficult for Cicely. Yet she never complained. Her letters to Chris were filled with her own kind of good cheer, but I worried about her. Especially as the time grew near when she was to have her baby. And then suddenly it happened. The baby was born. Cicely was gravely ill. I cabled Chris immediately, and he returned as quickly as humanly possible. But it cost him his job as a foreign correspondent.
Oh, Chris.
Oh, darling. Oh, you crazy kid.
Chris.
Was it really so awful for you, darling?
No, I was looking forward to this moment.
Oh.
You'd better get over there and get yourself introduced.
Oh. Wow. Oh, hello there, handsome. Wow.
Well, what?
Well, it's a very fine-looking baby, isn't it? Can you touch it?
Its name is Kit.
Oh, yeah, Tommy told me. Well, can I touch him?
You might try.
Gee whiz, he's all warm, isn't he? Sort of like milk toast. Uh-oh, what's the matter? Did I do that?
Oh, no, he's just beginning to get hungry.
Oh. What do you feed him?
Oh, Chris. Really, darling? Oh. You a college man.
Oh, darling,
You won't ever leave me again.
Never, no matter what.
Not even to go to the office.
No, that can wait.
Any nibbles, mister?
Oh, Tommy. How are you? Well, it's been 6 months since I've seen you. Why, how'd you find out I was down here at the aquarium?
Oh, it's your house. The manager told me where you were and that Cicely had gone to the doctor with the baby.
Yeah, he's hatching a new tooth.
Oh?
Yeah.
What are you doing down here, anyway?
I'm waiting for a kiss.
For what?
They kiss, the fish. At least they're supposed to.
Now, you look... They do what?
They kiss. I don't know. The fish kiss. Don't ask me why. That's what they sent me down here to find out.
You get paid for this?
Well, yeah, such as it is. A city news bureau.
Oh. Hey, look, see? Those fish are getting together now. You suppose they're going to kiss?
No, they've been doing that all day. That's just a stall.
Hey, tell me, how do you happen to be working for the City News?
Well, my walking out on that London job didn't exactly help when it comes to getting another one, you know. Uh-oh, the fish. Look at them.
Huh?
They haven't done that before. Gee, I wish they'd make up their minds.
Maybe they're bashful.
Yeah.
Say, Chris, I went down to El Rancho Vegas in Las Vegas for the weekend. It's a great place, and I had a lot of dumb luck gambling, and, well, I've got more money than you can shake a stick at.
Yeah, Tommy. Thanks. You know, this city news bureau is just temporary. I've got some other things coming up, publicity jobs.
What sort of publicity
Well,
jobs?
I have a chance to go out ahead of the circus. It's
Uh-huh.
pretty good pay. Of course, I'll have to leave Sicily.
Now, look, how about coming out and having lunch, huh?
Thanks, Tommy. I can't. I'm sorry. I have to wait here for a call. You know how it is. Well, I'll tell you what, though. Cicely ought to be home by now. As a matter of fact, she should be in the park with Kit by now. Why don't you go and take her to lunch?
Yeah, that's just what I'll do. That's a swell idea. Hello, Cicely.
Tommy. Well, how was Hollywood?
No, it's very kind to me. Cicely, would you mind if I got right to the point? I happen to know that you two aren't having what might be called an easy time.
No, Tommy, we're not.
All right, now I have a proposition to make. Look, honey, there are two things you need. Someone to take care of Kit and clothes so you can interview managers. I'd like to lend you money for both, say $500, huh?
$500?
It's about 3 weeks' salary after you get started.
Oh, Tommy, I'm very grateful to you, but you see, there's Chris.
I know. Would hurt Chris's pride.
Then how could I accept it?
Because in things like this, women are more sensible than men. Cicely, I want to help you two kids. I don't see any signs of a baby carriage around here unless you parked it somewhere. You carried Kit here, didn't you?
Yes.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry to be so brutal, but you've got to make some sense.
Listen, Tommy, I honestly don't mind things for myself. It's Chris. He works so hard all day long and all night, too, almost. And comes home tired out, yet somehow he always manages to run up the steps just to show he's not. My heart breaks for him.
Once again, for as many times as you like, how about it?
It's a very attractive proposition, Tommy, but
I'm going to see Jennings, your old producer, tomorrow and make an appointment for you. You take care of the new clothes in the beauty parlor, huh?
Oh, Tommy, your efficiency is very comforting.
Oh, well, it's mostly an act. Not to be confused with the really important things Chris can do.
You really mean that, don't you?
What do you think?
I think, Tommy, that if a person in a lifetime achieves one really good friend, he or she is possessed of great riches. Tommy, you've made Chris and me richer than Rockefeller.
Now let's drop in on Bing and Bob, discussing a topic all smokers like to know about.
Bob, do you realize we only have one thing in common?
Hardly enough for a happy marriage, is it? What's that, Bing?
Chesterfields, of course. We both like them, we both sell them.
And we'd better get to selling them now. You know, folks, better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
How do you know they're mild? Well, you just make our mildness test. You buy them, open them up, and enjoy that milder aroma. Then smoke a Chesterfield. You'll know it's milder because it smokes milder.
And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel. So, always buy Chesterfield.
Let's sum it up musically.
Buy Chesterfield, Chesterfield, the one that proves its case. Yes, Chesterfields are milder, plus no aftertaste.
So ho, open a pack and give 'em a sniff.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
You are listening to the Screen Director's Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival, brought to you by the makers of Anacin for the fast relief of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, And by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants: mildness, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Next Time We Love, starring the Academy Award nominees Jimmy Stewart and Eleanor Parker, will continue in just a moment, after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue with the third act of Next Time We Love, starring 2 Academy Award nominees, Jimmy Stewart as Chris and Eleanor Parker as Cicely, with Gerald Moore as Tommy.
Sometimes the best intentions go amiss. You try to help friends, and instead you find yourself hurting them. Now that I can look back into the past and get a clear picture, I'd say the turning point in the life of Cicely and Chris came one afternoon in Central Park, while Chris was waiting for Cicely to arrive. For lack of a baby carriage, he was holding little Kit in his arms. He was accosted by a curious youngster.
Hi, mister.
How are you?
Crybaby, isn't he?
No, I wouldn't say that, no.
Is it your baby?
Yes, it's my baby.
Where's his mother?
She's out doing some errands.
What is she doing?
I say she's out doing some errands.
Hasn't your baby got a nurse?
No.
Oh, it must not be much of a baby.
All right, now come on, get out of here. Go and get your father. I can't hit you, but I'll beat his brains in.
Cry, baby, cry.
Come on, get out of here.
The carriage awaits, my lord.
Cecily, what's this? What?
Oh, Kit, look.
Baby carriage. What?
Yeah, see? They had one with 4-wheel brakes, but I think you'd like this one. Put him in, Chris.
Well, sure. Well, where did you... Well, you got a new hat on, a suit. Where'd you
Where did I get the money?
Yeah.
Well, I just got an advance on my salary.
Huh?
You see, last week Tommy took me to see Michael Jennings, and today he gave me a 6-month contract.
A 6-month contract?
Yeah, here it is.
Well, it says $150 a week there.
Yes. It is fantastic, isn't it? Oh, Chris, darling, don't you see what it means? We can get a full-time nurse for Kit and pay all the back rent we owe.
Yeah, it came just in time, didn't it? When do you start?
Next week.
Well, next week, huh? Well, that's wonderful. That's wonderful for you.
It's wonderful for both of us.
No, you're doing what you want to do. That's all that counts. Darling, you remember that circus job I told you about? I'm going to take that.
Chris, you can't do that. Publicity man for a circus? Oh, no, not after all the things you've done.
I'll pay the rent for the nurse and Kit.
Well, you don't have to do that now. You can wait.
I've waited long enough. I'm tired of feeling ashamed of myself. I've been a flop as a husband and a father. I'm just stuck on myself because I once was a foreign correspondent.
Oh, darling, please don't take that circus job now.
I've got to. I just can't talk about it anymore. I've just got to do something. I'll see you tonight, Cicely.
Sit down, Mrs. Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Carteret. I came to talk to you about my husband. I don't think you quite understand what happened while he was a foreign correspondent for your paper in England.
Do you know that the night your husband left our office in England, there was an attempted assassination of a very high person in politics? Now, suppose it had been successful.
Oh, that would have been very dreadful, wouldn't it? Or I might have died when my baby was born and Chris still in England. But neither of those things happened. And in the meantime, a good newspaper man is eating his heart out, and you're going without someone you need.
When I send a man halfway across the world to keep his eyes open for me, I want a man I can trust.
Oh, Mr. Carteret, didn't you ever make a mistake? Didn't you once do something that wasn't quite in the line of duty? And didn't anyone ever give you a second chance?
Mrs. Tyler, they don't run newspapers on second chances. Oh, I realize this must have made things difficult financially for you and your husband. Now, it's unfortunate.
Financially? Oh, I don't think you quite understand why I'm here.
Well, why did you come?
Because I want Chris to be doing the things he was meant for. That's a promise I made to myself.
All the newspapermen's wives I've ever known wanted their husbands to get out of the business.
It's his life, Mr. Carteret.
You really want your husband to be a newspaperman?
So long as that's what he wants.
What's his number?
Chelsea 7883.
Get me Chelsea 7883. How about China?
China?
Yes, China, the Far East. If he sticks at it this time, he'll get everything he ever hoped for. Oh, there'll be months when he's off in the interior. You won't even hear from him. Probably won't even see him for years. Do you want me to forget it?
No. And he'll stick at it. I won't do anything to bring him back this time.
Years began to roll on. The name Chris Tyler, foreign correspondent, was a household word. Everyone looked for his reports on China, Russia, and every other godforsaken land. As for Cicely, her life could be summed up with her latest review. Critics acclaimed Cicely Tyler the outstanding dramatic success of the year, the most glamorous star in a decade.
Sorry, Tommy. I couldn't get home sooner. Important interview, you know.
Oh, sure. Here's a letter from Chris. Say, does he finally know you're moving?
No.
Why are you, anyway? What's the matter with the house in Connecticut?
Well, it's all right for weekends and for Kit, but when I'm in town, well, it isn't very convenient. There's no place to entertain.
Took you long enough to discover that.
Yes, I know. I think I kept hoping I'd hear Chris come running up the stairs again. Now I want a place of my own things.
Any particular news from Chris?
Yes, he's coming home in a few weeks.
To stay?
No, he'll only have a few days till he has to go back.
I wonder if he's changed as much as you have.
I wonder, too. Tommy, what's happened to me? I should be happy, and instead I'm frightened.
Why, Cicely?
Chris must have learned to live alone, too.
Living alone and together? It's not important for you, Chris?
I don't feel married to him anymore.
That doesn't make any difference to you either.
Why, do you know, there have been whole days lately when I haven't thought of him once. It's a strange kind of love. I don't understand it. We had so much together once.
Mrs. Tyler, Mr. Tyler has arrived.
Have him come in.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Chris.
Hello, Cicely.
You're looking very well.
Well, you are, too. Better than I've ever seen you. How's Kid?
Fine. He's much bigger than you'd imagine. He's in the country now.
Oh, yes. Tommy told me you'd taken a place in Connecticut, too.
Just for the summer, for Kid. It's very pleasant there. Oh, won't you sit down?
Oh, thanks. Tommy met me at the boat.
Yes, he told me he was going to meet you.
Yes, he told me he told you that he would.
Oh. I have some cocktails ready. Do you think it's too early for them?
No, I don't think so. I think it'd be a great help to both of us. Here, can I help you?
Yes, you can get some ice in the kitchen. I'll go along.
Hey, this is the first refrigerator I've ever seen outside of a magazine.
Get the ice out of those trays.
Sure. How do you do it?
Well, pour some hot water over them now.
I'm
look what
sorry.
you've done, Chris.
Oh, here's a towel. I'll dry you. You know, I used to do all right with an ice pick.
Hand me the shaker.
Cicely, I'm sorry I upset you so.
Chris, how would you like to drive down and see Kit?
Oh, yes, I'd like that very much.
It isn't far, and I think you'll love the place. Kit can show you his pony.
What? Like, Kid on a pony?
Oh, sure, he goes riding every morning. You could stay and... Of course, if you have any other plans that might interfere...
Well, I had planned to see Carteret in the morning. Perhaps there's a train I could get back tonight.
Yes, there's one that gets you in at 11.
That's fine. That's... Cicely, I've been away a long time, but there's one thing that may make our meeting a little less difficult. I want you to know that well, naturally, I realize that you've been living your own life, and I I want you to realize that what I'm trying to say, that I don't want you to feel that I expect anything of you.
That's very fair of you. I don't want you to feel that I expect anything of you either.
Hey, why does this brandy taste better in Connecticut, Cicely?
I'm sure I don't know.
Now, you've spent hours telling... I've spent so much time telling me about myself. Now, what about you?
Me? Oh, I've had a very good winter, very busy. My show just closed last week.
No, I mean you.
I've had Kit.
Is that enough?
Something to live for. If it hadn't been for Kit, I don't know that I'd have been altogether faithful to your memory.
Do you know, I've made up my mind I wasn't going to ask you that. I never was so glad to hear anything in my life.
Is that what you were thinking of all afternoon when we were being so very reasonable?
Well, something like that, I guess. Well, I guess I'd better hurry if I'm going to catch that train. Cicely, I wonder, do you know, I'd like to see Kit once more.
Oh, yes, come on.
Oh, this is nice.
That's my room. Kit's in here.
Do you think it'll wake him up if I kiss him goodbye?
No, go ahead.
But he's stirring.
It doesn't matter.
There's a smile on his face. I guess he thought it was you.
Oh, no, he knows you by now.
Good night, Kit. Good night, son. Come on, Cicely.
I'm sorry I'm not able to send you back in the car, but it's William's night off.
Oh, that's all right. I'm used to trains.
Yes, I know. I'll be in town tomorrow. It'll be fun showing you all the new places.
I'm looking forward to that.
You'll phone me tomorrow, then?
Yes, all right. Well, I better hurry or I'll miss that train.
Chris.
Darling.
What would happen if you didn't take that train?
Oh, my darling.
Cicely, how long have we known each other?
Well, I'd say it's about 9 years.
It's a long time, isn't it?
I should say not. I expect to know you for at least 50 more.
I hope. I had a letter from Chris this morning.
Did you?
Yeah, he's left Korea. He's gone to Switzerland. You going to join him?
I don't know. It depends on whether I open my play in the fall or this summer.
Yeah. You know, it's funny his resigning from his job unless he feels he's done everything he started out to do.
He's come a long way, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. What's this book he's going to write?
Did he tell you about it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. He always said he'd never write a book. Look, tell me about the beautiful blonde that Winchell reports you running around with. What's her name?
Oh, Elaine. Her name's Elaine. Elaine Martin.
Are you in love with her?
Well, you couldn't exactly call it a love match. We just like each other. It might work out.
Well, what are you waiting for?
You.
The promise of always.
Tommy.
Even after 9 years, it may sound a little sudden. Would you divorce Chris and marry me?
Because we just like each other, like you and Elaine?
No, it isn't quite the same, at least for me. You see, I happen to be in love with you.
I didn't know, Tommy.
Well, I didn't intend you should. But I've loved you ever since I can remember.
I've always taken everything for granted. I never thought of you at all. Except, well, as someone I could turn to. It wasn't very nice of me, was it?
You always loved Chris? Do you still? Yeah, I know you do. Even though he'd rather write a book than come back to you. How many times have you two been together in the last 5 years since you came back from China?
Once in Paris, 2 weeks in Lucerne, 4 times altogether, but never for very long. Since China, there's always either my work or his.
What's in the way this time, except the book?
Evidently, he doesn't want to see me.
Well, then, will you, Cicely?
Marry you?
Yes.
Tommy, you make me very proud. Perhaps we could be happy together, only.
Even that much from you makes me feel happier than I know what to do about. Well, I suppose I...
Tommy.
Huh?
Come and sit down. Tommy, Chris has asked me if I want a divorce. He's done and said everything he could to tell me he doesn't love me anymore. Still, I feel I must wait. I don't know what for, but I must wait, no matter how lonely I am.
I understand.
Tommy, that song they're playing on the radio. The day I was married, and I thought I was to go back to college, they played it while I was in Chris's apartment.
Well, hello, Mr. Carteret. Welcome to Geneva.
Hello, Chris.
When I got your cable to meet you, I felt as though I was right back in the city room receiving one of your assignments.
Ah, you forget the rest. I said as a personal favor. I don't think I ever put that in any of my assignments. Yes, Chris, they gave me a dinner and presented me with a gold watch.
Yeah, it's very hard to imagine you on a vacation.
Oh, I'm not. After 30 years, I'm back by my own request, back to being a foreign correspondent. Now I can find out things for myself.
Wonderful. I think that's marvelous. Where do you begin?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'll go to Berlin. Like to go with me?
Berlin? Oh, I'd like to, but I'm afraid I can't. Would you like to order?
Oh, later. I was almost sure when I got your letter, Chris. Now that I see you, I'm sure. Of what are you going to die?
Well, whatever made you think I'm going to die?
Your letter of resignation sounded more like a last will and testament.
All right, then. The germs you find in China are as unclassified as the people. They don't even know the names of the one I've collected. All they know is what they're doing to me.
By they, I suppose you mean the doctors?
Yes, I've been to enough of them.
Is that why they sent you to Switzerland?
Yes, they thought it'd prolong things a little.
Well, there's nothing much to say except you've done good work.
Oh, several hundred front-page stories buried in the files.
Yellowing files, Chris. Don't forget the adjective.
Yes, well, thanks anyway for not being sympathetic.
How about the famous Cicely, Tyler?
I haven't told her. She imagines I'm here writing a book, which I'm not.
Well, don't you think you'd better tell her? One last wifely gesture won't do her any harm.
No, a wifely gesture is something I've never wanted of Cicely. I had a cable from her this morning. She wants me to meet her at Lucerne in a month.
Lucerne?
Yes, we spent several weeks there together 2 years ago.
Well, suppose she guesses when she sees you.
No, I'm a pretty good actor, you know.
Aren't you being a little on the heroic side?
No, it's not heroism. It's just that we've known the best of each other, and I want it to end with that still true, that's all.
I wonder if you have any idea how rarely one finds a couple like you and Cicely. Not just one of you having the courage to live alone, but both of you.
Well, most of the time, there wasn't any choice.
Oh, one of you could have got frightened and hung on the other's neck and drowned both of you in a sea of matrimonial bliss. That's what usually happens. It's amazing, the things people ask of love. They expect it to protect them, keep them from being bored, make them work harder. In fact, they want everything except love. I remember the first time I met her. There was a look in her eyes when she spoke of you. I'm sorry, Chris. What you and Cicely have doesn't die out. Now, let's order a bottle of wine and discuss the only proper topic for you and me, the newspaper business.
All right. On one condition. You let me buy the bottle of wine. You know, it was always my ambition when I was a cub reporter to know the managing editor well enough to take him out and buy him a drink, you know. Come in. Hello, Cicely.
Chris.
You didn't let me know what time you'd get here. I'd been down the lobby waiting.
I motored up, you know.
Yes, you're looking marvelous.
Thank you.
How's Kit?
Fine. He's staying at Tommy's ranch in California.
Oh, well, that ought to be fun for him.
Chris, you are looking terribly tired.
Well, I've been working pretty hard.
On your book?
Yes.
How's it coming?
Oh, it's beginning to shape up.
Yes? Tell me about it.
Well, it's that novel I swore I'd never write. Well, won't you sit down, Cicely? I'll get you some tea or something to drink.
No, thank you. In your last letter, Chris, you asked me if I wanted a divorce.
Well, naturally, it can't go on like this, being half married and half not married.
No, I suppose not. Tell me, Chris, it isn't just because of your book that you're staying away, is
No.
it? No. I didn't think so, but I had to be sure. What is it, Chris?
Well, it's rather hard to explain, but it's just that one day I realized that I'd stopped thinking about you for quite some time. Things like that happen, you know.
Well, that seems a fairly complete explanation. Why didn't you write me that in the letter?
Well, I thought you would guess.
It's peaceful here.
Yes, I like it much better out of season. How's Tommy?
Fine.
Is he still in love with you?
Yes. Just before I left, he asked me if I wouldn't divorce you and marry him.
Do you want to?
I'm thinking about it.
It might be a very good thing for you. After the rotten time you've had with me.
Chris, did you ever hear me say I had a rotten time with you?
We've been happy together when we've been together, of course, but that's not enough for a lifetime.
Often enough for me. Cigarette?
No, thanks. I've given them up.
Well, there doesn't seem much left to say. Or much reason for my staying. I could almost get back to Innsbruck in time for dinner.
Oh, but must you go now?
Why?
I thought perhaps you'd stay here for dinner, or perhaps you'd rather not.
Goodbye, Christopher. Maybe the next time we live, we'll have time for each other. Oh, I'm being rather stupid, aren't I? I'm making such a tragedy of things. I don't really have to go for another 3 days. Oh, couldn't we just forget everything that's happened and have a gay and amusing time like old friends? Oh, there's so many places we never saw here, Chris. I've got a car and... Oh, let's have a real holiday. First of all, we'll have dinner. I know. We'll go to that little place up in the valley where we went the last time, you remember?
Yes, I remember.
All right. Call for me about 7, huh? Oh, Otto.
Yes, madame.
Have you seen Mr. Tyler?
He checked out of the hotel an hour ago.
What? Well, do you have any idea where he might have gone?
Well, the porter took his bags to the railroad station. By the way, he left this note for you.
Oh, thank you, Otto. Please have my car brought here immediately.
Jawohl, madame.
Chris. Oh, Chris. What are you doing in this compartment?
Well, what does one do in a railroad compartment?
Oh, Chris, what is it, Chris?
Didn't you get my note?
Yes, you said you suddenly found you had to go.
Well, I tried to explain this
Yes,
afternoon.
you don't love me anymore. I can understand that, but not your running away from me. Why, you never ran away from anything in your life.
I just realized that it wouldn't work, that's all. 3 days of pretending wouldn't only make us both unhappy.
You can't even be my friend.
We've gotten beyond that.
Oh, what is it, Chris?
Nothing.
But you're hiding something from me.
No, there's nothing, I tell you.
Chris, this isn't you talking. It isn't. You can't make me believe it. Not even when you tell me you don't love me, I'll never believe that.
Please, I can't explain anymore. I just want to get away. We'll have to say goodbye.
Oh, not this way, no.
Oh, Cicely, I can't. I can't.
Chris.
I can't.
Oh, Chris, what's the matter with you?
Cicely, get that capsule in my coat pocket. break it.
Yes. Oh, here, breathe it in. Breathe it in.
Thanks. I'll be all right.
Oh, darling, why didn't I guess?
I'll be all right.
Are you very sick, Chris?
Yes.
Where are we going?
There's a sanitarium I've been staying at up near Basel.
My darling, tell me.
Oh, I love you. Oh, my darling, darling Cicely. I've always loved you.
The item in the drama page read, Cicely Tyler, at the height of her career, has retired from the theater. And now, well, you know the reason. But no matter what the end, somehow in this sometimes dreary and complicated world, their love sheds a luminous light, a beacon to all those who love and live to keep their love alive.
Our stars, Jimmy Stewart and Eleanor Parker, will return in just a moment with this week's guest screen director. Next week, the Screen Director's Playhouse brings you two more great stars in one of the timely dramas of our day, Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy. And the adaptation for the first time on the air will be The Damned Don't Cry. Now, here are our two Academy nominees, Jimmy Stewart and Eleanor Parker.
Eleanor, would you mind if I sort of carry the ball here, so to speak, and say a few words about a very good friend of mine?
Go right ahead, Jimmy. And I don't have to be a mind reader to know that you're referring to Mr. E.H. Griffith, the distinguished director of Next Time We Love.
That's absolutely right, Eleanor. In my book, Ned Griffith rates with the best in motion picture direction. And, well, all I know, I'll take him on my team anytime. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to present Mr. E.H. Griffith.
Thank you, Jimmy, and thank you, Eleanor. Tonight, I think all the praise should go to you. You certainly deserve it, and I mean that sincerely. As I watched your performance here tonight on the Screen Director's Playhouse, I can readily understand why two such fine players were selected as Academy Award nominees. Eleanor, your work in Cage was so memorable, I shall never forget it. And Jimmy, well, there just couldn't be a Harvey without you. In a few hours now, the Oscars will be handed out, and it's my fervent hope that you are both the winners. Good luck and good night.
Thank you, and good night, Ned.
Good night, everyone.
Next Time We Love was presented through the courtesy of Universal International Studios. Now releasing Bill Malden's Up Front, starring David Wayne and Tom Ewell. Jimmy Stewart is now appearing in the Universal International production Harvey. Eleanor Parker is currently working in William Wyler's production for Paramount, Detective Story. E.H. Griffith is currently working with Gene Fowler on his production of Rip Van Winkle. Included in tonight's cast were Stan Farrar, Leon Ledoux, Joel Nessler, and Bruce Cammon. Gerald Moore played Tommy. Next Time We Love was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin. Screen Director's Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. Portions of tonight's broadcast were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen next week when we present for the first time on the air, The Damned Don't Cry, starring Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy, with screen director Vincent Sherman. Listen again next week to Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Listen tomorrow evening to the one and only Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Saturday's Fun with Judy Canova and Dennis Day on NBC.
Screen Directors Playhouse stars Bob Hope, Rhonda Fleming. Production, The Great Lover. Director, Alexander Hall. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants. Mildness, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope.
How'd the billing get that?
By the makers of Anacin for the fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Tonight, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present a first in radio comedy. Here is our adaptation of a screen full of laughter named The Great Lover. And here are our stars, Bob Hope and Rhonda Fleming.
You know, once upon a time, Paramount made a picture called The Great Lover. Naturally, they asked me to play the part. Crosby was so upset he fell out of his wheelchair.
I'm Rhonda Fleming, and I want you to know that Bob was perfectly cast for the part of the great lover. His kisses throbbed with a strange electricity.
Like a dynamo, huh?
Mm-mm. Like a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, you're talking to a guy who gets introduced twice. Listen to this from the Rye Crisp Kid.
Now here's Chesterfield's answer to Cyrano de Bergerac. Bob Hope.
I'd top you easy, Dad, but we only have a minute here to sell Chesterfield.
Okay, well, let's get to it.
Better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
The mildness is a cinch to prove. You just make the Chesterfield mildness test. You know, open a pack and enjoy that milder aroma. Then smoke them, and you'll know that Chesterfields are milder.
And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
So make our cigarette your cigarette. The reasons go together like this.
By Chesterfield, Chesterfield, the one that proves its case. Yes, Chesterfields are milder, milder, plus no aftertaste.
So ho, open a pack and give 'em a sniff.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
Now, here's the first act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Great Lover, starring Bob Hope and Rhonda Fleming in their original roles of Freddie Hunter and the Duchess Alexandria.
City desk? No time for lunch. No, I'm tied down. Waiting for Freddie Hunter to come in. Oh, sorry, that's the newspaper business. Well, here comes Hunter now. So long.
Oh, hiya, Chief. I did it.
Good work, Hunter.
When Freddie Hunter gets an assignment from the city desk, he really follows through. I got just what you wanted.
Well, let's have it.
Here. A ham sandwich on rye.
Where's the pickle?
Pickle?
Hunter, you know I always want a pickle from the bottom of Bramberg's barrel.
Yeah, that barrel you get pickles and I get marinated elbows. Gee, boss, how about a real assignment? Look at me, Freddie Hunter, newspaper man, bon vivant, man of the world. I'm too sophisticated for a town like North Zanesville, Ohio. You ought to send me to some glamorous city like Hollywood with all the beautiful stars.
Freddie, now, you have to remember that it's the small towns like North Zanesville that are the backbone of America.
I know, but in Hollywood you can see more of it. Come on, boss, send me somewhere.
Say, wait a minute.
Huh?
Freddie, how would you like a chance at a big story?
How would I? Chief, you're not kidding me. Like the time you gave me a 2-story assignment and I had to wash all the windows on the second floor?
No, that was from you. No. This is on the level, but I don't know if you can handle it. No, Hunter, you get into too much trouble, like the day you started yelling you had a hot flash.
Yeah, hot flash. I sat on a lighted cigarette. Remember how I cursed that cigarette? Chesterfield, too.
No, you see what I mean, Hunter?
Well, believe me, boss, those days are gone forever.
Okay, now, I'll give you a chance to get out of North Zanesville. You remember that contest we just had, Keep Our Streets Clean?
Oh, you mean the one where I wrote the story from the viewpoint of a horse?
Yes, I do. Well, that contest was won by the local troop of Boy Foresters of the World. Whipper Will Patrol.
Oh, those Boy Foresters. What a bunch of little sneaks.
So they turned one little petition into the newspaper.
Oh, sure, one little petition. I don't mind that tar, but I'm too ticklish for the feathers. And after all the cigarette butts I picked up off the sidewalk.
Now, look, Hunter. They won the contest, and the first prize is a trip to the International Roundup in Paris. And you cover the story.
I cover... Are you kidding? What time do the Boy Foresters go to bed?
8 o'clock.
They're in bed at 8 o'clock, huh? And at 8:30, life, love, and onion soup.
No. At 8:30, Betty bye for you, too. The senior Boy Forester is Stanley Kling.
Well, no half-pint Boy Forester's going to shove Freddie Hunter around. I'll slice him down to a Boy Gardner. Did you say Stanley Kling?
The publisher's son.
Oh, here comes breathless Freddie Hunter making love in short pants. The Paris countryside, not even a city. Fine thing. I come all the way to Paris to romance with the mademoiselles, and I get stuck in the country before I can even get a girl to get stuck in the country with. And after all those wonderful dreams I had, the Folies Bergère, Paris nightclubs, moonlight nights in the Riviera, hoping Errol Flynn will forget to close his porthole. How about it, honey? You're a girl. You understand. What should I do about it? Oh, I've already tried that.
Hey, Mr. Hunter!
All right, Stanley, I'm coming. Cute little shaved tail. And how I'd love to.
Look where you slept last night. Newspapers all over.
I know.
Patrol Leader Hunter, take the morning oath.
Okay. The Boy Forester is loyal, cheerful, helpful, truthful, brave, and clean.
He does not smoke.
He does not drink.
He does not carouse with girls.
He does not drink.
He does not carouse with girls. If he does not work on my old man's paper.
Oh, some trip this is. I wish I was back in Bramberg's pickle barrel.
One more week and you will be.
Look at this. This is the sort of story I should be working on. Tracking down a criminal. The card table murderer. Imagine catching this guy. He's an American card sharp who deals them so some sucker will win all the money. Then when everybody else goes home, he plays the sucker and wins it all back. Some racket. A couple of suckers got wise, so he killed him. Imagine death at the card table. Stanley, do you play pinochle?
A boy forester does not.
I know. Look, why don't you go find yourself a girl forester and settle down and raise little pine trees, huh? Come on, we got a 40-mile hike to the boat. Hep, 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 hep. Company! Halt! Come on, stop, will ya?
Oh, 1, 2. You should have blown the whistle before you said company.
So I made a mistake.
A boy forester never makes a mistake.
Too bad your parents weren't boy foresters. All right, men. Senior Boy Forester Stanley will march you to your quarters aboard this ship.
What about you?
Oh, me? Well, I'll see about getting the baggage aboard.
Yeah? Okay. Company, attention! Forward, march!
Pardon me, young man.
Yeah?
I happen to hear your conversation. The baggage is already aboard.
This is where I jump ship. I brought these brats to France, but they can go home alone. I'm staying in Paris. A boy Forrester doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, he doesn't carouse with women. Yeah. Well, here's where this boy Forrester burns down a few trees.
Well, your young charges must have been quite a burden, Mr.
Hunter, Freddie Hunter. Oops, you dropped your newspaper, Mr.
Dabney. C.J. Dabney.
Well, here you are. So you've got that story marked in pencil, huh?
Why, yes.
Oh, the card table murder yarn. I'm interested because I'm a newspaper man myself.
Oh? Yes, I was impressed by that story, too. After all, I like to play cards, and, well, one can't be too careful, can one? This card table murderer might be aboard this ship.
Yeah, but you don't have to worry. He usually picks some guy with hayseed sticking in his hair.
Yes, indeed. Do you play cards, Mr. Hunter?
Me?
Yeah.
All ashore, who's gone ashore? All ashore, who's gone ashore?
That's the call of the wild. Well, I'm leaving.
Oh, what a shame. I thought we might amuse ourselves with a little game of poker.
Pardon me.
Huh?
My dog and I would like to walk by.
Dog?
Please.
Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho.
Young man, please, stop biting my daughter's ankle.
I was just seeing if her shoelace was untied, that's all.
Come, Father. Come, Max.
Yes, enchanting, wasn't she?
Did you smell that perfume?
A most heady fragrance.
Yeah, but the smell is what got me. Oh, she'll have trouble even being half safe wearing that stuff. Imagine what that did to me after smelling Boy Foresters for a month.
Then I take it you'll stay aboard, Mr. Hunter.
Do you think Freddie Hunter's the kind to lose his head over a woman? Head? Where is it? Where's my head?
Mr. Hunter, it's on your shoulders. You're standing on your hands.
Oh.
That man with her was her father, the Grand Duke Maximilian, one of the wealthiest men on the continent, I believe.
A Grand Duke yet. He wouldn't let me hold hands with her wolfhound.
Evidently, they didn't recognize me. However, I do know them, and if you wish, I can arrange an introduction. We can establish contact with a little poker game. Her father, you, myself.
I'm going to send a radiogram to my old man.
Stanley, you heard? Okay, get me fired. I suppose you're perfect. You've never yielded to temptation.
A boy Forrester is perfect.
Yeah, but wait till you get to be a man Forrester. It's not so easy. I'll bet once at camp when you thought nobody was looking, you lit the fire with a match.
Well, my tinder was damp.
Well, Stanley, my tinder is damp, too. This sneaks up on you a little bit. I promise I'll be a good boy Forrester. Ask Mr. Dabney.
Of course, my boy. And I can't tell you how pleased I am that you and your chums are aboard. Why, you might even protect us all from the card table murderer.
Father, I do hope that Max will be comfortable.
He should be, my dear Alexandria. You tipped the kennel attendant with half our remaining funds.
Money. We will make much money in America. When we open our perfume shop, we will be rich once again. Beautifully, wonderfully rich.
If Americans find your perfume as potent as our family has.
Father, did you notice that young man on deck when I passed by? Our perfume holds an attraction, an allure, a fatal fascination. Oh, yes. I'm sure we shall be eminently successful.
The next time you suffer from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, take Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve those pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin for this wonderfully fast relief. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30, economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Get Anacin at any drug counter. Now, Act Two, as the Screen Directors Playhouse presents The Great Lover, starring Bob Hope as Freddie Hunter and Rhonda Fleming as the Duchess Alexandria.
Mr. Dabney, when am I going to get to meet the Duchess?
These things take time. As I said, I might invite her father to join us in a little poker game. Perhaps that'll break the ice.
You just introduced me to the Duchess. You won't have to break it. I'll melt it.
Yes, we'll just play for peanuts, of course.
Now, where I come from, we eat the peanuts and play for the shells. Hey, look. There's her father sitting down at that next table.
Yes, indeed.
Well, you know him. Go ahead.
Perhaps you'd better leave, my boy. I'd like to tell him what an honest, upright young man you are.
Well, go ahead. I'll help you. Just my luck. Here comes Eisenhower. Hello, Stanley. What did I do wrong now?
You're wearing long pants.
Well, I have to do something. The straps in my garter belt were showing.
Mr. Hunter, it's been decided that you'll lead us in 4 laps around the promenade deck.
Well, who decided that?
We took a vote. It's the democratic way.
Yeah, I know, and I'm Dewey.
4 laps, or do I wire my old man?
Now, remember, Mr. Dabney, fix it with the Grand Duke. Company, about turn. Forward, march. Hip, hip. I wouldn't be here if I was hip, hip, hip. Gee, Mr. Dabney, I'm afraid to go down those steps into the dining salon. How's my dinner jacket?
Exquisite, my boy.
And you set it all up for me, huh?
Oh, yes. Her father considers himself quite a card player. He's rather interested in you.
I'm sorry. Tell him his daughter saw me first.
I told him you had millions.
Millions? Me? Freddie Hunter? Why'd you tell him that? Why couldn't you have just sold him on my charm, my personality, my savoir-faire, my looks? How many millions you tell him I had?
When you look at the Duchess, couldn't you have millions?
Yeah, 1 million goosebumps.
My boy, you must become one of their class. It'll give you time. The Duchess will come to know your finer qualities, perhaps even to love you.
Shake hands with Rockefeller.
Alexandria, my dear, the young man has been described to me dashing, debonair, a Greek god.
Oh, another American.
And rich, fabulously rich, possibly a bagger for our perfume.
I'm wearing it tonight.
He needs only encouragement.
But, Father, what if he bores me?
Then I suggest champagne, my dear. You know what it does to you. It makes your head spin, your eyes slide up into your ears ring.
Father, I'm a woman, not a pinball machine.
Ah, there they come now.
Oh, no. Is that the Greek god?
That must be him.
He looks more like a Roman candle.
Good evening, Your Highness, Your Grace.
May I present my daughter, gentlemen, the Duchess Alexandria, Mr. Dabney.
A pleasure.
And Mr. Hunter.
Oh, hi. We met before, Duchess.
Indeed. When?
I bit you on the ankle, don't you remember? It was your perfume. Pardon me. Anybody for bird dogging?
Father, I'll need that champagne. A toast, my Freddie. What shall we drink to?
Oh, your perfume. I haven't smelled anything that powerful since Bramberg's Pickle Barrel.
Oh, it must be the champagne. When I'm like this, I love everybody.
Well, don't love Stanley. He'll make you wear short pants. Hey, what's happening? Where is everybody?
Oh, Father and Mr. Dabney went somewhere to talk, but we have each other, my Freddie. You know, I want to walk in the moonlight with you.
Well, I'd rather run.
But why?
I'm in a hurry to get to the next page. I'll carry your bag, and you carry the case of champagne. Ah, there you are, Duchess. You just take my arm and...
Oh!
Gee, I'm afraid I stepped on your evening gown.
Oh, don't be afraid, darling. I have a needle and thread in my cabin. We'll fix it.
We'll fix it?
Oh, but of course. Come.
No. It's past taps. The boy Foresters will worry. They'll put hot rocks in my sleeping bag. And if I don't show up, Stanley will have me fired.
Oh, please.
Please?
Please.
Well, let's get together and baste it on the bias.
Then quickly, my dearest. Let us go.
Well, let's look for that needle, and I hope it's in a haystack.
Oh, I suppose one should turn on the lights to find the needle.
Yeah, let's do it the hard way with gloves on, huh? Listen, my nerves are jangling.
Oh, my handsome one, the phone is ringing.
Yeah.
But who would disturb us at this time of night?
Yeah, who? Lights.
Thank you. Now, answer the phone, my Freddie.
Hey, what's the idea of disturbing the Duchess at this time of night?
Say, do you know who this is?
No, who?
Senior boy Forrester Stanley Kling.
Yeah. Do you know who this is?
No.
Good, let's keep it that way. Just a boy Forrester. Boy Forrester! Boy, I'm late for taps. They'll drum me out of the regiment.
Please, Freddie, don't go. Please.
I'm sorry, Duchess, but I'm leaving. I'm getting out of... Let's go back to page 19. Huh? No, I'm leaving. I'm staying. Oh, Duchess, please. Don't point. I know where it is. Duchess, please. Stop waving that perfume atomizer in my face.
Oh, that's nothing to worry about, my Freddie. Just let your conscience be your guide.
No, that won't work.
Why not?
It keeps following your conscience.
Freddie, do you really want to kiss me?
Well, I didn't put those footprints on the ceiling trying to get out.
Oh, you have such a sense of humor.
Huh?
I say you have such a sense of humor.
Well, it's a living. Say, Take me in your arms, Duchess. Duchess. Call the director. Oh, brother. All right, let's take it again now. We'll take it from where the cops came in. Take me in your arms, Duchess. Let me try this line. I think I can handle it. I don't know. Take me in your arms, girl. Take me in your arms, girl, Duchess. Crush me. Make me know it. I surrender. Don't get much money. Tell me, Duchess. Duchess, tell me. Does everybody kiss like that in your country?
Like how? I suppose so. Why?
Well, where does an alien go to register?
Oh, Freddie, answer the door.
Aboard ship yet? Boy, these Fuller Brush salesmen stop at nothing. Leave it to Stanley. That's when I was building up pressure in my double boiler.
Mr. Freddie Hunter, you are observed in the embrace of a woman, not your mother. Prepare for court-martial.
Court-martial? Duchess, Alexandria, don't let him take me.
Oh, but is it so important? After all, a wealthy man like yourself, what can it matter?
Him? Wealthy? You ought to see him lick the chopping block at Bramberg's Delicatessen.
I don't understand.
Oh, don't try, Duchess. Men, I'm your prisoner. Take me.
Company! About! Turn! Forward!
Stop!
What is it, Hunter?
I have one final request to make.
Go ahead and make it.
One last shot of perfume.
Oh, of course, my darling.
Ho, 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 ho. Tell him in North Zanesville I died like an Airedale. Hup!
The great lover continues his romance in just a moment. But first, here's a word from RCA Victor. Fill your life with a new magic world of fun. Enjoy yourself. Have a Highland fling. Yes, that's just what it is when you and your family start enjoying RCA Victor's new 17-inch television console, the Highland. It's fun, it's fine, and it'll be the favorite of your family. That's right. The most famous name in home entertainment, RCA Victor, now brings you the best in 17-inch television with the new Highland console. There's a lot we can say about the Highland, but you just have to see it with its remarkable pictures. Clear, bright, and steady. Its distinctive console cabinet, beautifully styled, beautifully finished, and priced to fit your family budget. Then you'll know why this is million-proof television. Now over 2 million American families have tried, tested, and purchased RCA Victor television. Let your family in for a Highland fling with RCA Victor's exciting new Highland television console. See it at your RCA Victor dealers tomorrow. You are listening to the Screen Director's Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival, brought to you by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants, mildness, plus no unpleasant aftertaste, by the makers of Anacin for the fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Screen Director's Playhouse presentation of The Great Lover, starring Bob Hope and Rhonda Fleming, We'll continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Director's Playhouse. We continue with the third act of The Great Lovers, starring Bob Hope and Rhonda Fleming in their original roles of Freddie Hunter and the Duchess Alexandria.
Good morning, Mr. Hunter.
Oh, hi, Mr. Dabney.
No. Don't get up. I'll just take this other deck chair. I understand that you amused the Duchess last night.
Yeah. She's a fast girl with a champagne hammerlock. But the boy Forresters spoiled it.
What happened?
They pulled a raid. They charged me with necking in the 3rd degree.
Well, then things aren't too bad. Now, to further your campaign, I suggest a measure of companionship with the Duchess's father.
Okay, but if he wears the same perfume, the deal's off.
Well, I rather thought poker.
Poker?
Well, we'll expect you at 1 o'clock in the gaming salon. And, Mr. Hunter, remember, play big, be the big man you are.
Yeah, Freddie Hunter, the poker king of North Zanesville. I'm too big to play for matches. From now on, I'm betting cigarette lighters.
Pardon me, Mr. Hunter, but I happen to overhear...
Now, look, Bud, you're talking to Lucky Freddie Hunter. Name your poison. Cards, dice, hopscotch. Let's see the color of your money. Oh, a piker, huh?
Poker's my game.
All right, a poker piker. Lay it on the line, boy. Lay it on the line. You're talking to put up or shut up Hunter.
Poker's all right with you, then?
Never mind the small talk, son. I told you you're talking to put up or shut up Hunter. What are the stakes?
$50 a chip.
Yes, sir. Whispering Smith, they call me. Just gave up gambling.
Well, maybe that's a good policy aboard ship, Mr. Hunter. My name's Higgins. The card table murderer is loose. He may be Dabney. He may be the Duke. Then again, he may be you. So long, Lucky.
Me, the card table murderer. I never murdered a card table in my life. Murder?
Hey, Mr. Higgins! Good morning, Freddie.
Duchess.
You're not angry with me, Freddie, are you? About last night?
Angry because you drank champagne and hypnotized me with perfume and took me to your cabin and let me kiss you?
You know, Freddie, at first I didn't like you. And then came the champagne, and I did like you.
I really burbled in those bubbles, huh?
But now the champagne's gone, and I still like you. Very much.
Look, Alexandria.
But don't call me Alexandria.
Alex?
No, Freddie.
But that's my name.
Darling.
Darling, that sounds good. Good morning, darling.
Good morning, honey bunch.
Stanley.
Here, have an ice cube.
Why don't you go and have your head blocked? Look, Stanley, the Duchess and I, this is just my way of getting exercise, like you in basketball.
Yeah? Well, the minute you start shooting baskets, I start wiring my old man.
Well, go ahead. By the time you get an answer, the game will be over.
Stanley, you're such a nice little boy, Forrester. Come here.
Stop mussing up my merit badges.
Listen, Duchess, I might be able to handle this little monster. You got a handkerchief with some of that perfume on it?
Why, yes, Freddie, right here.
Oh, thanks.
What are you two plotting about?
Ah, nice little Stanley. Come here and let me bash your head in, will you?
With that handkerchief?
Just take a whiff of the handkerchief when I wave it at you.
Okay, cutie, but I'm already dated for tonight.
Go on, smell.
How do you feel?
Say, let me get a whiff.
Well, it's only a little liquid.
Yeah, that's what the guy said when he invented nitroglycerin.
Give me another shot of that.
Sure, here. You can use my shaving lotion for a chaser. Looks like we'll see Stanley in long pants yet. Well, it's my turn again. Have one with me, will you?
Freddie, do you really think it's affecting him?
Well, I don't know about him, but my brain is playing taps and my blood is blowing reveille.
Hey, Duchess, want to wrestle? Duchess, could you ever care for a boy Forrester?
You, Stanley?
Me, loved one.
Now, hold it, Stanley.
Quiet, passion flower.
Oh, Stanley, you and I, it can never be.
I lost my head.
Well, take your other one and get out while you're still even.
Farewell, my lovely.
Farewell. Freddie, could you ever care for me? You, a millionaire?
Oh, I'm not so rich. I haven't even got a yacht for my swimming pool.
Oh, kiss me, Freddie. Just once more.
I have to keep a clear head. I've got an appointment with your father and Mr. Dabney. After all, that's much more important than a kiss. Who writes this stuff? Anyway? Let those guys out of the cave, will you? Okay, men, I'm ready for the big game.
Mr. Hunter, you seem to have made a very favorable impression on my daughter last night.
Yeah, and I wasn't even wearing a flower in my hair.
Well, shall we proceed with the game, gentlemen?
Oh, sure. Go ahead and shuffle.
Very well. My fingers are a little stiff, but...
If you're stiff, I'm paralyzed. I'll see you later. I'm leaving.
Don't be upset, Mr. Hunter. We're all men of the world here.
Yeah, but I haven't had much experience. I didn't even know what girls were until the day Bramberg's waitress fell into the pickle barrel.
But, Mr. Hunter, this is cards.
What did you say, Maya?
Just cards, Mr. Hunter.
This is cards, Fritz? All right, now. Just Well, a guy can get in trouble this way. Mr. Higgins told me.
And who is Mr. Higgins?
Oh, a fellow I met on the boat. Said even I might be the card table murderer. Imagine that, me, a murderer. Well, let's play. How much is this chip worth?
$100.
Okay, but $100? What do you take me for, a millionaire?
Why, of course, Mr. Hunter. Just throw the chip in the ante.
Okay, but you pry it out of my fingers, will you?
And that gentleman ends the game.
Well, I told you boys not to play with me. Now, let's see, Mr. Dabney, you owe $400.
I have it right here.
I told you not to play with me.
And here are your winnings, Your Grace.
Thank you. And you, Mr. Hunter, owe me exactly $1,600.
Well, I haven't got it. I told you not to play with me.
Haven't got it? You?
I think Mr. Hunter's forgotten his wallet. I'll be glad to advance the money.
Oh, but really...
I insist, if Mr. Hunter will permit me.
Me? I insist you insist.
Thank you. $1,600.
Thank you. On to replay this evening, gentlemen. Good afternoon.
Oh, fine thing, Dabney. You got me into this mess. Now I owe you $1,600. How am I going to get that kind of money? Commit murder?
Oh, I hope murder won't be necessary, my boy. As for your losses, I am responsible, so you owe me nothing. Please make me happy. I'm sure you'll win it all back tonight anyway.
Some deal. Mr. Higgins was right. I shouldn't have played.
Mr. Higgins seems to have concerned himself unduly with our gambling activities. I think perhaps we should play somewhere else. I'll arrange for a cabin.
Yeah, well, while you're about it, arrange for two. One more lousy hand, and I'll settle for a fast game of post office.
Believe me, my boy, at the end of tonight's game, it is very unlikely that the money will still be in the Duke Maximilian's possession. Goodbye, and don't worry.
Don't worry. Here I am writing IOUs for my IOUs. And what'll the Duchess do if she finds out I'm a phony? Probably cut off my perfume. Nah, she wouldn't be that cruel. Maybe she'll let me taper off one nostril at a time. I'll tell her the truth, that I'm a poor but honest newspaper man and I can't afford to buy her mink coats. Of course, I might be able to get her a job as a secretary in the White House or a loan with the RFC.
Father, you didn't.
Well, I admit the stakes were a trifle high, my dear, and I did win, you know.
But suppose the next time you should lose.
To that Hunter fellow? How can I lose to a man who cuts the cards with his nose?
The point is that we can't afford to take chances. We have just enough money to start a small perfume business in America. If you lose that, Father, we're finished.
I shan't lose, my dear Alexandria. Well, Mr. Hunter, come in.
Oh, thanks. I'll just pull up one of the family money bags and sit down.
Yes. Well, I imagine it's my daughter you wish to see. I just run along.
Hey, Duchess, I happen to hear you scolding your father about gambling.
Oh, well, Father must learn not to yield to such a childish temptation.
Well, what's the use of having temptations if you don't yield to them? I've yelled so much I'm limp.
Perhaps, Freddie, you're just a very human being.
Human enough to know what it's like to be broke.
Broke?
Broke, an irritating lack of lettuce. No dough, like you and your father.
Oh, I see. You heard that, too.
Uh-huh.
Well, I imagine this will be most important to a man of your wealth.
Wealth? Listen, Duchess, my money means nothing to me. Absolutely nothing. And you know why?
Why?
Because I ain't got any. I haven't got change for a bagel.
Oh, this is very funny.
Well, what are you breaking yourself up for?
I was going to borrow $50,000 from you to go into business.
Is that the truth?
What are you laughing at?
I was going to lend it to you.
Poor Freddie.
What do you mean, poor Freddie? This is wonderful. We're both busted. We both start from scratch.
Without money, can one get along in America?
Listen, Duchess, I've seen them rich and I've seen them poor. And you know the way I feel about it?
How?
You can't get along without money in America. Well, boys, let's deal little cards, huh?
Very well, I'll shuffle.
Now let's hear you play it like a rumba.
Do you feel lucky tonight, Mr. Hunter?
Me? Lucky? All I want to do is break even. Okay, there's all the chips in the pot, and I haven't looked at my cards yet. What have you got, Mr. Dabney?
Oh, I dropped out, my boy. You're too lucky for me.
Well, how about you, Duke?
A full house. 3 kings and 2 eights.
See, you beat me. All I have is nothing but an old ace and another ace and another ace and another ace and a wild one. See, nothing but 5 aces. 5 aces!
Gentlemen, I am finished.
Look, let's split it all up and start again, huh?
Certainly not. I believe, Mr. Hunter, that I owe you $27,000.
Oh, look, you want to settle for 35 cents cash?
A gambling debt is a debt of honor. I'll just make out this IOU.
Oh, amazing, isn't it, how one's luck can change?
There. My winnings of this afternoon and an IOU for the rest.
Hey, you know what? I bet you win it all back tomorrow.
Mr. Hunter, I believe I had my fill of poker. North Zanesville style. Good night.
27 grand. Boy, that'll buy a lot of gumballs. I'll never go hungry again.
I'm afraid, my boy, that the Duke is not as gracious a loser as I am. You see, I, too, seem to have lost all my cash. Not even a little old dollar. Well, what's this?
A little old dollar bill, huh?
Yes, a little old orphan bill, you might say. Would you care to cut cards to dispose of it, Mr. Hunter?
No, I don't think so. I just gave up gambling.
But a little old orphan dollar bill.
Funny the way you want to bet that dollar. That's just the way the card table murderer works.
Exactly the way, Mr. Hunter.
Mr. Higgins, what are you doing here?
Is there something you wish, Mr. Higgins?
Yes, that money.
Look, he's got a gun. Gun? What does a gun do? Shoots! Shoots! Oh!
Mr. Higgins, I'm afraid you frightened our friend into a faint. Would you kindly explain your business?
I'm the ship's detective. May I see those cards, please?
Oh, you think perhaps they're marked? Why, of course. Look, then. Here! Oh. Too bad, Mr. Higgins. And you were so close to your quarry.
Oh. What happened?
My boy, he's dead. You displayed the courage of a tiger.
Me? A tiger?
You killed him.
What'd I do, claw him to death?
No, he stood there with his gun. Suddenly, an expression of passion darted across your face.
That's when I snapped my garter belt.
You snarled. You threw yourself on him. You bent the gun around, and bang.
Maybe I can plead self-defense.
You can never stand up in court.
Neither could I. Let me sit down.
I'll have to phone the captain about this, my boy. I'm sorry.
What about my winnings?
But you're a doomed man. Remember, Hunty. But you're...
Try Duchess. That's good.
You're doomed. You can't take it with you.
Well, I'm sure not going to leave any laying around.
There's no time.
No time?
Hurry.
Hurry.
Run.
Run. They're off at Santa Anita. Here I
go. Hello? Yes, that was a shot. Please inform the captain. I wish to report a murder. The ship's detective, Mr. Higgins, has been shot by a card sharp.
Stanley, it's me, your old friend, Freddie. Come home to roost.
Beat it, barnyard. You ain't getting in this hen house.
But, Stanley,
Don't you know what time it is? The rest of the patrol is sleeping.
Look, I'm a boy Forster, too. See, I've got the acorn mark on my wrist.
I don't care if you got chestnuts going out of your ears. You ain't getting in.
Now, listen, Turnip Head, don't take advantage of your size. If you were a foot shorter, I'd let you have it.
Mr. Hunter, I'd like a word with you.
Duchess, I'm in trouble. You know what happened?
I do. My father told me what happened. Your fabulous luck. You cheated him. You took his IOU. Thief. Liar. Cheat.
He finally knows you, eh, Hunter?
Duchess, I'm not a cheat.
Then what are you?
I'm just a murderer.
Murderer?
I knew it the minute I laid eyes on him. Hey, men, get up. We're going to hang Mr. Hunter.
There's the alarm. They're looking for me. Duchess, you have to help me. Where can I hide?
Mr. Hunter, let them track you down like the hound you are.
No, I'm too young for the dog pound. Dog pound. Dog. Ho, 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 ho. Shut up, you crummy wolfhound. Some kennel you've got here. Next time, try the train. It's air-conditioned. Oh, I'm sorry. Nothing personal. After all, who can be dainty in a boneyard? You got any meat left on these things? When do we eat? Uh-oh. Here comes the gravy train. Come on, put something in the kennel, boy. A dog biscuit. I got it first. Finders keepers. Let go. You want to ruin your figure? You look like a St. Bernard. Ouch!
Max, are you all right?
The Duchess.
Here, let me feel your head. Why, Max, how strange you feel. It's not like a dog's head at all. It's more like an ape. Max, you bit me. Oh, now you're licking my hand. Oh, Max, your lips feel just like Freddy's. You know, I think I loved him. If only there was some explanation.
There is.
Is there? Max, you talked.
Yeah, I wasn't just a woofing either. Look, Duchess, you have to believe me. Uh-oh, I'm trapped.
I ain't Boy Forrester for nothing, Mr. Dabney. I can follow Sleuthwood Freddy's trail with my eyes shut.
Well, then where is he, my boy? Oh, good evening, Duchess.
Good evening, Mr. Dabney.
There's only one place he could be, and that kennel.
Well, Duchess, is Mr. Hunter in that kennel?
No, just my dog.
His voice seems to be changing. Stanley, my boy, we seem to have found our man. You run along and get the rest of the patrol.
Sure, Mr. Dabney.
You double-crossing heel. Whose side are you on?
Why, Mr. Hunter, I'm on Mr. Dabney's side, as this gun will well inform you.
Oh, Mr. Dabney, don't shoot him. Even though I know what he is, oh, please don't.
Oh, but I must.
Oh, she loves me. Okay, Dabney, go ahead and shoot. Wait a minute. Who put this line in the script? That writer's been trying to kill me off for years.
Your jokes are of no avail, Mr. Hunter. You see, you must die. And the Duchess, too.
The Duchess? No, take me, but not her. Don't shoot her.
Freddie, stop trying to hide behind me. Well, Mr. Dabney, why do you feel this sudden need for murder?
Because the card table murderer must continue to exist, my dear.
You? Then it was you who shot Mr. Higgins.
And cheated my father.
Don't be tedious. Soon the boy Forresters must return. They must find that Mr. Hunter threw me off balance, knocked the Duchess overboard, and then consigned himself to the comforts of the sea. What's the matter with that confounded dog?
Well, Mr. Dabney, as long as you're going to kill us, you might as well have a look at this.
What is it?
Go ahead, take it and see.
Give it to me. What? Why, it's only a dog biscuit. Take him away! Get him off me!
Okay, Dabney, I've got the gun and Max has got his dog biscuit. You're dealing with a big time now. This is the kid from North Zanesville speaking.
So it took a flea-bitten dog to do the trick, huh?
He might have had fleas before, Dabney, but not now. Duchess, scratch my back.
Oh, Freddie. You were magnificent.
Well, I got one more thing to do. You hold the gun on him. Here.
I've got it.
You got him covered?
Yes, darling. What do you want to do?
Crawl back into the doghouse. Oh!
Oh, my little boy Forrester.
There it is, Duchess. Staten Island Ferry.
The end of the voyage.
Yeah, I guess this is the finish. It's the perfume business for you and back to North Zanesville for me.
Oh, you really think so?
Whippoorwill Patrol standing by for landing. What are your instructions, sir?
Did you really think I'd let you say goodbye to me, darling?
No, Duchess.
Are you ready, Mr. Hunter, sir?
What'd you say, boy?
Are you ready, Mr. Hunter, sir?
Just call me Duke.
And so ends the story of The Great Lover. In just a moment, Bob Hope and Rhonda Fleming will return to introduce this week's guest director. Next Thursday, on the evening of the Academy Award presentation, the Screen Directors Playhouse brings you a program worthy of that great event. We are proud to present 2 Academy Award nominees, starring in a well-remembered romance. Our story is Next Time We Love, directed by E.H. Griffith. And our stars, James Stewart and Eleanor Parker. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Bob Hope and Rhonda Fleming.
Okay, Rhonda, let's get with the director, huh? Isn't that what this is all about?
Well, Bob, it's our chance to say thanks to that man behind the camera. But, Bob, I think we should explain about Alexander Hall.
All right. Folks, Al Hall directed The Great Lover, but illness has kept him home tonight. So Rhonda and I would like you to meet another great director. This kid didn't bother learning about motion pictures. He just invented them. After making about 380 films, he did 3 pictures with me. That's when he went into the fruit and vegetable business.
Oh, he didn't either. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the man who directed Bob in The Ghost Breakers, Monsieur Beaucaire, and Fancy Pants, George Marshall.
Thank you, Rhonda and Bob, and I'm very happy to appear for Al Hall.
You'll fit into the picture beautifully, George. Here we are. I'm a duchess, and you're a count.
Rhonda, please. I'm no count. I'm a director.
All right, you're a no-account director.
Okay, you're a discounted actor.
I'm also a straight man for you. You know that, don't you?
You know, the way you boys talk, people will think you're not good friends.
Oh, Bob and I understand each other. We make pictures and play golf together.
Yeah, some deal. I'd get the long shots in the studio, and he'd get them on the golf course. Well, that doesn't happen anymore.
Did you beat him, Bob?
No, I quit playing with him. But if you want me for another picture, George, take me. I'm yours.
I'll take Rhonda. I'll take both. Good night, Rhonda. Good night, Bob.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
The Great Lover was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose forthcoming production is The Mating Season, starring Gene Tierney and John Lund. Rhonda Fleming can currently be seen in the Paramount picture The Redhead and the Cowboy, co-starring with Glenn Ford and Edmund O'Brien. Chesterfield's own Bob Hope may be heard on most of these stations on Tuesday. And Bob Hope's newest picture for Paramount, soon to be released nationally, is Damon Runyon's The Lemon Drop Kid, co-starring Lloyd Nolan, Marilyn Maxwell, and Jane Darwell, with a lot of guys and gals. George Marshall has just completed a new comedy entitled No Room for the Groom, starring Fred McMurray, Eleanor Parker, and Richard Carlson for 20th Century Fox. Included in tonight's cast were Fritz Feld, Paul Frees, Jim Backus, Sheldon Leonard, and Pinto Calvi. Walter Tetley, who played the part of Stanley, can be heard Wednesday on The Great Gildersleeve and Sunday on the Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show. The Great Lover was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. Portions of tonight's broadcast were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking, and inviting you to listen next week when we present Next Time We Love, starring Academy Award nominees Jimmy Stewart and Eleanor Parker, with screen director E.H. Griffith. Listen again next week to Screen Director's Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Listen tomorrow evening to the one and only Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Saturday, hear the first piano quartet at a new time on NBC.
Screen Director's Playhouse stars Barbara Stanwyck, Wendell Corey. Production, Thelma Jordan. Director, Robert Siodmak. This is the Screen Director's Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. By Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants: mildness, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. And by the makers of Anacin, for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. Tonight, the Screen Director's Playhouse is pleased to present a study in dramatic conflicts. You're about to hear our adaptation of the thrilling drama Thelma Jordan. And starring in their original roles will be Wendell Corey as Cleve Marshall and Barbara Stanwyck as Thelma Jordan. Before we present the first act, here's a message from RCA Victor. Friends, if you study the room you're in right now, you'll realize that you can't buy furnishings piece by piece without the final picture in mind. It's that way when you buy television, too. Now, here's how to get the most out of your television dollar. Consider the complete home entertainment picture, radio and records, as well as TV. Instead of having many instruments scattered about, why not settle for one fine cabinet that costs less and contains your complete home entertainment needs? Such a one-cabinet combination is the RCA Victor Rutland. Open the doors of the Rutland's 18th century cabinet and you'll find 17-inch million-proof television with its clear, steady pictures, AM and FM radio, and the Victrola 45 record changer, as well as a changer for 78 and 33 1/3 speeds. Yes, so many more families are becoming television owners this week. If you're one of them, remember to see and listen to the exciting new Rutland at your RCA Victor dealers. Now, the first act of the Screen Director's Playhouse presentation of Thelma Jordan, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Wendell Corey.
Miles Scott, investigator of human beings. That's a laugh. 25 years of trying to understand people and the tragic conclusion that people weren't born to be understood. Take Cleve Marshall, the assistant DA, for instance. It was after office hours, and Cleve was sitting around commiserating with himself, a bottle of scotch and me, on why he wasn't going home to his wife and celebrate his 5th wedding anniversary.
I'm fed up. Ever heard that phrase? No, you wouldn't. You're not married.
What happened today? Where have you been for the last few hours?
I went down to an antique shop for Pam's anniversary present. She told me what she wanted and where I could get it. It was an old whatnot.
I don't see why that should aggravate you.
But it does. I like doing things for myself. When it's my wife, my kids, my house. For one thing, I can tell my father-in-law not to come there so often. I can tell him to take his big car out of my driveway and his big fat windbag out of my living room.
Now, what's that got to do with a whatnot?
Well, it sounds sort of picayune. It's the basis of it, really. I drove down, went in. No, what not. The Honorable Calvin H. Blackwell, retired, bless his retired soul, has just been in this morning and bought it for his daughter Pamela for her anniversary present.
Well, she happened to mention to him that she wanted it, too.
Does it all the time. If I can't get something for her, Father will.
An hour and 30 drinks later, I picked myself up and left. As I passed through the door, a very beautiful girl entered. It was the night of May 25th. That's when the file of Thelma Jordan received its first entry.
Mr. Scott, I've come to see you about my aunt, Miss Vera Edwards. Twice in the last 2 weeks, our house has been broken into.
That's very interesting.
I don't seem to be able to get any satisfaction out of the police. What I meant to say, Mr. Scott, was there are reasons why I have to stay away from them and come to you. My aunt is eccentric, and uniforms upset her.
What's your name?
Thelma Jordan, Miss Edwards' niece.
Well, Miss Edwards' niece, I am not Mr. Scott, so you can save your breath. I'm Cleve Marshall's assistant district attorney.
Oh.
However, if I can be of any help, a lady in distress, a pretty lady, it distresses my specialty tonight. You can help me, and I'll help you. Do I make myself clear?
No, not quite. I'm sorry I disturbed you.
Oh, you didn't disturb me. I was just about to go out and find myself a dame. If you'll pardon the expression.
Good luck and good night.
But wait a minute. I'm a public servant. I'm supposed to hear your troubles. You listen to my troubles, and I'll listen to yours.
You sound very appealing, but I...
One drink. I'll buy a drink someplace. Honest, I'm harmless and I'm lonesome. What do you say?
Well, on one condition, that I drive.
If you insist. You're the boss.
I'm glad you said that. Because I'm no dame, remember.
It's our anniversary, Thelma. How long has it been? 3 hours? I'm going to buy you an anniversary present.
This is the very rich Edwards estate. This is where the poor relative says good night, Cleve.
Don't go, Thelma. Pretty Thelma. Thelma with the light brown hair. The minute you walked into that office...
I know, but
no buts, ands, ifs, whereases, and heretofores. Party of the first part, I love you. Thelma. Have I said that before?
You have. I have to leave.
You can't go. I haven't told you my troubles
They'll
yet.
have to wait. Please, Mr. Marshall.
You called me Cleve before.
1 minute I feel like Cleve, and the next, Mr. Marshall.
I'm going to kiss you. Yeah. Which way do you feel now? Mr. Marshall or Cleve?
I don't know. Maybe I am just a dame and didn't know it. Maybe I like being picked up by a guy on a binge.
Can't you believe that things happen when you're in love? What's time, a day?
I'm sorry I can't say it that conveniently. That's what it is, a binge. No relationship between yesterday and tomorrow. That's all there is. There isn't anymore. I'm getting out, Cleve. Good night. And drive home to whoever is waiting for you.
If I told you there's no one waiting
I
for
wouldn't
me?
believe you. Drive carefully.
Thelma.
Tony. Oh, you scared me. I told you to stay away from here until I called you. What are you trying to do, upset the apple cart?
I missed you, baby. I was getting awfully impatient about getting my hands on your Aunt Vera's emeralds.
Stop worrying. I already have the combination to her safe in the library.
Well, what are we waiting for?
For the right moment. I'm not making a move until I'm protected properly. Everything is working according to the plan. I've already set the notion that the house has been broken into twice by a phantom burglar.
That's using your head, baby.
You didn't think I was playing nursemaid to a sour old woman for nothing. Tony, what would you say if I told you I had just left the assistant district attorney and that he's on the make for me?
Why are you getting involved with the law?
If the time ever comes where I need an alibi, can you think of anyone better? Well, hello, Cleve.
Oh, hello, Miss Jordan.
I was worrying about you, whether you got home all right.
Oh, I managed, drunks and fools. Well, I'm busy.
I guess you've forgotten a lot about last night. Apparently, you don't like me in the daytime.
I guess I got a little out of hand. I apologize.
Accepted. So long, Cleve.
Phone call for you, Miss Thelma. Mr. Thompson, that detective.
Thank you, Sidney. I'll take it inside the house. Excuse me, Aunt Vera.
Who's calling, Thelma?
It's all right. There's nothing to worry about.
Put on the tray, Sidney. Doctor or no doctor, I want my brandy.
Hello, Mr. Thompson?
A case of slightly mistaken identity. My secretary informed me that you called and asked me to use the name of Thompson.
Oh, hello, Cleve. It's nothing really very important. Just one of those things. 24 hours a day and lonesome. I don't know anyone else in town. In fact, time's been full of emptiness since a certain May 25th.
I can cure that.
Fine. I'll meet you down on the road. Shall we say about 20 minutes?
On the nose.
Well, thanks for calling, Mr. Thompson.
And after that?
Oh, after painting scenery that summer, I stayed on at Lake Placid. I got a job at the hotel as a hostess. Then there was Virginia Beach, Saratoga, promoting other people's fun. Then I came here and met you. I guess that sums up the history of my life.
Well, if you don't mind... Well, let's get out of here. Waiter, here's the money for my check. Let's go, Thelma.
Yes, of course.
Through the back door, please.
Well, it was a lovely evening until now. Who did you see? Your wife?
No, she's away. Beach.
Temporarily or the season?
The season. I visit her weekends. It was my secretary.
I'm sorry.
Thelma, I don't care what happens. I've got to see you often.
As often as you like. But be careful. Don't call the house again as Mr. Thompson.
Why not?
Well, why don't you use the name of Smith or Brown?
How about Dick Tracy?
It's for your sake. After all, this is a small town, and you can't afford any talk.
I know. Say, you haven't kissed me once this evening.
My mistake, Cleve. Darling, get something on the radio.
Sure. Why is it when you first meet a woman, she's only pretty? After a few weeks, she's beautiful.
Sometimes it's the other way around.
No, not with you. Well, I've told you the story of life with my wife. What do you think?
You feel as though she let you down. But you let her down. You should have told her.
You can't just say to your wife, don't leave me alone, I'm falling in love with another woman.
If it's true, you should have said it.
It's true.
So you said that first night.
Well, there's a difference. I'm really drunk now. I wasn't then.
Somebody will be coming up here on the mountainside in a moment, as usual.
Thelma, I'm not going down to the beach to see my wife this weekend. I can't stand those weekends anymore.
Don't you think I feel guilty, too? Not daring to say your name to a soul, pretending you're a dozen other people? Oh, Cleve, what horrible luck. Just when everything I hoped was going all right for me at last. So sick and coming out here to my aunt's to recuperate. Oh, some recuperation. Falling head over heels for a man I can't even be seen with. Parking spots like a couple of teenagers.
Head over heels? That doesn't say you love me.
I only know I think of you all day and all night. What I'll wear so you'll look at me with that look in your eyes, like now. What I'll say to you. That I really mustn't see you anymore. And what I'll do the next time you take me in your arms. Oh, darling.
Isn't it up to me to take the chances?
Not entirely. I'm married, too.
I don't think I heard you right.
Just that. I'm married.
I'm interested if you feel like telling me.
It isn't much of a marriage, not like yours. His name is Tony. What does the last name matter? I met him in Florida a year ago.
You still love him?
There's so much I want to tell you. Remember I told you once I wanted to be an actress? Well, it was all part of that glamour, I thought. Having a certain kind of attention paid to you, the right table at expensive restaurants, dark blue tuxedo, black fedora hat, gold cigarette case.
Oh, that's a good thing to get married for. A gold cigarette case.
Oh, I don't expect you to understand. I don't understand myself. It was all shiny until you opened the cigarette case and found somebody else's name inside. Plutoni from Dimples or Debbie or someone. And then you ran into him. Out with them someplace.
How long did you stay with him?
He stayed with me until my money gave out.
Where's he now?
I don't much care, thanks to you. Wherever he is, there's money, gambling, and beautiful women.
Have you seen him lately?
No, and I don't want to. I'll be free of him someday, I suppose, but... Oh, there's nothing to be angry about, Cleve. You ought to feel sorry for me.
You've got to say it differently. That you don't think of him anymore because of me.
I've said that.
Again.
I don't think of him anymore because of you.
Wait again somewhere.
Oh, could you? Could you manage soon?
Friday. I'll say I'm going up north to see the state's attorney. We'll take the evening train.
People will see us.
Then I'll only say I'm taking the train. We'll go in your car.
Oh, yes, Cleve, of course, my car. The two of us together. Oh, it's perfect, darling. Perfect.
Let's take time out for a message from Bing Crosby and Bob Hope.
Say, Bing, you got a minute?
Oh, sure, Bob. I got all the time in the world.
Don't tell me you own that, too.
Oh, never mind that stuff. Get to work, will you?
Okay. Folks, better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. And you can prove that yourself. Just make our mildness test. Buy Chesterfields, then open them and enjoy that milder, mellow aroma. Now light one up, and you'll know Chesterfield's milder because it smokes milder. And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
Yes, mildness and no unpleasant aftertaste are what you and I and every smoker wants.
Hurry up, Dad. Here comes the music.
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always takes first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
Oh, ho, open the pack and give 'em a smell.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
And here is the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Thelma Jordan, starring Wendell Corey and Barbara Stanwyck.
Phase 2 in the file of Thelma Jordan was recorded the night Cleve was to meet Thelma and go north for the weekend. Outside, a heavy storm was in progress. Inside the house, Aunt Vera, believing she'd heard a strange noise in her darkened library, entered with gun in hand. Outlined in the shadows was a figure, rifling her safe.
Who is it? Answer me. What are you doing at my safe? Why, it's Thelma.
Tell her who's calling? Tell her Mr. Brown is calling. Is Miss Jordan there?
I don't know, sir. I'm in the servant's cottage. I can't ring her with the circuit open. Could you hang up and call back, sir?
Thank you, I'll do that.
Yes?
Hey, where's my driver? I'm waiting for
Oh,
you.
thank heavens you phoned. You've got to come at once. Something's happened.
Well, tell me what it's all about.
No,
maybe.
no, don't talk. Just come. I'll meet you at the side gate. Please, please.
What is it, Thelma?
Cleve. Oh, Cleve.
I think I know. Tony's shown up.
No. Why should you say that?
Well, if it isn't Tony, what is it?
You thought of him first, too. So did I. No, it's Aunt Vera.
Well, come on, talk. What is it?
She's dead.
What?
I was just leaving to get the car out when I heard a shot. She's on the library floor with a gun beside her, the safe open.
Another burglary?
She had a valuable emerald necklace I didn't tell you. It's gone.
There's some things about Tony, too, you didn't tell me?
I don't know. If he were broke or desperate, maybe I
I don't know. I'm afraid.
Come on, let's go to the house.
No, don't go there, Cleve.
Why not?
You don't seem to understand why I'm afraid. There was a letter I wrote to him once, ages ago. I said Aunt Vera might be his type. She had emeralds. If they find that letter... Oh, it didn't mean anything, did it, Cleve? Just female, nasty.
I don't know whether it meant anything or not. I don't know, Tony. Maybe I don't know you either.
I suppose I had that to look forward to.
I'm sorry, darling.
I know how you feel, but don't you see? If it was Tony, they'll suspect me, too. And every place we've been, every phone call we've made.
We've been careful. We're not going to let them suspect you.
Then tell me what I should do.
What you should have done a half hour ago. Go back in, scream, call the police. What are you waiting for?
I was hoping you'd tell me to do something else.
You didn't do anything else. You didn't change anything in there.
A little.
How little?
I rubbed off all the fingerprints.
You what?
I was panicky. I didn't know what to do, in case they were Tony's prints.
And yours along with them.
No, I shouldn't have.
But you've been in that room dozens of times. It's natural for your fingerprints to be there. Thelma, where did you remove the prints?
The window where he came in, the gun, the safe.
Burglars wear gloves on jobs like that. It's standard equipment. That didn't occur to you.
No, not until later when I calmed down.
So you go around and make it look like a nice inside job. What else?
I don't think... I don't know.
Did you touch her?
No.
How was she lying?
Face down.
You didn't turn her over. How did you know she was dead?
I could tell she wasn't breathing.
You've got to go back there and do it over.
I couldn't.
Your fingerprints on the safe where you looked, found the jewels were gone, on the body.
Cleve, I can't. Maybe I wasn't close to her, but I liked her. And that room, it smelt of death.
I'm going with you.
No, I won't let you take that chance. I'll do it.
And make more mistakes? No. You wait for me by the side door in case someone comes up. I'll go douse the car lights.
If you should get involved in this...
I won't get involved. I'd like to be sure where Sidney is, though.
His house is dark.
Why is the light out in the library?
I turned it out after I cleaned up.
Was it on when you came in?
No.
Unhurried killer turns the light out when he leaves. Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay, leave it dark. But put your prints back on the switch in case you took them off. Go on. No, turn it off. There's a gun next to the body. I don't want to handle it. I'll use my pencil. It's been fired. Hers?
I never saw it before.
Put your prints on it. Now turn her over.
Cleve.
Wouldn't that have been your first instinct if you hadn't thought of Tony and the emeralds? Aunt Vera. Turn her over.
All right.
When Scott's men were out here, did you tell them where the safe was in this room?
Yes.
What happened those first two times?
The side entrance was broken into. The next time, we just heard somebody out back.
You didn't think it might be Tony before?
No, but...
But what?
Well, I saw the necklace was gone, and I remembered. Not many people knew about the emeralds.
All right. Get your prints back on the safe. Put your hands on natural curiosity. Is there anything left in there?
Some more papers, it looks like.
Papers? A will by any chance? Who is her? Maybe you're a rich woman.
Oh, no, Cleve. No, she can't
Might
have.
be tough for you if she did.
Well, what would it look like?
Forget it. She'd have told you about it, I guess.
Oh, yes. Anyway, she wouldn't have...
Come on. Now, after I've gone, give me 10 minutes. Then scream and run for Sidney.
Oh, Cleve, it may be days before we see each other.
Turn on the hall light and don't forget to take off that coat. What's his bag doing here?
Oh, I was carrying it when I...
Get it.
No, let Sidney answer it in the cottage.
All right, but I'll listen in. It may be important.
She's asleep by now. Can you ring her? I'm sorry, Doctor, but there's no phone in her room. I can go over and waken her. It'll take a few minutes. I'll call you back later.
What's wrong?
He's coming over. When I called you earlier, how did you know Sidney wasn't on the phone?
We haven't time. You've got to leave.
Something's happened, you said. That's all he had to hear. That was nearly an hour ago. Where was he? Where were you?
I don't know, please.
I called twice the first time he answered.
Cleve, will you go?
Which way will he come in?
I don't know.
Get to the window. Touch the sill fast.
All right, it's done. Cleve, the lock on the window has been forced.
Did you shut the side door when we came in?
No.
Come on. Lock it after me. My pencil. It's got my initials on it. I must have left it in the library. Come on, hurry.
Maybe if I put the light on,
Don't. We can't afford to let Sidney see it. Just keep looking.
I found it here.
Sidney's at the front door. Look, if Scott gets the case, I'll try to get around. In the meantime, you don't know anything.
Leave the fingerprints on the safe. If I haven't
been there... It's too late
there...
now. Get in bed. Pretend you've been sleeping. Go on now, hurry.
What are you going to do?
I'm going out this window.
Cleve, the storm, the ground is soft. You'll leave footprints.
Get back upstairs before he turns on this light, too.
Hello?
Pamela?
Yes?
Miles Scott.
Hello, Miles.
Let me talk to Cleve, will you, please?
He isn't feeling well. He was supposed to go up north last night. Can't you leave him alone for one day?
I'm sorry, Pamela. It's important.
All right. He's on the beach sleeping. I'll have him call you back.
I'll take it, Fan.
It's ridiculous. The short time you have down here. It's Miles Scott.
Hello, Miles.
Did you ever read the morning papers? Front page, big. Rich old Vera Edwards was murdered. You know her?
Vaguely.
Know her niece, Thelma Jordan?
No.
What?
Oh, yes, I met her once. The night, my anniversary. We only spoke a few words, that's all.
Now get yourself together and come on out to the Edwards estate. There's $200,000 involved in a recently rewritten will.
All right. Take me a couple of hours. Bye. Well, I've got to get going, Pam.
You don't love me anymore, like Father says.
Father knows best.
Please don't brush me off like that. You're not yourself lately. I can't keep track of you. For once, I have you down here for the weekend.
Business before pleasure. Got the car keys?
They're in the car. You could have said you were sick. You are.
I'm feeling better now. I'll call you from town.
I think you were just lying around waiting for an excuse.
You won't be lonesome. Your father will be here soon.
Oh, Cleve, I'm sorry. I asked him for the weekend because I thought you weren't going to be here. When I woke up and you were. Oh, what's the use?
It's all right. It works out perfectly. I have work and you have Father to complain to.
I don't anymore, Cleve.
I'll bet not. What do you talk about then?
It's past talking now. He already knows how distant you are, preoccupied, how little I see of you. If I didn't know you so well and love you so much,
What?
I'd think as he does, that you're playing around.
You have no courage, have you? Father says, Father thinks.
All right, I'll say it. There is someone, isn't there?
Yes.
You known her long?
I don't want to talk about her.
You don't want to marry her? I'm trying to be very grown up about this, Cleve. What is it?
Still Father's little girl. In hair ribbon and shorts.
I know. That's my trouble. I know it. Do you want to marry her?
I'm married to you, the children, and the years.
You haven't answered my question.
You can't divorce a child.
That isn't what I want to hear. Oh, Cleve.
Yes, Pam. I still love you.
Well, then what?
You've got to give me time. I'm all mixed up.
Cleve, please don't leave me. I love you.
Miles is waiting.
And?
Yes. So is she.
If you would like to know a quick, easy way to ease the pain of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, then by all means try Anacin. Your own dentist or physician may at one time or another have handed you an envelope containing Anacin tablets. Then you already know how incredibly fast and effectively Anacin brings relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. For your own sake, try Anacin. Anacin is sold to you on this guarantee. If the first few tablets do not give you all the relief you want as fast as you want it, you may return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. You can get Anacin tablets at any drug counter. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival, brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants, mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste, and by the makers of Anacin for the fast relief of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Thelma Jordan, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Wendell Corey, will continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Director's Playhouse. We continue with the third act of Thelma Jordan, starring Wendell Corey as Cleve Marshall and Barbara Stanwyck as Thelma Jordan.
June 7th entry, file of Thelma Jordan. The Edwards estate was overflowing with reporters, police, and the usual thrill-seeking spectators. Beneath the library window in a rain-soaked flower bed, a lab man was digging out a footprint. Obviously, whoever left it was in too much of a hurry to use a regular exit. Meanwhile, as DA, I was interrogating Miss Thelma Jordan.
I've told you all I can think of, Mr. Scott. When I was in trouble, I naturally thought of Aunt Vera, my mother's sister. I had nowhere else to go. I was in ill health without funds.
Mm-hmm.
I think after a while she was glad. I did little things for her, fixed her hair in new ways, and read to her. I was companionship she hadn't had for a long time.
So she changed her will.
Well, that's what you keep telling me, but I had no knowledge of that.
Do you know to whom the money was bequeathed in the original will?
I didn't even know there was a will.
To the county. There was to be a park in her honor.
I'm sorry about that. It's not my fault.
Well, don't be sorry. There may still be that park.
Mr. Scott, in your dealings with me, your questioning, your suspicions, don't be sarcastic. I'm not a criminal. Don't treat me so.
You almost have me apologizing, but I'll control myself. Cleve, may I speak to you a minute?
Surely.
You wait for me in the sunroom, Miss Jordan.
Very well.
Well, what do you think, Cleve?
It's too early. Now, what about those footprints under the library window?
I don't think they were the burglars. I don't think there was a burglary. Cozy her up. See what you can get out of her. Sunroom over there.
Do my best, Scott.
Cleve.
Be careful.
They're going to arrest me, aren't they?
Scott isn't going to make a mistake like that.
Don't lie. But why? What happened?
I don't know too much myself, except whoever was here last night, it apparently wasn't Tony.
But how? I haven't even told them about him.
You didn't have to. He called you this morning from Chicago.
Tony? Why?
Be a good thing to establish an alibi. Another thing, Auntie's dead. Nice fat will. Wouldn't he be interested in that? Want to pick up again?
That still doesn't mean anything. There are planes. He could have made it by this morning.
That's what Scott's getting the final reports on now. He's had the Chicago police on it for hours. If this alibi is good...
What else did they find out about him?
For one thing, that you're not married to him. Never were. Why did you lie to me?
I was ashamed. I couldn't tell you the truth.
Why did you have to tell me?
I don't know. You forced me. It was always your wife, your strings. I'm sick of it.
All right. It's still my wife, my strings.
I know. That's what makes the whole thing so... Oh, Cleve, we haven't time to quarrel.
I'll do anything possible. Anything.
A lawyer first, I guess. But I haven't any money.
I'll take care of it. There's a man in San Francisco, Kingsley Willis. He's the best.
You have to do more than that.
What more? You know how my hands are tied. Things are too close now for comfort.
Cleve, suppose the district attorney turns it over to you.
He won't. He's not going to let a thing like this get away from him.
That's what I mean. He'll be after me. You won't.
Take the case myself against you.
How better could you protect me? Hold it up. Demand more evidence. In the meantime, they'll find out who did it.
In the meantime, anything can happen. Be careful. Scott's at the door.
Follow me, Sidney. Well, no signed confession. I'm surprised.
Mr. Marshall has been very kind to me.
Well, that's because he doesn't know everything about you that I do, Miss Jordan. I've just been talking to an old friend of yours in Chicago, a Mr. Tony Laredo. He says he'd like to help you out, but he's fresh out of money right now.
Help me? In what?
Well, I told him we were arresting you for murder.
There was a burglary last night. Jewels are missing.
Oh, we'll find them around. There was a phone call last night. I've been sort of saving it. Tell us, Sidney.
I'm sorry, Miss Jordan. That man who's been calling you up lately, who you pretend is a lot of different names.
A number of my friends call me.
That man you meet down at the gate or on the road.
Let's just call him Mr. X.
Well, he phoned first a few minutes after 9, and I hung up. When he phoned back, I waited, and you answered his ring, Miss Jordan. Something's happened, you said. Come at once. I didn't think much of it at the time, but I do now.
And so will a jury, since 40 minutes later you were pretending to be asleep. Why, Miss Jordan?
I won't say anything until I see my lawyer.
Uh-huh. Well, shall we go?
May I get my purse and a coat?
You may get nothing.
Mr. District Attorney, so you got her indicted.
Yes, finding those emeralds helped, Mr. Willis.
Well, I wish you luck. Good day.
Good day. Yes, Sergeant, there goes the slickest lawyer in the country.
Who's he, boss?
Oh, hi, Cleve. Jordan's lawyer, Willis.
Kingsley Willis? You got him?
Yeah, Cleve, worse luck. But I'll handle him. Come on in the office.
Oh, I meant to tell you, your secretary's been looking all over for you. Your brother's been calling. Important, she said.
No, okay. I'll call him. Miss Desmond, get my brother on the phone, will you, please? I'll wait.
You know, I've been thinking, if you don't feel up to handling this case...
No, but I like it. I like front pages.
Well, I just thought I'd ask.
Hello, Alex. How are you, boy? How's the ambulance chasing? The Jordan case? Well, sure, but she's got a lawyer. What? Oh, you're kidding, Alex. You wouldn't. Are you crazy? You know what a case like this means to me? Why, you double-crossing... I put him through school. I made him a lawyer. It's all my fault.
Well, I might be mad with you if you'll tell me.
Oh, I'm out. Disqualified. Kingsley Willis hired my brother for his defense staff. How's that for a shrewd move, huh?
I'm sorry, boss.
Well, Eager Beaver, here's your big break, and you better be up to it, boy, because we're going to get her. We've got to get her.
It's break for us, Mr.
5 more minutes, Mr. Willis.
Thanks, Matron. The DA is too popular in this town. Carries too much weight with jurors. This Cleve Marshall, on the other hand, we haven't so much to worry about with him.
You thought this all up yourself?
No, to be honest. I give credit where credit is due. Your Aunt Vera's friend, Anonymous. The one that sent me $5,000 on account to defend you. Here's the letter. Dear Mr. Willis, a smart move would be to disqualify the district attorney by hiring his brother for your defense staff. Friend Anonymous has quite a grasp of things, wouldn't you say?
You did take the idea.
I like it. It enables me to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It gives me local assistance, which I need. Small-town jurors hate outsiders, you know. And a pinch-hit prosecutor. And Marshall's not so sure that you're guilty, I could tell.
You haven't asked me once if I'm guilty.
Why should I? I don't want to know.
But aren't there certain things you should know to protect me?
Miss Jordan, there are 2 types of criminals, the conscious and the unconscious. The latter we sometimes call the split personality, schizophrenia. That's when the left hand never lets the right hand know what it's doing.
Yes, go on.
I don't mean that you're schizophrenic, but that we are together. I'm the right hand, and I must never know what the left hand has done or is doing. If I should know, I might start feeling guilty and acting guilty. Now are you satisfied?
I suppose.
And especially in a case like this when we have so many lawyers on our side. Well, haven't we? Only a lawyer would have thought of that trick.
If you're finished with me now, Mr. Willis...
Thelma, there's just one thing I'd like to know. Who is he? Is he Mr. X, the one they're looking for? The footprints, the telephone call?
Split personality, remember? The left hand never lets the right hand know.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I just wanted to know how we stand, that's all. Just how much we can count on him.
We can count on him.
Why did you come here to the office, Pam?
I've got to see you, Cleve.
I haven't been seeing her lately, if that's what worries you. I haven't been home lately because I've been busy. Getting a jury for this trial hasn't been easy.
Cleve, I went to the bank this morning to have the teller record my balance in my new book.
I see.
$5,000. Did it cost you that to get rid of her, Cleve, or is that just the beginning?
Beginning, the end, I don't know. Pam, please stay out of
It's
this.
my problem, too, if she's that kind of woman.
The money wasn't for blackmail, if that's what you mean. She's in trouble. I had to help her.
Not the usual kind.
No. Something else.
And you believe her, of course.
Yes, I believe her.
She's not just taking advantage of the fact that you're married, the children, your position.
What are you driving at?
Maybe you ought to find out something more about her, Cleve. We could. Father put a detective on you.
He what?
Darling, I didn't approve. I haven't spoken to Father since.
Do you know who she is?
No, Cleve. Cleve, all I want to do is help.
So do I, Cleve.
Goodbye, Miles. Cleve.
What's on your mind, Scott?
Cleve, you don't seem to have your mind on this Jordan case, and it's the biggest chance you've ever had.
I have my mind on it.
You wanted more evidence, and we gave it to you, the emerald necklace. And still you act like you want to get it over and get away somewhere.
That's right.
Well, that's different. I'm sorry. But in the meantime, don't muff this case. You must always keep the jury with you. Remember, prosecuting a woman is different. It's much more delicate.
I'll do my best.
You, wouldn't like to go over your opening speech?
You'll hear it in the morning. See you in court. I remind you, ladies and gentlemen, of the long and arduous procedure of jury selection we have just been through. During that time, to each prospective juror, I put the same question. Do you believe in capital punishment? You particular 12 said that you did. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. But perhaps you had mental reservations. Perhaps you were not completely honest and said to yourself, she isn't guilty, and I won't have to recommend death. But you will, Mrs. Asher, and you'll have no qualms, religious, humane, or otherwise, about this death penalty.
Watch Mrs. Asher, Thelma.
Yes, Mr. Willis.
He's antagonized her. He couldn't have picked out our juror better if he tried. Mrs. Asher, she hates him, uncharitable, unchristian. You ought to thank Mr. Marshall in your prayers sometimes.
I will.
I may have handled some things wrong. I'm sorry about Mrs. Asher, but I've been playing up to her lately.
Yeah, and she knows it.
Okay, stop riding me. I didn't ask for this case. I got all the evidence in, didn't I? We'll cook her on that.
Unfortunately, that's not all it takes. Willis has been too clever combating it. Did you get that this morning? The gun and the necklace could have been hidden in the smudge spot with the fleeing bandit till he could come back for them later? Who would believe that except Mrs. Asher? Anyway, Cleve, this afternoon's your big chance. When you get Thelma Jordan on the stand with that new ammunition you've got, then you can really tie into her.
Don't worry.
Let her try and explain away her past. That's all, brother. Where are you going?
For a walk. Be back in an hour. Miss Jordan, I want to talk to you.
My lawyer said not to talk to anyone unless he was here, Mr. Marshall.
Legally, she doesn't have to, Mr. Marshall, but I'd advise you to, dearie. He may offer you leniency to confess.
Oh, Cleve. Cleve, I've waited for this. In court, when you look at me with such hate or don't look at me.
I have to do that.
Sometimes I think that hate is real and I can't bear it.
Why do you think it might be real?
The evidence. It has piled up, hasn't it?
So do. But I don't believe anything I don't see.
I thought maybe that was why you were here, losing confidence in me.
No, in myself. There's no guarantee that this is going to turn out all right.
Got to, after all you've done. I know the chances you're taking. I'm frightened, too.
Of anything special?
Being on the stand. The way you're going to have to go after me.
If you tell the truth, there's nothing to worry about.
I can't tell all of it.
What can you tell?
About you, me, Sidney coming in. You're having to get out so fast.
That I'm going to handle another way. What other truth can't you tell me?
I don't know.
There are things I'm going to have to ask about your past.
Oh, that's no mystery. I already told you.
The prim, repressed hostess in a hotel.
Yes, that's right.
Then these pictures must be of another Thelma Jordan. Gambling raid photos. Scott got them from the Florida police. That blonde in the corner gave a phony name. Is it you?
No.
That's not very convincing.
It's not me, Cleve. As I was once, maybe, but not now.
Oh, come.
In
You're
the
quibbling.
days of Tony, I told you, but not now.
The past is prelude to the future. Didn't you ever hear that, Miss Jordan? For whose benefit have you changed? Aunt Vera's? So she'd leave you her money?
That's not true.
Perhaps we should call you Sarah Bernhardt Jordan. You told me once you wanted to be an actress.
Stop it, Cleve.
You can't tell me stop it, Cleve, in court.
That's why I'm petrified with fear at going on the stand.
I've just begun.
What else?
No more photos. Facts. Coincidental, but still facts. Your shiny life with Tony Laredo. Odd that wherever it's shown, there were whiffs of blackmail, minor thefts, barroom brawls, quarrels.
Rumors only, you said. You can't hold that against me.
The jury will.
Oh, Cleve, look at me. I'm not like that. I'm not.
Unfortunately, a jury doesn't look at you like I do.
Oh, darling, I can't take the witness stand. What are we going to do?
You sit tight. I'll arrange a fast call from Mr. X to Mr. Willis.
Does the defense desire to call further witnesses? There are no further witnesses, Your Honor.
One moment.
The prosecutor has an objection.
I should like to argue for our right to cross-examine Thelma Jordan.
Right? What right? What law book did you study from?
I said to argue the right.
How can you argue the right of something that doesn't exist? The defendant takes the stand to be examined by me, then you'll have the right to cross-examine, not otherwise. Believe me, there's nothing I would like better than to put my client on the stand. But to subject her to this prosecutor, whose vitriolic attack on this woman is one of the...
Personalities of the prosecution and the defense should be kept out of this, Your Honor.
Will you please tell him once and for all?
Mr. Marshall, as I'm sure you know, there is no law which requires a defendant to take the stand. She does not have to prove her innocent. Guilt must be proved against her. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have reached a verdict.
We have, Your Honor.
The defendant will rise and face the court.
We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. Not guilty.
Well, the tramp got away with it. Don't take it so hard, Cleve. It's only a lawsuit. Next time you'll have had the experience.
Cleve, I'm sorry. You look so tired. Now that it's over, couldn't we talk soon?
I'll call you tomorrow, Pam. Excuse me. Oh, Willis, congratulations.
Thanks. The best man won, didn't we?
I don't know what you mean.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Why don't you answer it, Thelma?
Why, Tony? Just people calling to say they're glad.
Now, then at least take it off the hook. I'd like to know who this anxious guy is.
Hello? Yes, Cleve. Yes, sir. Yes, they've gone. You're calling from the corner? No, you can't come here. No, it's not safe. No, Cleve. I'll meet you somewhere, or I'll let you know in a few days.
Did he ask you if I was here?
No. Why did you have to come here?
Well, weren't we supposed to meet afterwards? Has anything happened to change our plan?
Our plan was a long time ago.
Oh, not so long. My memory's not too short. Except I gather our plan has changed. That's why I came back the first time. I didn't like that stall, and I don't like this one.
I'm not stalling. I just don't want to face him.
Or him face me, which?
Please don't let him find us
Why don't
here.
you tell me that night you were in love with him?
I wasn't.
There was Scott you were supposed to go after, make him tumble for your charms and those burglaries. Then, all of a sudden, there was a guy named Marshall.
It just happened that way. Wasn't it better the way it turned out?
Sure. An assistant district attorney, married, got kids. It's always a kind. Well, just so you're not in love with him.
I'm not. He's in love with me.
You find that hard to resist. I'm in love with you, too.
Especially now.
Now that you're rich? Yeah, I suppose that does make a difference. But you brought that on yourself. I only asked for emeralds. Instead, I wind up with a lifelong annuity. You think I'm going to let that get away from me?
I'll sign it over to you. Everything. Any deal you want, but we're finished. I'm not going away with you.
No, yeah, that might look like complicity. Later, if you're so anxious to get away from me. But you'll change your mind. Come here a minute. I'll help you change it now.
Oh, don't, Tony. Don't.
Go on, get rid of him.
Yes. Yes, you stay here. I'll take him into the library.
I don't care how. Just get rid of him. Then we'll leave him. You and me. Keep in mind the district attorney would still like to know about those footprints. Who is Mr. X?
I was
worried. I had to come.
Come with me, Cleve. Into the library where I've told you so many lies.
What is it? What happened?
Tony's come after me. I'm going away with him.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe anything you don't see.
I don't want to talk about the trial. That's over. Why's Tony here?
He's part of it. He's all of it. I've always loved him.
That's not true. You're lying.
No, listen to me. We've never had much time together. We haven't now. Oh, you must have known, except you didn't want to know. That's why you called Willis and told him not to put me on the stand. You knew I'd break down. Okay. I killed her. Right from that corner. I didn't know about the will. I was getting the jewels for Tony. I came out here with that plan.
Go on, don't let me interrupt.
Well, you could help Tony. It isn't easy. She had a gun when she found me at the safe. I'd like to say I didn't intend to kill her. But when you have a gun, you always intend if you have to. But you were the fall guy, Cleve. Right from the beginning.
Yes, you're right. I suppose, as you said, I must have known you killed her all along. Though I did think it was Tony.
From Chicago, I killed Aunt Vera?
Whatever the angle, get out of her life and stay out of it.
You don't seem to understand. We started this together. We finished together.
You've got your chance, Laredo. Take it.
Otherwise, what?
Thelma's been acquitted and can't be tried again. But you can for complicity.
And you? Why would that put you, Mr. X?
Let it go, Cleve. Don't you see?
He sees. That's a convenient part about a fall guy. Once you've got him hooked, you've always got him hooked.
Why, I'll
Don't,
break...
Cleve, he has a gun!
Tough luck. It was supposed to be Scott who could destroy evidence, but you were so anxious.
Is that true, Thelma?
Of course it's true, you pigeon! Break my skull, will you? Get your things, Thelma. And after a nice trip, I thought we'd go to Europe, Paris, and the Riviera. How would you like that?
As far away as possible.
Sure.
Give me a light.
I don't have any matches, and I'll use this dashboard later.
You were right. It was hard, but it's better this way. Go a little faster.
What's your hurry, baby? We're doing 70
Faster.
now. Okay. He's lucky to get off like he did.
Yes. He only lost his wife and home.
You'll get him back. Here's your lighter.
Nice and red hot, isn't it?
You won't go away from me.
No. No, I won't leave you. Ever. We'll never leave each other. Never, never.
Laredo's dead, but she's still alive. For how long, I don't know.
Thanks, Doctor.
There's no more to say.
What about this Tony?
How many confessions do you want?
It was no accident?
No accident, Mr. Scott. Now you've got 2 confessions.
Hello, Thelma. He's confessed everything, Cleve, except who Mr. X is.
Why don't you tell him?
I love him. That's why.
Back in a few minutes.
I couldn't go on with him, Cleve. You did that for me. I'm glad it's over. All my life, struggling. The good and the bad.
Save your strength, darling.
Willis said I was 2 people. He was right. You don't suppose they could just let half of me die?
Doctor!
That's over, Cleve. All over. Let's go.
Okay. Thanks for leaving us together. How long have you known?
Oh, for an hour or so. Tony talked. I guess you know what it means. Disbarment, no more law practice anyway. I'm sorry, I'll have to report it.
I already have.
Cleve, I've always liked you.
Scott, would you phone Pam?
I already have.
I just wanted to tell her I'll get in touch with her later.
Yeah, that's what she said, too. Later. But she'll get over it.
So long.
I'll be seeing you, Cleve. Good luck. Miles Scott, investigator of human beings. Maybe if I get to live to 100, I'll understand one of them. I don't know.
And so we close the file on Thelma Jordan. Our stars, Barbara Stanwyck and Wendell Corey, will return in just a moment with this week's guest screen director. Next Thursday, the Screen Directors Playhouse brings you two more great stars, Bob Hope and Rhonda Fleming. And our adaptation for the first time on the air will be The Great Lover. The following week, on the evening of Hollywood's Great Academy Awards, we are proud to present Academy nominees James Stewart and Eleanor Parker in the unforgettable romantic drama Next Time We Love. Now, here again are tonight's stars, Wendell Corey and Barbara Stanwyck.
The motion picture set is the director's canvas. Here, he is the guiding artist. The camera is his brush, the actors his colors, and under his sure stroke, there can be excitement, drama, pathos, and laughter. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of The File on Thelma Jordan is certainly a major artist of his craft. Naturally, I speak of my friend, Robert Siodmak.
I go along with that, Barbara. When a man can draw such vivid portrayals as The Killers, Dark Mirror, Spiral Staircase, and many others equally exciting, well, it's a great privilege to be associated with Robert Siodmak.
Barbara, Wendell, thank you very, very much for your kind thoughts. When a director is surrounded by as fine artists as yourself, well, his job is not too difficult. I can only say I really enjoyed making this picture with you, and I look forward to the day when I can again work with you. And may I speak of generosity for a few seconds? There is a way we can all express it. I speak of the Red Cross drive, which is now in progress. Will you open your hearts and your purses? Give, so that the Red Cross can give. Thank you.
Even a little can mean so much. Don't let them down.
Remember, don't let your window be bare. Dress it with a Red Cross seal. Good night, everyone.
Thelma Jordan was presented through the courtesy of Hal Wallace Productions, whose current release is the Paramount picture September Affair, starring Joan Fontaine and Joseph Cotton. Wendell Corey may currently be seen in the Nat Holt production for Paramount, The Great Missouri Raid. Robert Siodmak has just finished The Whistle at Caton Falls for Columbia Pictures. Included in tonight's cast were Bill Conrad, Hy Averback, Ralph Moody, Stan Waxman, Peggy Weber, Ruth Parrott, and Jack Carroll. Thelma Jordan was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin from an original story by Marty Holland. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. Portions of tonight's broadcast were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen next week when we present for the first time on the air The Great Lover, starring Bob Hope and Rhonda Fleming. Listen again next week to Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Listen tomorrow evening to the one and only Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Saturday, enjoy yourself with Dennis Day and Judy Canova. They're on NBC.
Screen Directors Playhouse. Stars, Tallulah Bankhead, Jeff Chandler. Production, Lifeboat. Director, Alfred Hitchcock. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you 5 nights a week by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Ladies and gentlemen, once again we are pleased to salute the Hollywood screen directors and to present for the first time on the air an hour-long radio performance of Lifeboat. May I now introduce tonight's guest director, the creator of such remarkable films as Shadow of a Doubt, Spellbound, Rebecca, and, of course, Lifeboat, Mr. Alfred Hitchcock.
Thank you. But I think you should know that Lifeboat is not what we call a director's picture. There are no trick sets, no camera tricks, in fact, no tricks at all. When the director approaches such a picture, he offers up a little prayer and delivers himself wholly into the hands of his actors. Since they are very good actors, the result is just as you shall hear it now, as we present Lifeboat, starring Tallulah Bankhead in her original role of Connie, and Jeff Chandler as Kobach.
July 8th, 1943. I'm somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic, alone in a lifeboat. This is Constance Porter, Connie to my friends. Friends in New York, London, Paris, Rome, Berlin, Vienna, Prague, Warsaw, Chungking, and points east, north, west, and south. At the moment, I'm seated at my typewriter reporting as a syndicated foreign correspondent the demise of the freighter, the SS Argo, torpedoed only a few moments ago by a Nazi submarine, and of which I am a late passenger. Naturally, I mean the SS Argo. Already the swirling water is filled with all sorts of debris, flotsam and jetsam, such as one would expect from this sort of predicament. And in the foreground, even in this dense fog, outlined against the murky sky, is an unforgettable panorama of a huge smokestack disappearing below the water's surface. As Alice draws its last breath from its round belly, clanging shrilly, are the bells defiantly protesting a watery grave. This is war, my friends. War. Well, I'll be a son of a... How do you like this? Shut up. Can't you see I've got a run in my stocking?
Give me a hand, will you? I'm all in.
Hold it, darling. Where did I get my camera? What a shot. Only take a second. There. Now I'm at liberty to haul you in. Up you go.
Oh, thanks.
Oil all over you. Now it's all my clothes.
I'm sorry. I couldn't find a towel in the water.
Here.
Yeah, you got a cigarette?
Here you are, a light.
Cigarette case and a lighter. You're introducing a new style for lifeboats, aren't you? I don't get you with all this luggage about and your get-up. You certainly don't look like somebody who's just been shipwrecked.
Man, I certainly feel like it. Look at this diamond bracelet. Clasp busted. There's a run in my stockings. And one of my fingernails is broken. I've never been so buffeted about in my life. Say, I wonder what became of Joe.
Joe? Who's Joe?
My steward, the colored man who helped me into this boat.
This is Number 3 boat. It's not in good shape. The U-boat got a shot at it.
I didn't stop to examine the shell holes. It looked mighty good to me hanging on the thing. Joe said it would float. That was good enough for me.
How did he ever get it launched?
I don't know. I was busy taking pictures. But he did, and he got me into it, and my typewriter and things, and safely away from the undertow when the ship went down. Then there was a cry from the fog, somebody calling for help, and over he went. You haven't seen anything of him, have you?
No.
What part of the ship are you from, darling?
Engine room. Name's Kovac. When I got topside, it was a shambles.
Terrific, wasn't it? Reminded me of an air raid that once hit me in Chongqing.
Reminded me of a slaughterhouse I once worked in Chicago. Those Nazi buzzards. A tin fish ain't enough. They got to shell us, too. Better look around for some of the others before the U-boat surfaces again and sees us.
She won't surface. One of our shells got her.
Are you sure?
She was killed dead, darling.
Did you see it?
I not only saw it, I photographed it.
Oh. Constance Porter, I heard you were aboard, so you took pictures, huh?
Nothing else but... Oh, I caught some wonderful shots on deck. A little bunch of people running around on their lifeboats. They looked kind of slow and fat and heavy with their life belts on. And oh, terribly lonesome, darling. And then a shell hit the lifeboat and they all jumped overboard. I got a beautiful shot of the freighter going down. And oh, wait till you see the one of the U-boat crew jumping overboard. And look, there's a lovely touch floating by us now. A baby bottle half full of milk. I'll get my camera. Reach over and pull it nearer so I can get a close-up. Go on.
Anything for you.
Thanks, chum. A little to the left, huh?
Far to the left, I say. Here goes.
Why did you break the bottle?
Why didn't you wait for the baby to float by and photograph that?
Well, I'll be... Now, look here,
Get away.
Watch out for my camera.
Yeah, sure. Where are you?
Over here. You purposely knocked my camera out of my hands into the water, you stupid clumsy
Where
son.
are you?
Here. Three of them.
All right, we're coming.
Why did you knock that camera out of my hands? It was absolutely irreplaceable stuff. Priceless and the best film I ever took in my life. And it goes to the bottom of the sea.
It's better than going there yourself.
I wouldn't have parted with that film for $1 million. I'll never get another chance to get stuff
All
like
right,
that.
shut up. I'll throw you in that mink coat you're wearing right where you both belong.
Oh, Kovac, it's good to be alive. It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's a mean-looking gash in your leg, Gus. You better lie
Well,
still.
don't worry about me. Go help Mr. Rittenhouse or Alice.
Oh, he's all right. And Alice, smart guy, you get shipwrecked with a Red Cross nurse. That's using your head.
My leg, it's leaking. Huh? Hey, I'm not going to be stuck with a gimpy leg, am I?
Ah, not enough to interfere with your jitterbugging.
Jive, huh?
Yeah, you tell her, Kovacs.
He's the champion hoofer of the Merchant Marine, Alice.
Yeah, that ain't all. Tell her what I've done in Jersey City.
Later. Let's go forward, Kovac.
Okay.
Once at Roseland, I copped 2 prizes in 1
Now,
year.
you rest. I'll be right back.
Well, I'll be waiting.
Oh, that's a pretty right guy. Any other man will be crying mad with pain.
Kovac, there's no sulfanilamide in the kit. His wound's full of dirt and oil.
What are we going to do?
Only God knows.
I tell you, Connie, I thought everybody was killed. I never expected to see you alive.
I'm practically immortal, darling. I've got 9 lives, and I've only used up 3 or 4.
I thought I was done for. We were playing poker in the saloon.
Porter, you're the only person aboard with a blanket. I'd like it to cover Gus.
Take it. Don't ask.
Look, chum, I'll do my own charity work if and when I want to. And right
Here's
now...
the blanket, Alice.
Thanks.
Well, share and share alike, I always say.
That's right.
Young man, who are you?
Engine crew, oiler. Name's Kovac.
Rittenhouse is my name.
I'm glad to... Rittenhouse.
That's right.
C.J. Rittenhouse, the richest man in America.
So I have been led to believe.
Rit!
Yes?
In the water. What's that crawling towards us?
Looks like we'll soon be having a couple more guests.
And don't say there isn't room enough, Miss Porter.
I didn't say that. And
You're
besides...
closest to the steering oar. Start rowing.
Well,
That's a nice little deer.
do your own rowing.
Go on, row. Mr. Rittenhouse, you give me a hand.
Of course.
A little more to the left, Miss Porter.
I don't need your advice. I rowed boats before you were born. Oh, dear, what am I saying?
Enough, Miss Porter. Over here, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okie dokie.
Hey, it's Joe. Joe, here, grab my arm.
Kovac.
Yeah.
Never mind me. Get a hold of Miss Higgins and the baby.
Okay. Here we go, Miss Higgins.
Oh, my baby.
You're all right. Come on, up you go.
Joe, it's Joe, my Stuart, Joe.
Hello, Miss Porter.
Hello.
Won't you please take care of the baby? Miss Higgins, she kept fighting me all the time in the water. She wanted to drown the baby. Put him soft with it.
Baby, my baby.
What are you waiting for, Miss Porter?
Oh, yes, of course, Miss Higgins, if you like.
No.
My dear, really, it's quite all right. My hands are clean.
No, nobody will touch my baby.
No, darling, I assure you I'm perfectly capable of handling a child. Although I'll admit I haven't had too much experience. You see, I never could spare the time. But don't let that worry you. There, you see? You see, it isn't even frightened of me. Not even a peep out of the deal.
Give her back to me.
Mrs. Higgins, it's all right. Now you just lie down here. We'll take care of you and your baby.
Who are you?
My name's Alice, and I'm a nurse.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
For heaven's sake, she's fainted.
I'll take care of her.
Yeah, go ahead.
Rather depressing. Here, nurse. Better cover her with my coat.
That's very generous of you.
Forget it. What are you staring at, Kovac?
You. Aren't you going to be lonesome without the mink?
Don't worry. There's plenty more where this one came from. I have 4 more just like it at home.
If you ever get home.
Of course I will. Now disappear, huh? You're waking the baby.
Better give it to me.
Why? The child is very comfortable right where she is.
Miss Porter, let me have the baby.
I should say not.
Miss Porter, the baby's dead.
Oh, dear God.
So ends the first act of our Screen Directors Playhouse production of Lifeboat, starring Tallulah Bankhead and Jeff Chandler. Everywhere today, people who for years have sought a fast-acting way to relieve the pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia are turning to Anacin. And it's interesting to know that these remarkable tablets work with incredible speed to relieve the pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. In fact, thousands of people have been handed envelopes containing Anacin tablets by their own physicians or dentists. If you have not already been introduced to Anacin in this way, why not try Anacin next time you suffer headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pains? On this generous basis, if the first few tablets do not bring all the relief you want as fast as you want it, return the unused portion and your money will be refunded in full. Anacin is spelled Anacin. Easy-to-take Anacin tablets come in handy boxes of 12 and 30 and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Now, back to the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse production of Lifeboat, starring Tallulah Bankhead and Jeff Chandler.
Back at my typewriter. I've begun a log of our adventure aboard this shabby and overcrowded lifeboat. This is our second day at sea. This morning we awakened, we discovered that Mrs. Higgins was no longer a member of our party. During the night, she slipped overboard and joined her child. Another tragedy of this unholy war. But we gained another passenger shortly thereafter. Ironically, a Nazi seaman from the U-boat which sank our freighter. From the moment of his arrival, it has become my privilege, did I say privilege, to serve as his interpreter, since I'm the only one who speaks German. As the men rig the makeshift sails, it is apparent that thunder, in the form of friend Kovac, is about to burst.
Ich bin Ihnen sehr dankbar. Sie haben mein Leben gerettet. Es tut mir leid, dass wir Ihr Schiff versenken mussten.
Now, what's he whining about?
He merely is saying that he's very grateful to us for saving his life and regrets very much the U-boat was compelled to sink our ship.
Ask him why they shelled our lifeboats.
Warum schießen Sie auf Rettungsboote?
Befehl des Kapitäns.
Those were his captain's orders.
Ask him if he's a captain.
Sind Sie der Kapitän des U-Boots?
Nein, ich bin nur ein Mann der Besetzung. Kein Offizier.
He denies he's a captain or officer. He's just a crew member.
A crew member or skipper, he's German. That's what I can't stomach.
Well, a guy can't help being a German if he's born a German, can he?
Neither can a rattlesnake help being a rattlesnake if he's born a rattlesnake. That don't make him a nightingale.
Oh, Gus, isn't that a pair of new nylons on your hand?
Oh, it's a fine time to discuss nylons.
Please, Gus, who are they for?
Well, they're a present for my girl Rosie in New York.
Oh, you know, I've gone through earthquakes, pestilence, war, and shipwreck with my head bloody and unbowed. But there's one thing I know I can't survive. with this run in my stocking.
Oh, no.
Darling, it does things for my morale.
Throw the Nazi buzzard overboard.
Don't be silly, darling. He can't very well get off in the middle of the ocean, can he?
Throw him off.
It's out of the question. It's against the law.
Whose law, Mr. Rittenhouse? We're on our own here. We make our own laws.
Now, wait. This man was acting under orders. Our freighter was an enemy ship. After all, we're at war.
Was Mrs. Higgins at war? Was her baby at war?
Sie sprechen sehr gut Deutsch. Haben Sie Beziehung in Deutschland?
Nicht, dass ich weiß.
What did he say?
He says I speak his language well. He asked whether I had any German connections.
Have you?
Certainly not.
And how come you know the lingo so well? And how come when I climbed into this lifeboat that you were the only one in it, all dressed up like you knew you were going someplace?
Because I was going someplace. I was going into a lifeboat.
You certainly didn't forget to bring plenty of luggage along.
Luggage? You silly, ridiculous ass. What is this? Are you insinuating?
You seem to be pretty anxious to stand up for your friend here.
What do you mean, my friend?
Now, wait a minute. Let's keep our shirts on.
I haven't got a shirt, Mr. Rittenhouse, or a mink coat either.
Oh, I get it. A fellow traveler. I thought the Comintern was dissolved.
Now, children.
Throw him overboard and then stick around and watch him drown. And when he goes down, I'll dance a jig like Hitler did when France went down.
You're not alone here, Kovac. Let's leave the decision to the majority. That's the American way. Gus?
Well, for the record, I'm an American, see, but I'm in kind of a spot because my name is Gus Schmidt, see, and I changed it to Smith. And that's what I got against these guys more than anything else because they made me ashamed of the name I was born with. And I say chuck 'em to the sharks.
Alice?
I don't understand people hurting each other or killing each other. It seems to me he should be turned over to the proper authorities.
So do I. I'll talk to the man. Perhaps I can get some information from him.
Material for your book?
Incidentally.
What about you, Joe?
Do I get to vote, too?
Why, yes, certainly.
I guess I'd rather stay out of this.
That makes it 3-2, the German states.
Well, let's get down to business. Let's begin by unfurling the sail. Joe, you take that detail.
Yes, sir.
Kovac?
One moment, Kovac. You know something about machinery, don't you?
A little.
Well, see if you can fix this clasp on my bracelet.
Okay, give me a hand.
Gently.
Very gently. I don't even mind if I don't touch it. Miss Porter, I've read a lot of your stuff.
Darling, how utterly charming.
You want to know what's the matter with it?
No, do tell me.
You've been all over the world. You've met all kinds of people, but you never write about them. You only write about yourself. You think the whole war's a show put on for you to cover as a correspondent, like a Broadway play. If enough people die before the last act, maybe you might give it 4 stars.
All right, Tavares. Now you listen to me.
Gangway, here comes the sail. Heads down or heads up.
Folks, we're underway.
Well, where to?
Huh?
Where are we going?
Bermuda.
What about the course?
Well, anybody here know the course to Bermuda?
Well, I was at the wheel when we got punctured, and the course was 315 east-southeast.
Take the tiller, Kovac. East-southeast it is.
Which way is east-southeast? Without a compass?
What about the sun?
With the sun this high, it's pretty hard to tell the points of a compass. I think it's out that way.
You think? I'll tell you the direction in one moment. I'll ask the German. Können Sie an die Richtung Ost-Südost angeben?
Den Weg, bitte sehr.
He says east-southeast is in that direction.
How does he know?
He ought to know. I was under the impression his sub was operating around here, wasn't it?
You suppose he'd lead us to Bermuda, British territory?
Don't you suppose he'd rather be a prisoner of war in Bermuda than here?
I don't trust him.
Kovac, you're prejudiced and you can't think straight. If anybody's in a position to know where we are and where Bermuda is, he's the one.
Who says so?
We'll follow the Germans' course.
Well, I could use Skipper.
Well, is there anybody else you'd rather have?
What do you know about a ship?
Well, among other things, he just happens to own a shipyard, that's all.
Has he ever been in it?
He has thousands of employees. He knows how to handle men.
Not in a lifeboat. What we need's an able seaman. How about you, Gus?
Well, me? Well, now, right now, I'm kind of a disabled seaman with this leg. How about yourself, Kovac?
That clunk run this boat with what? An oil can? If you're talking about a skipper, we've got a skipper right on this boat, the German.
But he wasn't the captain.
Wasn't he? Herr Captain.
Yeah?
There you are, ladies and gentlemen. There's your skipper. What about it?
You mean you want to turn the boat over to the man who sunk our freighter and shelled our lifeboats?
I mean, I want you to turn over the boat to the man obviously best qualified to run it.
Well, you're crazy.
Well, why shouldn't he take charge, Kovac?
Because I'm taking charge.
Since when?
As of now, I'm skipper. Anybody don't like it can get out and swim to Bermuda. What about that?
I'll buy it.
Suits me.
Me too, Kovac.
The good old American way, Mr. Rittenhouse.
That typewriter went with me everywhere. Paris, Berlin, Rome, Berlin.
Now, Connie, quit grousing. You've been saying the same thing over and over for 3 days now.
Why shouldn't I grouse? Little by little, I'm being stripped of all my earthly possessions. First, my camera. Well, I don't mind the loss of the camera so much, but the film in it. I get ill when I think of it. Then my blanket goes. Then my fur coat. Mrs. Higgins could have had at least been considerate enough to return it to me before she jumped overboard. Say, Kovac, why did you get that memo pad in your hand?
I borrowed it from you to make a deck of cards.
Do you mean to say that you opened my bag?
It was open. How about a little poker?
Okie dokie.
Deal you win, Miss Porter?
With the deck you made, darling?
Jack's openers?
That'll do for a starter.
Dollar limit?
Okie dokie. Got for deal.
Your deal. Now, wait, I'll take off my jacket.
No shirt underneath, Rick. Look at all that pretty tattooing. What are those letters on your diaphragm, Kovac?
Love letters.
So you believe in advertising.
I open.
I never could fathom this quaint business of making a billboard out of one's torso.
Stay.
3 cards.
I must say, however, that you've shown commendable delicacy just tattooing the initial and not printing the names, addresses, and telephone numbers. Let's see now, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Remind me to show you the rest of them sometime.
Kovac,
Yes, Alice?
I've just removed the bandages from Gus's wound. Better come on over to his corner with me.
Yeah, sure.
I'll have a look, too.
Holy mackerel. Looks like a leg of lamb, don't it?
Fräulein Porter.
Jawohl?
Das Bein muss amputiert werden.
What did he say, Miss Porter?
Amputiert? Ja?
Jawohl, unverzüglich. Die Operation muss sofort gemacht werden, oder der Mann wird sterben.
What's the Nazi saying?
Gus, I'm afraid your leg.
Gangrene?
Jawohl, gangrene.
Gus, I mean, Alice, the leg will have to be amputated at once.
Oh, no, I've never even seen an amputation.
Unter den gegebenen Umständen halten Sie es vielleicht für unangemessen, meine Dienste in Anspruch zu nehmen. Aber ich bin Schur vom Beruf und habe viele Amputationen durchgeführt.
He says he knows he's an enemy, and technically our prisoner, so perhaps we won't care to trust him with the operation, but he's willing to do it. He was a surgeon in civilian life. He's done many operations.
Yeah, if he did, they were probably illegal.
No dice. I don't want no operation.
Darling, you want to live, don't you?
Not with one leg.
Oh, don't be a sap, Gus.
You don't understand.
Sure I do. Rosie.
What's Rosie got to do with it?
Everything. If I lose my leg, I lose Rosie.
If she was the right kind of woman,
now, Kovac, you take that back.
Darling, don't pay any attention to that human 24 sheet. You listen to me. I may not know Rosie, but I know women. Some of my best friends are women. And one of them is that kind of a...
What kind of a...
A free soul.
Yeah, that's Rosie.
An independent spirit who lives her own life.
Yeah, that's Rosie all over.
With a heart that embraces all humanity. Her motto is to give.
Yeah, Rosie, give anybody the shirt off her back. She's got a heart that's as big as her head.
And you want to break it.
Oh, me?
Well, you'd rather die than trust her.
Oh, who says I don't trust her? It's Al Margolian I don't trust. He knew Rosie before I did, and she swore to me that there was nothing between them, and maybe there wasn't. But this Rosie, she's human just like anybody else. It ain't like we was married or we had a home and all. And maybe we should have got hitched before I left on our last cruise, and I guess I should have took care of that insurance because Rosie kept asking me about it. Well, you see, the kid's always thinking of me.
Well, that's why you've got to think of her. Back home, waiting for you, putting on a brave front, dancing, smiling, and apparently having a good time. But all the while, her heart's aching, torn with loneliness and uncertainty, not knowing whether you're dead or alive. And then at last to find out that you risked your life, perhaps died, just because you had no faith in her. Oh, God, forgive me.
Yeah, the poor kid, she'd be broken-hearted when she... Well, what are you all waiting for? Let's go.
the German performed the amputation without instruments. There's no anesthetic.
Easy, Alice. Kovac's loaned him his knife. As for the anesthetic, the best we had to offer was my flask of brandy. It'll help kill the pain.
Oh, yummy. Boy, do I feel pretty good here, Kovac.
Yeah, Gus.
What'd you want to say that about Rosie?
I'm sorry, kid.
Well, you take it back.
Okay, I take it back.
How do you feel, Gus?
I'll never forget you, Miss Porter.
Ihr Fahrzeug, bitte.
Alice, we'll go with the doctor. Take my lighter to sterilize the instrument.
Yes.
Hi, nice.
Hi, Gus.
Well, anyway, it's an experience.
Sure.
Hey, Kovac, when Rosie and I get hitched, I want you to be my best man.
Glad to.
Yeah, you're pal. You're the best pal I have in the world.
All right, come on. Have a drink on me.
Yeah, sure. Guess I ought to have my head examined. I didn't have to go to sea. I could have got a job in a defense plant making good jack. Or I could have joined the Army, even the Navy. Instead of that, I had to stay in that stinking old rust building.
Einer muss am Steuer stehen.
We want somebody at the tiller.
Take it, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Okie dokie.
Hey, Miss Porter.
Call me Connie.
Hi, babe.
Hi, Took.
Just a kiss. Eh?
What are we waiting for, pal?
Here's to you, Connie. Last drop in the bottle. Bottoms up.
Bottoms up.
Hey, Joe, what'd you stop playing for? Give us a little music.
Okay, Gus.
None of that slicker music. Yeah, come on, boogie it up. Let's have a jam session.
Yes, sir.
Fräulein Porter.
Jawohl.
Kurs auf die Wellen. Das Boot muss so ruhig gehalten werden wie möglich.
Go back. He wants the boat held steady as possible.
Head her into the sea, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Apple tree with anyone else but me. Anyone else but me. Anyone else but anyone else but me. Anyone else but anyone else but anyone. You won't dance with anyone else, will you, Rosie? Will you, Rosie? Will you, Rosie? Will you dance?
Out like a light.
Ready here, Doctor?
Jawohl.
Well, chums, is there anyone here who knows how to pray?
The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul.
The third act of the Screen Director's Playhouse presentation of Lifeboat continues in just a minute. But now, here's a word from RCA Victor. How do you like your dramas? Comic, tragic, mysteries, romantic, old or new? It doesn't matter. You get them all on television today. How do you like your opera? Grand, comic, soap, or horse? Oh, it doesn't matter. You get them all on television today. Yes, from ball games to ballroom dancing, from stamp clubs to nightclubs, the whole world of entertainment will be yours to watch once you buy the television set you're longing for. If you're a typical American, you'll want that set to be an RCA Victor. Already, more than 1 million American families have bought RCA Victor television. It's literally million-proof, proven in over 1 million homes. The 18 beautiful new RCA Victor million-proof models leave you with no excuse to wait. Embark immediately on the television way of life, the RCA Victor way. Don't you be left stranded on the shore. See your RCA Victor dealer tomorrow. You are listening to the Screen Director's Playhouse, one of 5 great radio shows that are brought to you 5 nights a week by the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin, Colinos, Bisodol, and other fine drug products, and RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Screen Director's Playhouse presentation of Lifeboat, starring Tallulah Bankhead and Jeff Chandler, will continue after a short pause for station identification. Stay tuned to your local station on NBC. Now for the third act of the Screen Director's production of Lifeboat, starring Tallulah Bankhead as Connie and Jeff Chandler as Kovac.
Another day's passed. I don't like keeping a log in longhand. It's difficult enough to transcribe my typing, but my handwriting reads like some sort of Ubangi mumbo-jumbo. Oh, well, I can always hire a code expert to decipher it for me. Here goes. An amazing transformation came over the German from the moment Kovac's knife served as a scalpel. It was the face of a surgeon, of a man who'd forgotten his Nazi oath to Hitler and remembered another unspoken oath to Hippocrates. The thing that got me was his coolness. Despite the rotten boat and the waves that tauntingly and challengingly pounded our sides, you'd have thought he was operating in a hospital with all the necessary tools and equipment. And yet, Gus has not come to. In his stupor, he is struggling violently. There's a bitter touch of irony before my eyes. At Gus's side are 2 shoes. The tension aboard has not lessened.
Still think we're on the right course?
Let's play poker, huh?
But that's important, man. Connie.
Yes, Fred?
Ask our German friend if he still thinks we're not on the right course.
Herr Kapitän.
Ja?
Glauben Sie immer noch, dass wir nicht an Rustenskagen, Kuss auf Bermuda, Rostonen?
Ohne Kompass ist das wirklich schwer zu sagen.
He says he can't be sure without a compass.
Pretty certain a few hours ago.
Well, we've probably drifted somewhat on account of the current.
Oh, we've been all through that. What's the German doing in this part of the boat anyway?
Why? Is he in quarantine?
Tell him to get back to the bow where he belongs.
I'll do nothing of the sort. There's no need for you to treat the man like a leper. He did save Gus's life, you know. As for our being on the proper course, it's imperative that we get Gus to a hospital as soon as possible. You're aware of that?
I am.
Then why not listen to somebody who knows? Herr Kapitän, haben wir oder haben wir nicht Kuss auf Bermuda?
Bitte, gnädige Frau.
Antworten Sie. Your order, none?
Nein.
There. He admits we're on the wrong course.
Admits? He's only saying what he said before.
You know, of course, Kovac, there's a chance he's right.
That's my funeral.
No, it isn't. It's Gus's funeral.
Hey, wait a minute. What is this?
Gus.
Fella, how do you feel?
Gus.
I'm in the pink outside of a little hangover. Right now, I give the other leg for a cigarette.
Here you are, darling. And the light that goes with it.
Hey, here's the doc. Hey, Dankeschön.
You're going to be okay, Gus.
Yeah, sure. Hey, Kovac, how soon do we get to Bermuda?
Pretty soon.
Oh, that'll be great.
Gus, there's still a little difference of opinion about the direction we're headed. I don't trust the Nazi. There must be other submarines around. He knows where they are. Or maybe a supply ship. He knows where that is, too. On general principle, I'd copper anything he says. You agree with me, Joe? Alice? Doesn't anybody agree with me?
You're the skipper, Kovac.
I'm in the minority. We follow the Germans' course.
Lovely night to get seasick, isn't it, Kovac?
That's what you said.
I don't like the wind and these waves. What can we do about it?
Check with the German. He's your seeing-eye dog.
The man's entitled to sleep once in a while, you know.
I don't even trust him when he's sleeping, Rick. Can I ask you something personal?
I've been married twice.
No, I don't care about that. You went to school, didn't you?
Yes, darling. It was in kindergarten when I first fell in love.
Do you know anything about astronomy?
Darling, who had the time?
Alice,
Yes,
you know anything about the stars?
a little. I can tell you that that's Mars to the right and Venus to the left.
And that's Big Dippy and Little Dippy.
Gus, what direction is Venus?
East.
That's the Germans' course. We're heading to Miss Bermuda.
Yeah, you're right. Now you know why I changed my name to Smith.
That doesn't prove a thing.
Miss Porter.
Yes, Alice?
Remember after the operation you looked at your wristwatch and told the German the time? Did he ask you the time?
Of course he did.
It's funny. He had a watch of his own.
Yeah. If he had a watch of his own, why did he ask for the time?
Perhaps he has some sort of phobia or something.
Yes, but he looked at his own watch right before that. Then he took a squint at the sun.
Oh, it's very interesting. The sun plus a... Miss Porter, what time is it?
10 after 7.
I think you're slow.
Slow? This is a Philip Patek.
I want to know what time it is by the German's watch. Brisk him for his biscuit, Joe.
Aye, sir.
Just what is a biscuit, Kovac?
A ticker, a watch. Joe used to be one of the best all-around yeggs in the business.
What are you doing opening that night?
I'm working myself into a mood. Here comes Joe.
Got it, Kovac.
All right, give it to Miss Porter.
I'm not interested.
Go on, take it and check it with your time.
This is ridiculous.
Ridiculous, huh? What time is it on the German's watch?
It isn't a watch. It's a compass. Wait, Kovac. What are you going to do?
What do you think we're going to do?
Don't say we. You'll never get me to consent to anything like that.
I'm not consulting you, Rid. I'm not consulting anybody.
But Kovac, it's murder.
Please listen to me. We can't. We mustn't.
Why not, Alice? Execution isn't murder.
You let him have it, Kovac.
No, why can't we tie him up? Keep a watch on him.
What are you so squeamish about? We're at war, aren't we? You've been there. You've seen him killed, haven't you?
In battle, yes, but not in cold blood like this.
Look out! Away!
No!
We're in for it. Here comes another. Gus, give me your hand. I'm going to lash you to the mast.
Look out for yourself, Kovac. Don't put down anybody.
Do what I say.
The sails come loose! Watch out! My luggage, my jewelry, my things!
You fool! Stop thinking about yourself! Think of the boat! Joe, take the sheet, make it fast! Go back, man that pump! The rest of you bail!
What do you know? The Führer speaks English.
There goes the mast! Guard!
I'm all right, Kovac.
Rittenhouse, forget your life jacket. Flash down the food. Watch the drinking water. Watch the drinking water!
Kovac, I'm frightened. I'm scared. Kovac. Hold me in your arms.
Sure, Connie. We might as well go down together.
Kiss me, Kovac. Kiss me.
Lies mir im Sinn. Du machst mir viel Schmerzen. Weißt nicht, wie du hier bin.
How'd I do, Willie?
Fine, Ed. Fine. You're a born accompanist.
Mr. Rich, you didn't make a single mistake, either.
Rich, you're a born accompanist. We're all born accompanist. How'd I do, Willie?
Slap happy.
Kovac, you silly goon. What are you laughing about?
Oh, that's one for the book. Our enemy, our prisoner of war. Now we're his prisoners. He's the leader of the boat, singing German lullabies to us while he rows us to a supply ship in a concentration camp. Tell him, Willie. Tell him how funny that is.
That is not funny. That is logical. During the storm, we were blown quite a bit off of our course. Without a sail, it would take us weeks to get to Bermuda.
You'll never make it. Without food and water, how long do you think you can keep on rowing like this?
Long enough, Mr. Kovac, to reach my objective.
How can you keep rowing, Willie, hour after hour, when the rest of us can hardly lift an oar?
Oh, that's easy, Alice. It's the master race, the Heron folk. Don't you know they can do anything?
I'm beginning to believe it.
Tell me, Willie, why didn't you speak English when you first got on the boat?
Well, you see,
I didn't know then whether I could trust you or not. Don't be so sharp, Miss Porter. Wie geht's, Herr Schmidt?
Smith is the name.
All right, Mr. Smith. How do you feel today?
The same as yesterday and the day before and the day before. I'm thirsty.
Have hope. Look above you. See that cloud? It's a rain cloud. If it bursts, you drink.
If it don't?
I'm sorry. I cannot dictate to the heavens.
Hey, I gotta have a drink. I gotta have water.
No, Gus, you mustn't up from the ocean. The salt would only make you thirstier.
Look, just a little sip.
You might just as well sip poison. It'll kill you.
You know something? I think I'll take Rosie to the ball game today. Gee, Rosie, baby, you're
Gus, how much
full of
can one
honey.
man
That's what you are, Rosie.
There's nothing we can do to help you.
Not if, Come on, let's go
You and
forward.
me
All right.
going down to Rudy's.
Let's sit down here and try to forget it.
Sure. Anything to pass the time.
Think I'll
Hey, Red, how about some poker?
Leave him to his fruit, Kobe. Say, that MB tattooed on your chest. Her initials are bigger than the others. Was she the last or the first?
Rosie, I'm thirsty.
What was her
How about
name?
a drink?
So you won't talk to me, huh?
Where'd you get the diamond bracelet, Miss Porter?
You may call me Connie. You did once during the storm, remember? You said, all right, Connie, we might as well go down together. I liked the way you said, Connie. It was like a punch in the jaw.
Tell me about the bracelet.
That was a dead giveaway. You're wanting us to die together like that. Dying together is even more personal than living together.
What'd you pay for the bracelet?
Nothing.
Barter?
You're a low person, darling. Obviously out of the gutter. Maybe that's why I'm attracted to you. And maybe that's why you're attracted to me.
All right, quit slumming.
Funny part of it is, I'm from the same gutter.
You kidding?
Remember when you first got on the boat, you said you used to work in the packing house section of Chicago? Well, I came from there, too.
South Side?
Yeah. And I lived there until I got this bracelet, and it worked miracles for me. It took me from the south side to the north side.
Hey, what are you doing with your lipstick?
Placing my initials on your chest.
Well, get it off and quit slumming. What about a few hands, Red?
Correct. My bracelet clasps come loose again. Fix it.
What's your stakes, Red?
He likes me, but he hates the bracelet. I wouldn't take it off for anything or anybody in the world.
Bless that Willie. I know where he gets the strength to roll. How many cards, Kovac?
Just one. How many days since the storm, Red?
Must be 5 since we've eaten and had a sip of water. Ever eat at Young's Hotel in Cleveland?
No, but I once ate at Antoine's in New Orleans.
Doesn't compare with Young's Hotel. Used to have a menu of 150 pages. Well, Connie. I'm taking 2 cards, Kovac. What's your bet?
20.
I'll see you. 3 9s.
Straight.
He never stops winning. Connie, did you ever eat at Young's Hotel? Finest seafood in the world.
Rich, shut up!
Oh, what's wrong?
Stop jabbering about food. Isn't it enough that you lost all of our supplies through your carelessness?
Carelessness?
Yes, stupid criminal carelessness.
It wasn't me. I wasn't in charge of the food. Joe took care of that
Why,
end.
you dirty rat. You lost it in the storm, and now you're trying to shift the blame on Joe.
Connie, what's the matter with you?
Oh, she's all right. Just a little hungry. What are you squawking about, Miss Porter? When you write your book, it'll make a swell chapter. How it feels to be starving, first person singular. Well, those are good things to write about, hunger and thirst, if you really come from the back of the yards. Hey, keep your hands in your pockets.
Easy, Connie. Control yourself.
Out of my way. Kovac, why don't you kill Willie? Why don't you take your knife and just said you wouldn't cut his throat? I'll tell you why. You're not strong enough. He's made of iron, and the rest of us are flesh and blood. Hungry flesh and blood. And thirsty.
Red, how much money you worth?
Enough to buy and sell you millions of times.
What about raising the ante?
Anything you say.
From now on, each match is $100.
Anything you say.
All right, deal. How many factories you own?
What business is that of yours?
I was just thinking. By the time we get home, I might own one of them. I'll open for 100.
Raise you 100.
See you.
I'll take 3.
Anna, I think I'll go for one of your airplane plants. I'll have a labor management committee, and the first thing we'll do
Are
is...
you trying to tell me how to run my factories?
No, not all of them. Just the one I'm going to run. Bet 100.
See you. Queens.
I got kings.
It's funny the way you keep winning all the hands.
I'm a lucky guy.
Just the same, I wish we had a new deck. Another stack of matches.
Here.
Sorry, Kovac.
Want to cut in?
I have no money.
It's all right. Your bracelet.
No thanks.
How much do I owe you, Kovac?
14 grand.
Let's raise the ante. 1,000 a match.
It's your funeral.
Deal 'em. Bet 3 grand.
I'll see you. How many cards?
2.
Someday you'll learn it don't pay to hold a kicker. If you live long enough. Here's yours. I want 3.
Well, I guess I'll keep the pikers out. Bet 5.
Matched your kicker, huh? Raise your 5.
Now you're talking my language. I'll up your 10.
I'll see your 10 and raise you 1.
Kovac, this is the moment I've been waiting for. I've got you over a barrel. I'm raising you all the chips you've got and all the money I owe you.
Kovac, I think you've stepped out of your class this time.
I'll call you, Rit. I got an ace full house.
It's raining. It's raining.
Yeah.
It's raining.
I'm going to get the tarpaulin.
Oh, it's
Here it is, Kovac.
Give us a hand, will you, Rit? Grab a corner. You too, Miss Porter.
It's raining.
Come on.
Hallelujah, hallelujah. The rain. The rain. Stopped. It stopped.
Oh, no.
I have 4 fours, Kovac.
So you win. Let me see him.
See them? Where are they? What are my cards?
You threw him overboard in the excitement.
I had 4 fours.
How do I know?
You ought to know. You made the cards, didn't you? And you marked them, too. They're crooked and you're crooked.
I don't buy that kind of talk, Rit.
Gently, boys, gently. What's this argument all about? Money? Go on, Rit. Write a check for $1 million. It'll cost you nothing. We are going nowhere. Slowly, but definitely.
I'm at the wheel when she hits Rosie. Rosie, I want to dance. I want to dance all night.
Go to sleep, Gus. Go to sleep, darling.
Sleep? What for?
Everybody's sleeping.
Willie ain't. He's rowing. You know something? There's somebody has water on this boat. Willie.
Sure. Now go to sleep, Gus.
Yeah. Good night, Rosie.
Good night.
Willie's got water. I saw him drinking water. Willie's got water. I saw him drinking it. Willie, I'm coming over for a drink.
Go back to sleep.
You've been holding out on us.
You must wake up the others. They're tired.
Yeah, I feel fine. Except my right foot's asleep. I can hardly feel it. Tell me, Willie, should I ought to write to Rosie first and tell her about it? Or should I wait until I see her?
Wait till you see her.
Well, give me a lift up and so I can sit near you. There's something I got to tell you.
Of course. Here, give me your hand.
I'll never forget what you done for me, Willie. If there's anything I can ever do for you, just speak up.
There is. You can remember your name is Schmidt.
You like that better than Smith?
Much better. Better hurry, Gus. Rosie's waiting.
Yeah, but hey, the water you was drinking...
Rosie's waiting for you.
Well, why didn't you share that with the rest of us?
Gus, shh, Don't wake them up.
Yeah. Okay, Willie.
Why don't you go off to Roseland? There. Don't you see the lights?
Where? Hey, why you're pushing me overboard? Hey! Help, Willie.
You mustn't wake the others.
But I can't swim. Hold back.
Liegt mir im Sinn.
Willie, what's going on? Where's Gus?
Schmidt went over the side, Kovac.
I didn't dream it. He was calling my name.
Yes. You can't imagine how painful it was to me all night long to watch him. Turning about, suffering, and nothing I could do for him.
Well, why didn't you stop rowing? Why didn't you help him?
I had no right to stop him, even if I wanted to. A poor cripple, dying of hunger and thirst. What good would life be to a man like that?
Gus was trying to tell me something about water before. He was in agony from thirst. I wanted to cry, but the tears wouldn't come. Yes, how could they? If I remember rightly, tears are water with a trace of sodium chloride. Isn't that so, Willie?
Yeah.
And the chemical composition of sweat is water with a trace of something or other. Why are you sweating, Willie? Why?
Because he's got some water and I'm going to get it.
Quite so, my friends. Here it is.
The flask and the brandy. Give it to me.
No, you can't take it from me. Get that. Oh, you bargained it, Kovac. Now there's no water.
Where did you get that water, Willie?
I took the precaution of filling the flask from the water breaker before the storm. And I had food tablets and energy pills, too, from the U-boat. You should be grateful I had the foresight to think of such things. To survive, one must have a plan.
You're right, Willie. One must have a plan.
There's nothing to worry about. Soon we'll reach the supply ship, and then we'll have food and water.
Get him, Kovac.
You no good Nazi. Buzz it up.
Throw him overboard, I say.
Kill him, kill him. Cut him with your knife, Kovac. Slice him piece by piece.
That overboard to the shark.
Not yet, Kovac. There's something I've got to do. Give me room. Let me get to him. Look, Willie, look. Gus is you. Remember the leg you cut off? Drop him, Kovac. Drop him. Poetic justice, Willie. Here's Gus's shoe to haunt you at the bottom of the sea.
My dying day, I'll never understand Willie and what he did. What do you do with people like that? Maybe somebody ought to try to row. Where to? What for? When we killed the German, we killed our motor.
No, sir, Mr. Ritt. We still got a motor.
Oh, Joe.
God.
Nah. We're through.
That's what I think. But I'm not afraid.
Hold on, everybody. So we're all going to fold up and die just because the Ezot Superman is gone.
My only regret, Connie, is that in the end, I joined a mob.
Baloney, Rick. We weren't a mob when we killed him. We were a mob when we sat around kowtowing to him, obeying him, practically hiling him, because he was kind enough and strong enough to take us to a concentration camp. Rittenhouse. C.J. Rittenhouse, self-made man. Made of what? As long as you're sitting there thinking of your last will and testament, I'll write your epitaph for you. Rit, the man who quit. And that goes for you too, Narcissus. There's room on your chest for another letter. Q for quitter. And you, Joe. It's all right for you to look up and trust in somebody. But how about giving him a hand? What's the matter with us? We not only let the Nazi do our rowing for us, but our thinking. Ye gods and little fishes. Fishes? Ye gods. We haven't got energy pills, but the sea's full of them. Millions of fish swimming around. Why don't we catch some?
We tried to. We have no bait.
Sure we have. My diamond bracelet. Bait by Cartier.
Are you kidding?
Kidding my foot, Kovac. I'm starving. Well, what are you standing around for? Where's the fish line?
Here.
Bait your line, chum.
All right.
Not only food, but oil.
We can squeeze the fish for oil. It's better than water.
I can recommend the bait. I should know. I bit on it myself.
I've never eaten raw fish before.
Better not count our chickens before they're hatched.
What do you mean, chickens?
Line's baited.
All right. Over the side she goes. I'll be the fisherman.
Wow, show me the poor fish that won't bite on that bracelet.
Now, everyone be quiet. Let me concentrate.
What's the matter, Kovac? Are you afraid the big fish will hear us?
It wouldn't have been a bad idea to have used you for bait. You'd have scared the fish right out of the water.
Is that so?
Quiet. I got a bite.
Yes, there's a pull on the line. It's a big fish.
Kovac, look. A ship. There's a ship.
Don't let go of that line. Don't let go.
Gangway!
Kovac, you let go of the line. My bracelet. My bracelet's going to the bottom of the sea. Why you?
She's heading right in our direction. She's only a few minutes away.
It's a supply ship, all right.
Yeah, she's flying the good old Nazi double-cross. Willie's got the last word at that.
Yeah, they're lowering a boat.
Well, some of my best friends are in concentration camps.
Do you suppose the ship will have any coffee? Real coffee? What'd you say, Connie?
He said yes, they got coffee and Wiener Schnitzel and pig's knuckles and sauerkraut.
Hey, what's going on? The supply ship's signaling to their boat. They're turning around.
Why?
Maybe they forgot the cream for the coffee.
They're not going to pick us up. What's that?
They've got to pick us up. They can't leave us here like this. Why, it's a violation of international law. What are you going to do, Kovac?
So,
Ha! Right smack in the middle. It's one of our ships giving it to them. Give it to them, Navy. Give it to them, darling.
Right.
Give it to them.
here we go again. The supply ship's trying to make a run for it.
Yes, and they're headed right for us. What are we going to do?
Row, sister, row. Come on, out of my way. Come on.
Ouch! You stepped on my foot. Splinter and half. Relax. You've got awfully big feet, darling.
Yes, darling. The better to kick you with.
Say, how long will it take for our battleship to get to us?
About 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Good heavens, my hair, my nails. Oh, I must look a fright. Oh, thank the Lord, I still have some powder and a little lipstick left.
Are you kidding?
Of course not. One of my best friends is in the Navy.
Hey, you're really something.
Don't forget, Kovac, you owe me a diamond bracelet.
Yes, ma'am.
And a typewriter.
Sure.
And a camera.
You bet.
And Kovac, behind you.
What's behind me?
A visitor clinging to the side of the boat. What are you waiting for? Help him.
Okay, chum, here's a hand. Holy cow, a Nazi.
Don't throw him back.
Oh, no, this is the last straw. You already forgotten about Willie?
Dankeschön. Dankeschön.
That's exactly how it began before. I'm not...
Kovac, this is different. The lad's wounded.
Throw him back, Kovac.
But he's utterly helpless, only a baby.
All right, don't look now, but the baby has a revolver in his hand. It's aimed right at your heart.
You see, you can't treat them like human beings. You've got to exterminate them or else.
Achtung! Let him, Kovac.
That takes care of the Heil boy's gun. That Achtung business sure worked.
Psychology, darling. It always works. Achtung in German means attention. A German is a robot who always heeds a superior's command.
All right, get up to your feet, you dirty little...
Don't go back. We'll turn him over to the Navy. Sit down, sailor.
Werden Sie mich nicht umbringen?
What's he bleating about?
He's asking, aren't you going to kill me? Poor devil.
Aren't you going to kill me? What are you going to do with people like this?
What do you suggest?
I don't know. I was thinking of Mrs. Higgins and her baby and Gus.
Maybe they could answer that. Yes, maybe they could.
And so ends our Screen Director's Playhouse presentation of Lifeboat, with splendid performances by Tallulah Bankhead and Jeff Chandler. Next week, the Screen Director's Playhouse is proud to present one of Hollywood's most delightful couples as we recreate another favorite motion picture. Our story is The Heartwarming Mrs. Mike, directed by Lewis King. And in the starring roles, you'll hear Dick Powell and June Allison. For exciting screen entertainment, see Darrell F. Zanuck's All About Eve, starring Betty Davis and Ann Baxter. It's another hit from 20th Century Fox. Listen every Sunday to your local NBC station for Tallulah Bankhead as mistress of ceremonies of The Big Show. Jeff Chandler can now be seen in Deported, a Universal International picture co-starring Marta Torres. Included in tonight's cast were Wilms Herbert, Ann Diamond, Henry Rowland, Barbara Eiler, Sheldon Leonard, and Roy Glenn. Lifeboat, from an original screen story by John Steinbeck, was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin. The Screen Director's Playhouse is produced under the supervision of Howard Wiley and is directed by Bill Carn. This is James Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen again next Thursday night when we present Screen Director's Playhouse. Stars June Allison, Dick Powell. Production, Mrs. Mike. Director, Louis King.
Listen again next week to Screen Director's Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's five-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Listen tomorrow evening to the one and only Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night feature of the five-show festival. Duffy's Tavern is open for business tomorrow night on NBC.
Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.